Sometimes a disaster, sometimes we get free. Oh, you take the long way to stay close to me. I don't want another, I just wanna breathe. You take me higher, you stay close to me. Oh, I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Oh, I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Sometimes a disaster, sometimes we get free. Oh, you take the long way to stay close to me. I don't want another, I just wanna breathe. You take me higher, you stay close to me. Oh, I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Oh, I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night.
Entombed in my mind, can't seem to break away. Lost in time, thinking about better days. Do you ever get used to the pain? 'Cause I don't know if I can do this again. Now you got me wondering why you let me die alone inside. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. I died for you.
Yes, of course. It wouldn't be a cast if it didn't start off without a little bit of a mess up there. But anyways, thank you so much, Dan, for that very kind introduction. And I'm super excited to be here. My thoughts for today. Well, we saw some really banger matches coming out of that group stage yesterday, I gotta say. And heading into day two, like you mentioned, it's gonna be best of threes, more chances for redemption, but also a bit of higher stakes. And I'm super excited to see what we have coming up for today because I just got word of that match that we're going to be going into for number one, and I am super excited about that one. Anyways, yes, we do have the round of 16 put up there. So these are the games that are gonna be happening. You do have, of course, like my co-caster mentioned, Neptune's Money Crew, the number one seed coming out of Group A yesterday, if I'm not wrong, to start things off with, going up against Sad Esports, who is number two from Group B. They didn't lose their game against YFP Gaming, but apart from that, they put up quite a strong show in Group B. And of course, just a little bit of a recap: top two teams from each group, they made it to the round of 16 for today. And I am super excited to see who's going to be moving on because if I'm not wrong, there is no lower bracket. So either you win your best of three, you move on to the round of eight, try to make it to that grand final and walk away with that cash prize, or, well, no more second chances. Anyways, but I think that for our first match, without spoiling too much, it is going to be Neptune's Money Crew going up against Sad Esports here. And I think that this is really going to be a super good match because Neptune's Money Crew, for those who were watching yesterday, they're a team that really needs no introduction. Really, really popular bunch of players. There's Governor, who likes to pop off on that duelist, predominant on that jet role. There is Shot Up as well. In fact, Neptune, the eponymous player after which the team has been named, Dazzle, and finally Adder, who I believe that we did see quite a bit of during the VCL stages over the last couple of weeks. But either way, a team full of a lot of big names, and they're going to be going up against Sad, who, despite their less popular names, I would say, at least in the professional Valorant community, they have had a great performance in their own group stage. They managed to win two of their games, three games without too much trouble in the third game. Well, it was at least pretty close. So I'm really excited to see who's going to be, making it out of this particular game in this best of three series that we have. I do believe that we should also be getting our maps pretty soon. And that's the rosters that we have for the day. All right. There's been a little bit of a technical difficulty with my co-caster, but I'm sure that he'll be back pretty soon. Just a couple of minutes. But either way, while we wait for these technical difficulties to get done with, let's take a look at the maps that we have for today. Map number one is going to be Haven, which is pretty much standard. However, despite how standard or stale the map has gotten, I like the innovation that teams bring about now and then to this particular map. I think that in particular, when you do talk about Neptune's Money Crew, they brought, in my co-caster's words, a really whack comp that worked for them yesterday in their map, in their game against B-Hop Esports. I believe there was a Reyna, a Sky, a Sage. I haven't seen a Reyna, and I think the second time that they did play this map, there was a Phoenix in the mix as well. So they like to vary things around. I don't know. If we see a Yoru personally, I'll be super happy about it. But either way, that's what I'm rooting for. Map number two, that is going to be Fracture. And I think that this map in particular, it's one that really calls for a very dynamic style of play. You want to kind of be aggressive, try to go for that early info, figure out how exactly your opponents are playing. If they like to go for fast hits, do you play for the retake or do you try to stop them in their tracks? There's a lot of stuff to do here. And of course, the decider, if it gets that far, it is going to be Ascent, which I'm sure needs no introduction. And I think my co-caster's back as well.
Yay, we have fixed our technical issues. I think, I'm finally in and heard. Apologies for that one, everybody. I believe everything's fully functioning now. And you were talking about it, the whack comp on Haven, really where I want to start, because it is our first map. I like chronological order, minor OCD with that. But starting things off on Haven, it's a little bit more favored towards Neptune's Money Crew for the main reason, the fact that A, they picked it, and B, it's a little bit more of a stock standard map. The more standard a map is, the easier it is for a wildly put together team, for instance, a bunch of VCL players, to flourish up against maybe a more well put together squad like Sad, who's been playing together a little bit more often lately. That's really where I think this will transfer over to Fracture as well. I think Sad will be favored, not only again because it's their map pick, but because there is that variability that can come through. And then with Ascent, the great equalizer, that's really where we should see everybody really shine.
Personally, I'm just bored of seeing Ascent at this point because it seems to come up in every single match as that decider. But it's still, as long as there's some kind of new dynamic coming in, I would be personally very happy to see it. But I do think that we have our map coming up pretty soon. Map number 1, Haven. We're going to be heading into it. So let's see what agent picks and if there are any surprises coming up, in the next couple of seconds when it does load in. But, talking about Haven in general, TTL, what would you like to see or expect to see?
So, from Neptune's Money Crew, there's really no expectations. They can come into this really with whatever they want. I'm taking a look at the previous results for SAD. They played yesterday against B-Hop, and they did win. B-Hop lost. There was B-Hop Esports in the same group as Neptune's Money Crew, and then B-Hop lost in the same group as SAD. That was Group 3, by the way. And SAD, in that matchup, won 13-4 and brought a Sova, Jet, Breach, Omen, Killjoy, which is about as standard as things can get if you're really looking at what you'd come to expect. And I see no reason as to why that would change. Maybe you see 1 or 2 differences. But on to Haven as our first map, it seems like there's going to be some level of consistency. They will bring a carbon copy to what we saw yesterday. On the other side, however, it is almost stock standard minus an Omen plus an Astra.
I like that. I like both of these controllers on this particular map. Astra, because of how versatile her kit is. You can vary around utility quite a bit, and of course, Shot Up is just a master at it. But the Omen as well. Haven's a map that has these boxes, has a little bit of verticality that you can kind of play around, which kind of favors both the Jet and the Omen. So personally, I like both of these matches pretty well, especially if you're going for a little bit of a faster hit style. If you like to play a bit more aggressive on the controller, I think that Omen in particular will suit you better because he has kind of that pseudo duelist niche that you tend to see when you have agents with abilities like the Paranoia that he has in his arsenal, for example. But either way, it is going to be Neptune's Money Crew starting off on defense here. And I believe with that double initiator combo that they're rocking, the Sky as well as the Breach, you might see some extreme aggression coming out right off the bat, because when you do have a Jet in conjunction with that Breach, it's nice to get some early info, nice to play off of it as much as you can, and in general, do as much damage as possible before your opponents really get a chance to set up here.
Neptune's Money Crew will start things off on this defensive side. Sad on the attack, and that does mean Sad chose the attack as well. Just as a brief note, I think that's important to bring up, considering that it was not their map selection. We'll see your normal Shock Dart trying to eliminate some mid-control, but it seems like Neptune himself will just back away, and understandably so. It doesn't look like they want to engage all that much onto the B site. Instead, they'll look to play retake, and quickly so, but at the same time, Sad's just walking over to C, and to their own demise, a 3k from Neptune, wasting no time fragging out, and Riggs cannot even pick up the spike. Governor with a kill in through mid. It's a 1v4 and a quick one for Neptune's Money Crew. Neptune himself showing up, and the opening round goes their way.
Yeah, waves crashing for real there as Neptune completely overwhelms, for lack of a better phrase, the attackers. They didn't have a chance in that second. It was just complete aggression coming out, and that's the advantage of the team comp that Neptune's Money Crew are running, because we know when you have a Sova instead of the Sky, you need time to get those lineups. You saw them going for those shock darts, you saw them going for the recons, but when you do have that Sky and the Reach instead along with that Jet, it's just so much control that you can take early in the round. And of course, if your opponents are ready for it, they might be able to punish you, and in future rounds perhaps we'll see a little bit more of a default coming out of SAD, looking to stop exactly that. But for now, at least Neptune's Money Crew, they're going to have the economy to tackle this round with in full force.
I feel like they want to get aggressive as well. Phantom out for Governor as they just walk in. They have some support from Dazzle on the other side of a lobby. It doesn't seem like they're wasting any time trying to gain at least map control, if not round control as well. And the problem is, as you mentioned for SAD, disadvantageous weaponry, plus, well, a confident Neptune's Money Crew after a pistol. Scary combination, if I do say so myself. Governor also basically being droned in. This feels like Rainbow Six Siege, and they'll find a double at that. Now the aggression coming through from Dazzle, they'll find a follow-up, and Governor should be disengaging here, considering the low HP, and they will. But 2-for-1, 3-for-1 trade, pretty happy if you're Neptune's Money Crew.
Yeah, just 2 players left, and that too, one of them is super low, barely 30 HP left on the Jet here. Will be shut down as Neptune, once again, the eponymous hero of the team himself, looking for these frags, and without taking a single bit of damage. It's going to be an almost flawless round. Yes, Dazzle did go down in the process. That's going to be one stinger that's not in the mix anymore. But with the economy and with the number of frags that these players are getting, it's going to be a full-on investment. In fact, apart from the Phantom that Governor was able to carry through, in fact, Governor's going to drop that to a teammate and bring up an operator instead. So it's a very eclectic buy here coming up for Neptune's Money Crew, but they seem to be fairly feeling themselves. It is their map pick. They've had 2 extremely successful rounds so far, barely losing anything in the process, and they're happy to kind of invest into this one and try to get that bonus in their pocket.
And on the Sony Zone replay, you can see the Neptune's Money Crew dominance showing in the earlier stages of this one. They're also now looking to aggress elsewhere as well, still looking to play aggressive over towards the A lobby. You can see Maple trying to walk across, but will miss the shots, at least most of them, onto Dazzle. Adder does die in towards Garage. The doors over aggression from the Killjoy is shut down by their doppelganger, but Governor still finds an opener, and they're more than happy to play for that. Neptune's Money Crew, 1-for-1 trade, in a bonus round no less. They're in a really good spot.
Governor has invested in his operators, looking for more. In fact, will find the second kill. Still not stopping, has the dash back online after these 2 kills, and now will be just trying to hold down this A lobby. 3 players towards the site, in fact, and perhaps getting that read here. Sad, they're going to try to reposition, go towards the C site instead, where they already have quite a bit of control thanks to the lurk coming in from their Omen, who is in fact fishing for more. Numbers advantage still in the favor of Neptune's Money Crew, but it's all going to come down to the timing here, and Sticky will find that kill. 3v3.
Neptune, realizing that real estate has now been lost, though, needs to retake it, and quickly so. I'm not sure if Sticky's aware of the fact that window's now occupied. As the walk-in comes through from Neptune, do they clear the first real corner? That's the question. It seems like the answer is yes. They find an opener, looking for a follow-up. Slicky quickly taken care of, and JTR actually stunned up by the fault line. Neptune looking for another, will flash around the corner, and Maple loses the opportunity. A 3K from Neptune, all inside the same room. Governor will steal the defuse, and Neptune's Money Crew steal around in a bonus one at that.
Yeah, they did invest that operator, and it was a really, really good decision because I felt like Sad, they were not expecting that kind of aggression and that kind of operator play coming out of Governor there. He finds 2 openers, quick openers on the round, and after that, just that beautiful retake coming out of none other than Neptune himself. Has the Rolling Thunder off the back of that as well. We might see that come into play, and unfortunately for the side of Sad, their economy is looking quite sad as well in this particular round. Not much that they can really do here. I think that for them at least, they're going to be focusing on getting those ults in order for the next round when they do have that full investment coming in, and just trying to figure out how exactly they can deal with this constant aggression coming out of Neptune. They were able to find 1 kill onto Adder, who pushed a little bit too far out of Garage, but if Neptune don't make any mistakes, they just seem to have no scope of being able to get onto side at all, and they're just kind of struggling with it.
Well, Rolling Thunder being prepped here. This is a quick re-engagement tool Neptune's Money Crew seem to want to use early on. And there it goes. It'll land onto only Lemon, but they're stuck now in mid, and with the spike no less. Slicky the first one to fall and the only one in the early stages. But Sad has 3 players stuck in the window corner. Governor on the flank is actually taken out by JTR, but Adder with a quick double in return. It's only the operator available for JTR with a small amount of help from Maple. Granted, they have low health, and oh my goodness, Neptune entirely through the wall off sound cues alone. And, well, obvious visuals will assist and turn Neptune's Money Crew into a 4-0 lead.
I love that read coming out of Neptune's Money Crew. Like, the expectation that, all right, it's an eco round. They're going to have to do, like, a fast, quick hit. It's probably going to be B. And he was just ready with the Rolling Thunder. Did not hesitate to invest that in what is, like, arguably an eco round. And I think that all of these rounds so far, with the exception of that 3rd round, Neptune has not lost more than 1 player. I think in that round, they lost 2 instead of 1. But either way, they've been doing a fantastic job. And their economy is, like, a testament to that. They've been able to get these frags. They've been able to kind of hold on to these weapons. Governor, after buying that operator in round number 3, has not lost it at all. Like, yeah, I don't think he's even gone down quite yet.
The Governor's been the aggressor, and the clean and clear one out in front unfortunately has died. They are 5-1. Neptune is 9-1. And there's a total of 5 kills in 4 rounds for Sad. JTR the only one to find more than 1, but since that, they haven't found all that much. It's been, what, a spike plant, a bit of real estate control here and there, but some negligible kills on occasion. Not the greatest of notions for this squad, especially in the early stages of an attacking half of Haven that you chose. Brief reminder again, this is Neptune's Money Crew's pick, but Sad chose the attack, and they're not doing all that much.
Yeah, they seem to be struggling to really find that space here. Lemon will have to do quite a bit of heavy lifting in the upcoming rounds here. Does have at least the help of Maple, and of course, unfortunately for the side of Sad, despite 4 rounds being done, no real ultimates either, though at least they find that opener onto Governor. Huge kill there.
Shot up actually pulling Lemon in with a gravity well. The reason Adder was able to find that kill, a follow-up even while Flash, Slicky, no longer for this world, and a quick hold of the C side. Looking for a follow-up, trying to force him out with the Aftershock, and it lands a follow-up. It's Neptune to steal the final kill. But Neptune's money crew now with 5 in a row. And Sad with 6 kills in 5 rounds.
I think the timeout lasted longer than the actual round, unfortunately. And for Sad, it's just a bit of an unfortunate performance. They do at least find an opener onto Governor there with a beautiful shot coming out of Lemon. But after that, just a quick rotation and repositioning coming out of Neptune there to be able to back up their player on site. I believe it was Shot Up who was kind of just stuck there. You do see him using the pull to try and buy a little more time. And of course, in conjunction with that, Adder is just able to swing off of it and get rewarded. A little bit of a mistimed play, unfortunately. And now, once again, the economy, it's in a bit of a dire spot, I have to say. Oh, no.
Governor even finds an opener, looking for a follow-up, may be able to find it, but instead brings up the Bladestorm of their own, trying to just diff Lemon, and it may very well work for them. The right click misses, but the shorty does only 100 and change in terms of damage. Lemon will survive, but only for an extra few seconds. Dazzle with a double spray down, nice spray transfer onto Slicky. The guiding light goes out, but I'm not sure that they know the final player's in that close corner. JTR finds a kill, Maple does the same with the Sheriff, and JTR is still alive. Unfortunately, they're the only ones still alive, not for very long. Neptune's money crew up 6-0. That's the closest round we've had thus far.
I was just about to say that. Yeah, it seems like finally they were able to take down 3 players of Neptune, like you mentioned, the closest round indeed. And of course, Governor seems to be having fun here. Does miss a couple of blades, and unfortunately isn't able to quite get the kill with the shorty. But all things considered, it was really good bait for his teammates to just walk up, and just this constant aggression coming out of Neptune's money crew. Right, they push in different places every round, and it just seems like there's no answer coming out of Sad in response to it. They just seem to be caught off guard every single time this happens, and once again, it just seemed to be a mid call this time around.
Fault line through.
Oh, no.
Slicky staring in the corner. They've been put in timeout and in an early grave. Adder a follow-up. This is scary to open up rounds, and Neptune's money crew is just looking about as clinical as you can. It has been 15 seconds, and Maple's in a 1 versus 5 has been found out with the guiding light guaranteeing their position. The Trailblazer will indeed stun them away, and looking the wrong way, they will fall as well. A 25-second round with 1 player dying. That, I think, sums up this series.
Yeah, at least this game. Maybe on their map, maybe on Fracture, we'll see a little bit more signs of life coming out of Sad here. But for map number 1, they're living up to their name for sure. Really, really unfortunate. I mean, it's not entirely their fault. A lot of credit has to be given to how Neptune is playing. Of course, like we talked about before heading into this map, all veterans off the VCL. Maybe not all, but most of them at least are veterans. And they're just fucking it out at this point, and it looks like they're having a blast while doing it. In fact, it seems like they've given up on the operator. It's like Governor's like, hey, let me go forward, let me go with the rifle, let me get a couple of frags and have fun with you guys, and it's working out for them.
I like the setup that Neptune's money crew has. Their philosophy thus far has been hold W, and it's been working. I.e., Governor just walking behind is being shot by the turret, apparently didn't care until a few seconds ago, but finds 3 kills before even having that impact their playstyle. JTR finds a return kill, of which may not mean very much, and they're in a 1 versus 4, and Ace is now required of the Killjoy, and they will find thin air. 8.
It's like you know when you watch all those Twitch streamers trying to finish like a speed run of a game. That's the impression I'm getting out of this one from Neptune's money crew. They're like, yeah, we picked the map, we know how we're gonna play. We're gonna play in this style, and you better keep up with this. And so far, it just seems like Sad. They don't have the answers coming into this. You already saw a timeout coming out of the team after round number 4, I believe, and they seem to have found no answers quite yet. It's just full-on fights. I think that they've gotten they've gotten the spike plant once so far. Apart from that, it's just been them dying around the spawn area for the most part, and it's really unfortunate. This time around, a little bit of a different approach from them. They are playing it. Neptune's money crew are playing it a little bit more slowly. You don't see any wanton aggression coming through, and Sad, they're just waiting for it. But so far, nothing seems to be coming out.
This is the first time everybody has survived the first 20 seconds of a round in, I think, a calendar year, or at least since yesterday, to be a little bit more specific. And I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. the most patience we've seen from Neptune's winning since the earlier stages of our previous matchups. Early popped. Dazzle finds an opener, going for a follow-up, and I don't think this is going to stop anytime soon. Guiding later around the corner, a late one at that. Slicky staring straight at it. We see the sun, and then see an early raid. A follow-up guiding later around the corner, proactively swinging from every single direction, and it's Governor to shut down Maple, and Neptune's Money Crew now 9-0 up. I don't know if you can finish in any more style than they have thus far.
Gun here.
I think the bigger question on my mind is, can SAD get around on Haven? Because so far, they seem to have absolutely no answers to how quick and how responsive Neptune are to every single threat. Like, even when you do see trades like the one that we just saw coming out of Maple, being able to find two there towards that garage area, it's just the positioning out of Neptune's Money Crew. They seem to be able to do no wrong. If one player falls, there's always an immediate trade, if not an advantage coming through for the team. And they're just continuing their playstyle. Once again, the read is immaculate. They predict the A style. And again, just the Governor pushing this molly here to be able to find this first frag. It's huge. Wow.
He just sits inside of an Anastorm. Still survives long enough to help Adder get a follow-up, and it's a 4 versus 2 in 15 seconds. Maple stuck in the corner, they know about it. Dazzle's flash, Neptune isn't. Lemon finds a return frag, and at least something to bring the round back at a bare minimum. And Lemon has picked up a Vandal, but I don't know if they're aware that Long is being pressured, and very much so from both players. The Initiator's just holding W with seemingly no care in the world. I don't think that's going to stop anytime soon. Lemon now forced even further up towards short. With the Spike being down long, they will be down in sewers. And Dazzle finds the final by double digits.
Little bit of a celebration coming out of I forgot what that particular character is called of the arcade skin, but yeah, that's probably a very good metaphor for how exactly Neptune's Money Crew is feeling after this round. And even then, in that 1v3 situation, right, you got to give them credit. You see that dual push coming out of Dazzle and Neptune. They just want to stick together, make sure that they don't line up. They're in perfect sync as they try to go for that final kill and confirm it without taking any casualties in the process, because they're just prepared for anything that these players can throw at them. Now though, this might be SAD's round, because they have not one, not two, but 5 ultimates in their pocket right now. If any of those come into play, if they have a chance to use them, it might be what they need to finally find a round.
Press X simulator is a possibility. They clear the close corner. They're aware of the possibility. Adder still waiting. Gravity Well trying to drag him in, but instead it's just a walk straight in, and Lemon quickly falls. Rolling Thunder to return. They want to initiate right back into mid. It's gonna work. Adder finds a double. Dazzle's flanking around and will find the final kill. A 3K for Adder, and Neptune's Money Crew a flawless 11th round victory. And we're still in the first half.
Not for long, just one more round left, and again, just 5 ultimates in the pocket of SAD. They've had them for a while. They just unfortunately haven't had the chance to use them. Like, you've seen multiple rounds where they try to get down towards A short, try to get a little bit of control, get that spike down. But they're just having no opportunity to really use these at all. And that's just because of how oppressive Neptune's Money Crew's playstyle is right now. Every single bit of utility in conjunction with each other, it's just not giving any space for SAD to work around. And win the last round of the half to prevent this from being a 12-0 perfect half in Neptune's favor. It's finally going to be JTR opening things out here.
I think they've actually won an opening duel. It was traded, but they won an opening pick. But Adder's walking in. This will catch at least one. No, they just re-swing for JTR. They find the ball. It doesn't matter, though. Rolling Thunder goes to use some spaces. They look to return, but the shots are missed. Maple's taken care of. Shot up was aware of the possibility of the flank from behind. It may not matter. JTR finds a 4K. And the closest round is the final round. Complete set of this first half. Neptune's Money Crew a flawless defensive haven. That is astounding.
That's a statement being made for sure, and I feel really bad for GTR there. That was like basically a 1v4, almost clutched it out, but in the end, unfortunately, it is going to be Neptune's Money Crew finding that 12th round and now one away from a 13-0. The first map of the day, and a 13-0. Well, that's quite a start for the tournament. That's all I've got to say. And Neptune, it's so close to being able to happen. They have the pistols. All they have to do is get that spike down and make sure it explodes, or kill everybody else in the process. And I think they're probably leaning towards that second option, looking at how they've been playing this map so far.
I think the philosophy for Neptune's Money Crew is hold W, and at least looks like they're going to do so, but onto the opposite side of where the spike's currently being set up, and it's going to work. You can already see the rotation going over. They're going to find an early spike plant onto the C side, and then everybody's going to rotate over after about 4 or 5 seconds of waiting on A. You can see the walk through. They've already taken care of all the utility, and the disengage is already coming through. The spike is being planted on C, and SAD have absolutely no idea. It's a post plant for the wrong site. They may very well win the map on the wrong side of the map, but as soon as they take the site, they realize it's a dupe. They've been fooled.
Oh, Adder just admiring his pistol here. Things still at 3v3 at the very least. Dazzle looking to get a little bit aggressive here. Will hear the sound cues. Note that there's multiple players, most likely all 3 of them going in for this retake situation here. JTR though finds 2 kills on the lurk. That's huge, and now it's all down to Adder to finish his 13-0. Off somehow has the nano swarms in place, but JTR, that's just heroics. JTR will deny that 13-0 with that 3k, and finally a round for SAD after so long.
I look at my watch. It has been about 35 minutes straight of Neptune crew rounds. If that, I honestly don't know if it's actually taken that long, considering it's 12 zeros and a lot of them have not really been close. This is a wild setup for SAD as well, considering you have a round to bring back. JTR finds yet another multi-frag, I believe in that round 3 to be specific, and you retake the C site with limited time. Neptune's money crew was finally caught out.
Yeah, they got a little bit aggressive, especially Dazzle's positioning there. Tries to go for the kill, but the timing not quite in their favor. Neptune's money crew, though, they forced up here. They got the plan. They want to end this as quick as they can, and they are going to be investing quite heavily into this round. Off the back of that, Governor willing to get quite aggressive here, but takes a lot of chip damage in the process. Ooh,
they want to get
that's
a spike
unlucky.
plant. They will. Problem is, everybody for SAD is on the outside of the site. Shock Dart does just barely miss, or it does a little bit of damage on the Governor. They avoid the second one. The damage has already been done. A very one-dimensional retake now required of SAD. They will find an opener, but maybe nothing more. Don't hit the pulse, but it may not matter. 1 versus 2 now for Riggs. Already onto a double, and switches out for another rifle, but everything is out of ammo. They will finally decide on the Bulldog, but they don't have the time to have this indecisiveness. They also don't have the information. An Owl Drone and a Recon Bolt still available, but they swing it to 2 players. They find the first at a bare minimum, looking for the second, but Adder in style, and a headshot as well will end out map number 1, and Neptune's Money Crew's map pick completes 13-1.
That was a really quick game of Valorant. I wish my rank games were this nice. I mean, assuming that I am playing on the side of Neptune's Money Crew, of course, but a phenomenal performance coming out of them. You can see why exactly this was their map pick. They went in with full confidence. They lost 1 round out of the 14 that they played. Sorry, I had to do some quick math there.
Yeah.
But if you do look at the scoreboard here, it's just amazing. Like, JTR is the only player who has gone positive, who has almost gone positive, not even gone positive, but almost gone positive for the side of SAD. Everybody else, they just seem to struggle against the onslaught that was Neptune's Money Crew.
And the attacking side just could not show up in the early stages, and it was a snowball effect. While it may very well be the middle of spring, it seemed like a very cold winter on the opposing side. We're going to take a break. When we come back, it's the opposing side's map selection. We'll see if they can bring it back and send us to a third of ascent, or if it's a quick 2-0, we move on to our second match. We'll see you in a bit.
Children used to run and play. Look at all the mess we made. Guess I never know where it went wrong. Sometimes I feel like, oh, that's sad, 'cause viral then people forget. In this crazy world I don't belong. I see fire burning, but I close my eyes. I'd rather deny that everything is falling out of place. I see trees ripped from the ground, but nobody makes a sound. I see fire burning, but I'm fine. No, I'm nobody. The future feels so unsure. Didn't we deserve more? The burden that you left is way too heavy for me. Do you ever feel like the world would die out? My anxiety's off the roof, I cry out. We have gone too far, take me back right now. I see fire burning, but I close my eyes.
One enemy remaining.
Everything is falling out of place. I see trees ripped from the ground, but nobody makes a sound. I see fire burning, but I'm fine. You're nobody.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Flawless. No more sofa. Last player standing.
Thug.
Last player standing.
Thug.
One enemy remaining.
Recon.
Attackers win.
Who's up for a debrief? Anyone? No one?
Welcome back to the Windy City Valorant Invitational hosted by Belong Arenas Chicago. I'm Time Light. Joined alongside me here is Zach, and for our first map, it was a quick one. Seems like an any percentage speed run of our bracket is indeed in order for Neptune's Money Crew. A 13-1 victory on Haven as we move to Fracture for our second map. Seems like now Neptune stuck outside. Shut Up does bring a kill back. JTR dropped, so starting back now for Neptune's Money Crew, and their level of aggression working perfectly to Shut Up on such low HP. A strong breeze would blow them over, and it seems like they may very well be taken out. A 1 versus 3 here for the Killjoy. 13 health only, and by no means a convenient position for them to be in. They'll swing into 2 players into the Sheriff. It's just not going to happen. Sad, win the pistol, and their attacking side basically all they needed to initiate well. Neptune's Money Crew surprisingly playing from behind for the first time in a long time. Obviously going 3-0 yesterday, not behind very many times total, and now down a round for the first time in this series. Obviously 13-1 victory back when Haven helping a little bit in that case, but we didn't have all that much of an opportunity to talk about the agent select. I think the most outstanding selection is the Neon being brought through on the defensive side for Neptune's Money Crew. I'm curious to see how this one plays out for them. Governor playing a lot more aggressive maybe with that, but paint shells around the corner. Created a little bit more space over towards Dish, but Governor the first one to fall over towards that main side. And, well, trades are still even, and they can retrieve some of those guns. So, dead even position now for the squads to be in. Adder in a decent spot as well. Has 3 Sky Smokes to stick with, but Stinger out will force them away, and the Aftershock will land.
My turn for technical difficulties, but thankfully I am back. It is going to be a 3v2 situation as Lemon finds a kill onto Neptune here. The 2 remaining players still struggling to make this retake work out. These nanoswarms trying to find quite a bit of damage. It's all down to Shut Up right now. A 1v2 scenario, knows the position of the first, but not exactly sure where to find the second. That's going to be a beautiful concussion. Hits right on the dot, and with the clock ticking down, Shut Up somehow has to get these kills. Gets that first one, knows where the second is as well. 4 bullets, and the Sheriff gets the shot, and I believe has time for the defuse as well. That's going to be the anti-eco stolen away by Neptune's Money Crew in absolute style.
And it came down to the early frags coming through for Neptune's Money Crew. Shot up in another 1 versus 3, but this time with more than enough health, and was able to discern where all 3 of the remaining players were, splitting them into 1 versus 1s all 3 times over. And sad, that's a round they're going to want back. That is a round they should have won just about every day of the week, and now they're limited to 3 Sheriffs, a Shorty, and a Classic for Maple. On the other side, Neptune's Money Crew, Shut Up's only playing with the Sheriff. That's all they may very well need with 5 kills in 2 rounds. But Stinger, Spectre, and a couple Bulldogs, they're in a much better position this time around.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird buy, but all things considered, I think that they feel like they don't really need anything else already. Shot Up, like you mentioned, that is indeed all they need to be able to get not only that frag, but also that lockdown if necessary. However, Lemon in the corner with the Sheriff of their own is able to strike back here. Just quite a bit of damage to Shot Up as well in the process. However, Dazzle on the opposite side of the map does manage to strike and find a kill. Neptune as well, and now with 2 players remaining, still holding on to the spike. It's just a question of how much more these players from SAD can really find here. Not much seems to be the answer. It's all down to Lemon. A little bit of an interaction on the zip line. Both players taking a lot of damage to each other. Lemon's just going to go back. Lemon doesn't mind. And Dazzle, well, unfortunately, will not let him come much more closer. As Neptune, they would have run around here.
I gotta say, Dazzle did a lot of damage considering the fact they only had a Stinger while playing a game of jousting on the zip line. But it's still around for Neptune's Money Crew, and an unsurprising one. That's a round they're supposed to win just about every day of the week. Riggs is going to bring in a surprising judge selection. Shut Up is still sticking with the Sheriff, because why reinvest if you really don't have to? And in the early engagements, again, it seemed like they were very far ahead. There's your game of jousting, by the way. Both Breezes were on almost carbon copy amounts of HP, 5 or so between them. But it was still a Neptune's Money Crew round.
Yeah, a little bit of an advantage there when you are standing still while your opponent's coming down on the zipline. Right now, though, it's a bonus for Neptune's Money Crew finally coming in. Not much of an investment, like you mentioned, into this particular round. And off the back of that, now you see why this judge comes into play. Because if you are holding down this tower position, it's going to be everything you need. However, the defender lockdown is already ready for Shot Up, and you do see it being invested right now as they try to push these players off the site. And they will be indeed forced to go off of it. Ooh.
Are they actually going to go over towards A, though? That's the real question. Seems like the rotation's coming back, and it is not the correct decision. Double blast pack straight into 3 players. Dazzle quickly taken care of, but Governor still on the site is in a pseudo 1 versus 3. Has absolutely no help over towards the A side. Actually, a fault line coming through from Neptune, but they will have to disengage, and it looks like the rotation is indeed going over towards A. And finally, the correct call being made. The problem is the rotation already here. They may very well be able to find a single kill before going down.
Player standing.
Oh, no.
The timing on that smoke absolutely
30
destroyed
seconds
Neptune there, and now it's all down to Governor, knife in hand, not expecting Maple to still be playing up close here, and that is going to be sad equalizing here with the second round on the board. Also being able to farm up not just the Rolling Thunder, but also the Orbital Strike, 2 huge ults in their pocket, only 1 off the Showstopper as well, so they managed to hold on to 3 of their rifles as well, so all things considered, that's a really, really good round coming out of SAD, and I think this is what you meant here, GTL, like on a map like Fracture, when you do have these set plays, you're used to adapting really quickly. It just shows in your experience, and I think that's sad. They have that team dynamic at least built in that really serves them well, even if they're at an initial disadvantage like we saw in the previous round.
They're also a single ult orb, or ult point, away from 3 separate of their ultimates. Governor will peek around the corner and see 2 players and immediately disengage. Somehow they took 3 damage, because that's actually possible in Valorant, but, you know, that's neither here nor there. Riggs will fully clear out the front side of Dish, and they have some semblance of control in the back side of Site. The problem is they're walking into not a full stack, but a decent bit of a stack. 2 players sitting in main, 2 over towards the Dish drop, and the last player sitting inside of Tower on B. But sad, their gamble may very well cost them the round. Never mind. Okay, that's a good shot.
Very clean work, and there is a player in the corner. However, this boom bot, it might not detect them. Lemon still expects the kill though, and Sad will be able to find the second entry on the round as well. This double duelist combo really serving them quite well as they try to go aggressive here. Riggs finding the third on the round as well. Adder finally strikes back, but the damage might already be done here. Only 2 players remaining for the side of Neptune, and with their economy where it is, it might be better for them just to save. That might be indeed the call for shot up here in a 1v5. Almost flawless round here for the side of Sad, who are finally being able to take the lead. I think this is the first time we're seeing them really take the lead aside from in this entire series aside from that pistol round.
Yeah, the pistol round maybe an outlier, not telling the full story, but since then they've actually shown up, barring rounds 2 and 3 where there was some level of heroics from Neptune's Money Crew. Now Sad has an actual lead to work with. And they have 5 ultimates as well. The other side, Neptune's Money Crew, in all fairness, still has 3, and one of them's already been used, so they technically are in the lead, but not by a fairly large margin. But since that 3rd round, they've had some difficulties in finding kills. Sad's been very decisive, and it's worked out perfectly for him.
Oh, that's such a nasty position being held by JTR here. Catch a side of 3 players, able to immediately convert off the back of it, finding them before finally Neptune shutting them down. It's all down to Adder and Neptune now. 2 versus 4 scenario. Not the best weapons in play, though. At least Neptune should be able to pick up a rifle and drop that stinger. Bucky in hand right now. Adder holding this position might not be expected, and does in fact find that first kill. Knows the position of 2 more players as well, and if they're able to pick up this upgrade, it might be everything they need to try and make this round work out. Orbital Strike in hand as well, but it's just utility being spammed to get some more time for the wraparound from Riggs here, barely getting away with his life, knows the position and still looking for kills. Lemon finally finds one, and it's all down to just Neptune here. The flash not quite connecting though, as Lemon finds 2 on the round, the last 2 to be able to get Sad to 4 here. Really, really good round coming out of them. And for Neptune, you know, considering that it was a bit of a half buy, it was a gamble for them to invest both the Neon Ultimate as well as a Showstopper here. Perhaps expecting that early on B push and being able to get a kill or 2, but at the end of it, unfortunately, it is just going to be JTR in a nasty lurk position, immense trigger discipline, and he gets rewarded super well for it.
I understand the dedication of the overdrive. That one's not the most unheard of thing. Usually in an eco, you try and use it to basically have a weapon without needing to purchase a weapon. But the Showstopper, just to try and sprint down main, that one was a question mark. That's one you can use based off of information or for a late round play rather than just gambling that they happen to be in your general vicinity. Spoiler alert, they were not, by the way. And Neptune's Money Crew, now down 2 rounds, and they're up against it. They've used an ultimate, actually 2 in the previous round. They have finally built up the Rolling Thunder, but Sad had to use the Showstopper, and the Showstopper alone, technically didn't even have to, it didn't land, but they're still up 2 rounds, and they have more than enough to play for, but finally an opening kill is found by Neptune's Money Crew.
Yeah, great work from Dazzle being able to convert that immediate utility coming through as well to deny a possible trade through coming through for the side of Sad here. And without that opening kill, it does seem like they've kind of fallen apart on the opposite side of the map. Governor goes for a little bit of a fishing expedition, does find a kill, and immediately you see the repositioning as well to make sure that these trades don't come through. Sad, they're just kind of playing the waiting game now, waiting for a mistake coming out of Neptune to try and capitalize off of to push into that side. But Neptune, they're just happy to hang on.
Governor. Game of whack-a-mole. Neither
30
finding each
seconds
other's
left.
head. In this 5v3 for Neptune, they're happy to just disengage. They don't need to play aggressive, but they still have full A-site control. Riggs the updraft into a tail window to site, and they have full top site control. And they still want to try and swing. The problem is, very easily spam down, and they will be. Governor finds a follow-up, and with 12 seconds left, they need to go. The problem is, they very well walk straight into a blunder. Maple finds one, JTR does as well, but it's returned by Neptune. And Adder with the final, the headshot onto Maple. It's Neptune's money crew to bring a round back, and the lead down to just one.
They look a little bit annoyed there, a bit of tactical spraying coming out of Neptune's money crew. I think that after map number 1, where they had a very relaxing, very happy time where they were just WKing it down, the same strategy has not served them well on the same map because the set plays coming out off the side of Sad have served them quite well. Now, though, Neptune, they seem to have gotten their opponent's number. Their timings are a little bit better on these peaks, and they are using a bit more utility in conjunction to try and catch the timings and off angles here that are being held by their opponents. So far, I think that especially Lemon as well as Riggs in particular on the Jet, both of them have been able to show up huge. So I think that they've gotten the most first kills so far. Dazzle with one of their own, but aside from that, Neptune's money crew, they're kind of just happy to hang on here and play a bit patiently. Ooh, this might be nasty.
Riggs, aware of the possibility that Governor's going to push, but it seems like Governor's just jump peeking for information, and with that information, they should either disengage or immediately take the fight. But no, it seems like the engagement now going over towards that A main side. They want to try and split it. Riggs hearing the fact that Governor's disengaged, and now should think that Dish is fully for the taking. Rolling Thunder goes through, as does the Orbital Strike, but Lemon can't get out as cleanly as they wanted to. They will still take damage, but survive nonetheless. Adder with the opener, though, the most important one at that. A flash goes through, but Adder, do they swing the close corner? They do, but Lemon still wins the fight. The Sky Smoke at least making sure that Neptune can't refrag, but they find a double of their own. That Dish control, though, finally coming back to bite them. Governor taken out from up above, but it's still a 1v3 and one that's significantly easier said than done.
Shot up does get a little bit overeager.
30
Tries to
seconds
go for the kill. It will be a punishment coming out of Riggs, but still a 1v2 scenario. Spike dropped all the way towards main, and it does seem like Riggs has no easy way to get there in the time that's remaining. Goes for the dash and the updraft to get a little bit more space. Tries to get the kill onto Neptune, but Neptune more than ready for it. 4 on the round for the breach, and that is going to get them half the Rolling Thunder back already. Remember, they used it in the onset of the round. 2 really good ultimates, in fact, coming out of Neptune's money crew there. First of all, the Rolling Thunder to kind of slow people down. It did hit quite a few players, and of course, the Orbital Strike on top of it. There was a little bit of a gap that let Lemon live, but off the back of that, just the push coming out of Neptune's money crew and the fact that they were able to get 3 for the price of 1, for if my math is correct and I remember correctly, that is a really good tactic, and it's definitely worth the usage of those 2 ultimates in my opinion.
Get out of my way!
Problem is, Sad has all the ultimates, and Neptune's money crew has absolutely nothing. Riggs will quickly take tower control. I'm not even sure if they've been heard. Shot Up, however, will swing, and the one-shot headshot comes through. Riggs quickly taken care of. Shot Up is forced out of the center of sight, but is happy to play around the outside of this Orbital Strike, almost to a kill as well, but is finally shut down on a 4v2, a post-plant as well. Difficulties for Neptune's money crew, but they bring at least 1 kill back.
Now both players on the flank here trying to get onto site. I think the positions are known at this juncture as well, where exactly they're playing. And just look at the crossfire setup that's available out of the side of Sad here. Player almost all the way into spawn here, looking for a little bit more damage. And of course, Neptune trying to find whatever they can. However, it is going to be the satchel play coming out of Lemon as they get back into that site. And now with the clock ticking, it does seem to be a kind of attempt at a pincer here out of these 2 remaining players. Neptune not exactly checking the right corner, unfortunately. And now it's all down to Governor. The 1v3 scenario, not much time left on the clock either. The least he can probably do is make it a bit expensive. And now in this 1v1, going for it. Trying to get that kill, will connect, but unfortunately there's going to be no time left for the defuse here. A Sad they get to 5, but it was so expensive.
Expensive round, but still a round victory nonetheless. And again, it's a situation of ultimate economy over traditional economy. Governor finds a few kills to bring it back, but the problem is it just took him too long to get back in. And you were talking about that pincer maneuver. It was well established as a thought. The problem is the execution wasn't the greatest. They ran into a few problems, notably the swing from Neptune over towards Arcade, just over-dedicating to a single angle, not worrying about the overarching big picture rather than a single tunnel visioned corner, and they die to the boxes because of it. But it's still around for Sad, and oh, Dazzle actually avoids the fault line, but I don't think it's really gonna matter. They have a judge from 20 meters not favoring them in any of these engagements.
They do at least they are able to push off the back of it, get a little bit of space. And now if Dazzle's opponents are a little bit uncautious and they just decide to push forward, it's going to be a couple of free kills. We've seen the damage the judge can do in this kind of a range here, and I think that is what Dazzle is counting off of. Perhaps the expectation that, you know, it's not going to really be a judge play coming into question. However, the cost of the judge is that there's going to be a constant need for these smokes to be reestablished, and already that's 2 out of 3 that's gone. That's going to be even less ones available for the retake. Only 1 left, in fact. However, Governor, with the rifle that they saved, at least they're able to find 1 particular kill. JTR, though, left alone here with the help of the Stim Beacon, will be able to at least fall back, but ooh, that's a really good showstopper.
They create so much space off of the back of it, and they can use the neural theft to initiate as well. Dazzle somehow gets around the corner. Second attempt at the neural theft, though, they forget about it and now have to disengage a second time. And somehow everybody from Neptune's money crew, other than Governor, is alive in the final 30 seconds. And the problem now for Sad is they're trying to take just a single site, and they're walking straight into a pseudo stack. 1 player waiting over towards the defensive door, 1 on top of site, and the third, I think the most importantly, with a judge outside of main. They walk straight into Neptune, though, who finds a 3K, and Dazzle will clean up. Neptune's money crew dusting Sad as they try to initiate onto A.
I like that you brought up the possibility, like the factor of the pseudo stack here. Like you mentioned, 3 players just kind of holding down that crossfire. But let's talk about Neptune's insane spray transfer. Like that, the fact that they're able to hit that, it's just absolutely illegal. Almost getting the 4th as well. Ran out of bullets, but Dazzle didn't have the judge for backup. Just really clean work coming out of the player. The awareness that, okay, this is gonna be where the pushes are coming from, and almost just the pre-aim coming out. It's just really good experience. Now we can see why they're called Neptune's money crew and not, say, Dazzle's money crew or Governor's money crew, because Neptune across both of these maps, they've been showing up so huge.
They were trying to set up Dazzle for the kill, but Dazzle sees Riggs, and before the fault line can even go out, Riggs is quickly taken care of. Governor will use their second overdrive of this game, but is caught with her knife out. No way they get caught with her knife out again. Please? Right now, the fault line, or fast lane will fall, and so will Slicky. That should be a clean finish here as well for Neptune's money crew. Not a whole lot left over in the round for Sad, and with the limited time and the fact they don't have the spike, it's really just economic damage to do. Lemon may very well get caught out as well, and will. It's JTR in a 1v4, far removed from the spike, even further removed from anybody else on Neptune's money crew, and I think as soon as they walk through this door, they should be heard and very quickly taken care of, assuming they even try and take the door.
1v4 indeed does hear some footsteps around the same main area, but the problem for JTR, unfortunately, is that the spike is going to be dropped all the way in that spawn, so to be able to retrieve it by itself is a chore. Like you mentioned, economic damage does seem to be the resort for this unfortunate cipher here. A lot of players not even looking at them if they find the timing quite right, but that's what it all comes down to, timing at the end. JTR doesn't have to stay alive either. All they really have to do is hold on to the economy for the next round and go down in peace, maybe taking a couple of players from Neptune's money crew with them. But none of that's happening. Neptune, they find the lead again. And remember, on a map like Fracture, most teams tend to have a much higher win rate on the attacking side than otherwise. And I think that for Neptune's money crew, it's probably going to be the same, especially considering how much they'd love to get aggressive and attack here. And if they can pull off a 7-5 on defense, I think that that's going to put them in a really good spot. So it's really pivotal for Sad to be able to close out this last round here on this attacking half that they have.
I think when Sad was up 4-2, that was the best spot they've been in a little while. Neptune's mini crew, I mean, barring the obvious notion of, oh, they had the lead, they're in a significantly worse spot now. The Governor finds a return onto Riggs, and Neptune actually finds a kill before they do indeed go down. But Governor's not done just yet, still wants to aggress. May very well just run across, but Adder finds the kill into Lemon, allowing Governor to fully disengage safely. JTR's in yet another 1vx. This time it's against 3, with a Vandal and some utility left over. So it's a possible clutch situation. The problem is, with that Sky Smoke falling, they are soon to follow. And you said it, Neptune's money crew, a 7-5 halftime split, and one they are more than happy with, considering this is A, not their map selection, B, not even their favored side.
Yeah. Now though, on attack, especially with that double duelist combo, I feel like at least for Governor and Dazzle, they've been a bit quiet so far. You have seen them get a couple of kills pushing out from this A main area, but aside from that, I think where this kind of team comp really tends to shine is that attacking side, and it does seem like they're more than ready for it heading into it. They do have a bit of a lead here. It's going to be pretty important for the side of Sat to be able to convert this first pistol round. They have proven that they're really good at these in the past, but it's going to be important for them to be able to close it out, because otherwise they're running the risk of Neptune get to 9 or even 10 if they manage to get like a really good bonus round heading into this particular one. It's just been really nice shots coming out of both sides so far, but Neptune, at least, the more the game progresses, the better their reads seem to be.
Dragon potential really shown there on our Sonian zone replay. The aggression now heading over towards this B side, and they just dust straight through tower. Double Cyber Cage on top of the site, and no defense whatsoever on the site itself. The Sky Smokes to really segregate that site from the rest of spawn. And there's a flank coming through Arcade, but it is so far removed from the rest, and it's already been seen with 3 players now turning their focus in this general direction, that even spawn take can't even seem to develop. A single kill found in the pistol, and Neptune's money crew with an 8th round on the board.
Like I said, the attacking side is where a lot of these super aggressive teams, hyper aggressive teams, tend to shine through and fracture, and you can see exactly why from that round. Just a full-on push into that area, and unfortunately poor JTR just wasn't ready for Dazzle with that satchel right click into his face. Now though, with off the back of that win, they did get the spike plants as well, so it's going to be a lot of money that they have to work with. In fact, Adder will be investing completely into a Vandal here. The rest of the players, you do see a Stinger, 2 Spectres, I think a single Sheriff on the board, but at least significantly, it is going to be weapon-wise the advantage for the side of Neptune's money crew. However, though, this combination between the Aftershock as well as the Pain Shells is going to do so much damage, almost demolishing the players in the tower region there.
Again, an odd position for Sad to be in. They have to retake, and they just do not have the positional control nor the guns to do so. This is just going to be a competition of who can find the kills rather than whether they can find the kills. Nice shot from Lemon. Finds a headshot on a Dazzle, and it does do some economic damage. But in a conversion round, only taking 1 gun away, it's not good enough. It's Sad, now 4 rounds down, and Neptune's money crew finally finding a true stride is, I think, a very much warranted timeout being called.
Yeah, it is going to be the full buy kicking in right now for Sad. They have the weaponry at least to work with those rifles. They want to try and take these long engagements as much as possible to try and find these early picks onto Neptune, because in close range, especially if Adder puts down that stim beacon, those Spectres are going to absolutely shred and demolish anybody who comes in their range. And so far, Neptune's money crew on this attacking side, at least, they do not seem to be able to miss. They've been able to win rounds almost flawlessly for the last 2.5, and it seems like they have no testament of stopping. Like we mentioned, their best game mode that we've seen over the course of these 2 days is W King. They're taking a little bit of a note from Paper Rex in that regard. All they want to do is go forward and go kill, and it seems to be working fine for them as a strat, not gonna lie.
I think this is the best time to call a timeout if you're Sad. I said the timeout was warranted. I think I'll elaborate just a little bit as to why. The main reason, not only did they just lose 5 rounds in a row, they've lost 7 of 8, and most importantly, they're on the defensive side of their own map selection. The best part as well, you could have called a timeout into the pistol or into the conversion, but that's not a time where you can take previous information from a half and take guns and actually do something about it. So now that they have full weaponry, they'll call a timeout, as they just did, and now look to turn it into some level of dominance. They need actionable intelligence, and with the weapons to do so. They have the action. We'll see if they now have the intelligence to turn it into a round victory. Problem is, the walk-in from Governor, all the information required, and the relay bolt just creating so much space. They already have the entirety of sight in their favor on the Neptune's Money Crew side. I think a post-plant now imminent. Wow.
Ooh. Governor finally finds a kill to be able to strike back here. Numbers about to still in favor of Sad, but the trades are quickly coming through. And of course, Governor just slides into the DMs, being able to find that crucial kill here. Dazzle with the showstopper as well, not quite able to top it though. And now it's going to come down to the Neon versus the other two duelists on the map here. At least it is going to be that Boombot not finding their location, but now still has to somehow isolate these fights. And unfortunately for Governor, he will not be able to do so. Lemon, however, along with Riggs, the Jet, and the Raze, they're able to retake successfully, get the defuse, and not only that, they also bait out that showstopper from Dazzle, so that's one less thing that they have to worry about in that next round coming out of Neptune's Money Crew here. A really good round. It keeps them in the game as well, and the only unfortunate thing I would have to say about that round is that they only had 2 players left alive by the end of it, so their economy is going to be in a little bit of a rough spot, because I don't really know what the remaining 3 players can buy up here.
I don't think it's going to be a whole lot, and if that showstopper lands, I think this is a completely different conversation, but just a little slow in the trigger, and the round off the back of it will go this way of Sad. And this is a way back in for them. I talked about needing that timeout. They've finally interrupted the momentum of Neptune's Money Crew, most importantly picked up a round off the back of it, but Neptune's Money Crew apparently could not care less. It is the old W hold. They are sending it onto the A site, and Sad has no clue. If it was a snake, it would have bit them. An early spike plant, site control, and nothing for Sad to work with. Sky Smoke still raining on top of the site, as Sad needs to find a way to re-engage. Fault line will hit nothing but thin air. They want to try and go in through main. A flash even to initiate the peek from Dazzle, but it just does not come through. Paint shells towards main will again do some damage, but not enough to write home about. Adder now looking through the door, but they have no control other than direct sight. Governor not even cleared on top of the site. They may have been swung though from Lemon, and they do find a kill. 1 for 1 though, as Riggs finds one back, but a spray straight through main will do more than enough damage, and Sad has absolutely nothing they can do here. An incendiary on top of the spike, an aftershock just to make sure it is a foregone conclusion, and Neptune's Money Crew hold W, and Sad has to hold S to get the heck out of Dodge as they lose the round.
They hold on to 2 rifles here, but yeah, really, really good round coming out of Neptune's Money Crew. And again, that's another reason why you just don't want to let your opponents get that spike down in a 5v5, because you have, let's see, you have the Paint Shells on the Raze, you have the Nanostorms on the Killjoy, you have the Molly as well as the Orbital Strike on the Brimstone. It's just so much utility that you just have no counter to. It makes things so difficult if you're trying to defuse a spike, and there was, even though Sad were able to get a couple of kills, they just weren't able to get that spike in the end. And now, off the back of that loss, it's going to be them in an equal round, more or less. They do have those 2 weapons they saved, but aside from that, not much else in the bank. And once again, it's just going to be a full-on rush towards this A site. I'm sorry, B site.
Switch up. Sad does stack the general direct sight, and JTR actually finds a double. Looking now use Narrow Theft. Will they fall before it goes off? The second time they will, but Adder's position now known. A paint shell goes through, and they're now forced out of position. And a 1v3 and an advantageous gun round, but they find 2 kills. A 1v1 down to just Slicky. They need to find the kill, but they may not be able to do so. A 1v3 for Adder. A clutch comes through, and Neptune's Money Crew onto 11.
See, that's the kind of teammate you want. Not only do they get the 1v3, they also get that spike blood down for a little bit of extra money in the bank. And just a phenomenal round coming out of Adder. Just the peak, the fake tap of the spike, being able to get those 2 kills in main, and just somehow the way they were able to isolate these fights as well. Really, really good work coming out of Adder here to be able to clutch it up. And I think that's basically going to be the last nail in the coffin if this next round that's coming up, if the side of Sad are not able to convert it, that might be where we have to call it GG's for today's game between these 2 teams at the very least. And despite how close that last round got, it still hasn't stopped Neptune's Money Crew at all. It hasn't even slowed them down.
They are holding W to the fullest extent possible. Rolling Thunder goes through. Finally, Governor shut down. The Overdrive, however, still finds at least 1 kill, and Riggs cannot over-aggress from the main side. Paint Shells shut them down for the time being, and Sad has a very one-dimensional retake. They may attempt the pincer that we saw earlier from Neptune's Money Crew, an unsuccessful one at that, but incendiary lineup being set up. They also have the Orbital Strike, should it be required. This round's over. Sad has no way back in. There's just not enough time.
Yeah, it seems like a bit of a foregone conclusion here, especially with the amount of utility coming. Early orbital strike being invested by Adder here. Not quite able to find anything. Does a lot of damage though. Another showstopper as well. This time around from the sad players. However, the timer is not quite right here. Adder again finding 2 kills, looking for a bit more. It's all down to Riggs, a 1v1 scenario, but Neptune's money crew, they've brought more than enough time for the spike to go off, and it will, getting them to match and series points. Neptune does unfortunately suffer their demise in the process, but all things considered, I think that the economy is looking pretty decent for Neptune's money crew after the last few rounds that they've won in a row. No ultimates left to try and make this round work. Sticky does have the orbital strike to try and work with, but aside from that, it does seem like a foregone conclusion at this point.
This is not looking good. I hate to state the obvious, but it's half my job and half my duty. Neptune's money crew, a 6-round lead. They have won, if I could do quick math, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of 12 rounds. They've been on a tear and have been rushing everything, not wasting any time taking sites. They don't want to play in this series any longer than they have to. They want to make sure they can get off the computers, our next round of 16 matchup can get through, and it seems like that's exactly how they may play this one. Neptune, however, is stunned out by that fault line, but they have to disengage. JTR does so as well, and Neptune's money crew's finally interrupted, but the problem is they've already rotated over to A.
I think that the read is going to be there from Sad here, but it might just be a little bit too late. Dazzler once again going for the showstopper. Once again, a little bit of a Roselle. They're not able to find anything, and now it's going to be the pincer maneuver between these two teams. The remaining players from Sad just stuck between a rock and a hard place as Neptune decimates them. It's all down to the remaining player. Riggs in a 1v3. He does have at least a Vandal to work with. Only one player on site. The spike, it's going to be planted for literally everything here. Has to try to isolate these fights. Goes for a spray onto Adder, but unfortunately none of the shots will connect. If you come at the king, you better not miss, and that's exactly what Neptune's money crew says before they win this series. 2-0, 13-1 on map number 1, 13-6 on map number 2, and it's just a clean victory for them.
They barely had enough rounds in 2 Valorant maps to win a game of Rainbow Six Siege, and that was a dominant victory if I've ever seen one in a best of 3. 13-1 on Haven. It didn't even look like Neptune's money crew lost even that many players, much less that many rounds. And then the 13-6 victory, it again didn't even look that close. And the predominant part of the round victories in the later stages were mostly from the attacking rounds. And it comes down to Neptune's money crew being mechanically better. That is just the conversation. Also, when that was the jousting of raises, Lemon had 12 health, or Lemon had 7 health, and the other Raze had like 5, so they did so much damage and somehow couldn't find the kill.
I respect the jousting, like the fact that Lemon was just willing to get back on that zipline. I'm gonna come for another joust, and Dazzle was like, no, hella, I'm just gonna take you down right here. Yeah, a bit of an awkward interaction, but all things considered, a win is a win.
A win is a win, and a convincing one at Adder, maybe the most outstanding play, if not one of them, through this matchup. And a quick finish to understate the obvious, but a 13-6 finish to reinforce Neptune's money crew as our first guaranteed quarterfinalist here at the Belong Arena Chicago Windy City Valorant Open. And I just got a Twitter DM from Governor, actually. He just sent me a picture of their playbook on the attacking side. That's all it said.
Yeah, they've been watching some APAC VCT. That's all I can say, because that's Paper X who started it. But yeah, they're doing it super well, and I hope that we do see more of this kind of playstyle coming out of them, because it's super fun to watch and cast, for one thing. Like, yeah, I like teams that do defaults and have like really nerdy comps and lineups and stuff, but I also do like this kind of W key game style, because it's high risk, high reward. But hey, if it works, it works.
And even worked back on Haven on the defensive side, no less. If you're going to dominantly take a team, you might as well do so in both quick and stylistic fashion. That's exactly what happens here as the Neptune's money crew moves on to the quarterfinals. 13-1 on Haven, 13-6 on their opponent's map pick of Fracture, no less. But we're going to take a break. When we come back, it's our second matchup here in the round of 16.
One enemy remaining.
Tried to break me down, put this all on me. Tried to make me out to be crazy, and I played along 'cause I didn't wanna lose you. But I think this dream was rotten at its core. Tried to fix these things, patch it up like before, but I was the fool. Went down with a sinking. Went down with a sinking. You were always so good at changing the story up, making me trust your love. You always have your poker face, don't you, babe? You always play it so cool. You tried to break me down, put this all on me. Tried to make me out to be crazy, and I played along 'cause I didn't wanna lose you. Went down with a sinking. Went down with a sinking.
Placing sentry.
One enemy remaining. Player standing. One enemy remaining.
Children used to run and play. Look at all the mess we made. Guess I never know where it went wrong. Sometimes I feel like all that's sad, 'cause viral then people forget. In this crazy world I don't belong. I see fire burning but I close my eyes. I'd rather deny that. Everything is falling out of place. I see trees ripped from the ground but nobody makes a sound. I see fire burning but I'm fine. I am nobody. The future feels so unsure. Didn't we deserve more? The burden that you left is way too heavy for me. Do you ever feel like the world would die out? My anxiety's off the roof, I cry out. We have gone too far, take me back right now. I see fire burn.
go for a coffee?
Yeah, sure.
If you've ever experienced Wild Bill's or had the opportunity to taste our old-fashioned soda pop, you've likely been served by someone who served far more than soda. Veteran-owned and operated, we are more than just a company that sells soda pop. Wild Bill's is an experience that commemorates the memories created with friends and family. Once you've tried one of our 9 refreshing flavors, you'll understand why people keep coming back year after year. You need just purchase a mug, pick any flavor, and pour all day long. Our exclusive mugs are unique for each function, with different styles, each having the event logo to celebrate that special day. And if you run into us again, just bring your mug and pay only $5 to fill up all day.
Cups are awesome.
They have sarsaparilla!
What's your favorite thing here? Nice, good answer.
People love the experience, and kids love pouring from the tap for themselves. Made with pure cane sugar, there's no high fructose corn syrup, which makes for a delicious soda that's nostalgic of a simpler time.
I'm probably going to be refilling this all day.
Wild Bill's services nearly 400 events a year. It's truly about the experience that we deliver and the value we provide, not only to events, but the customers we serve. We truly feel that we add a unique element and something that you can taste, feel, and touch. So try Wild Bill's and taste the wild side.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Next. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Sometimes a disaster, sometimes we are free. Oh, you take the long way to stay close to me. I don't want another, I just wanna breathe. You take me higher, you stay close to me. Oh, I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Oh, I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Sometimes a disaster, sometimes we are free. Oh, you take the long way to stay close to me. I don't want another, I just wanna breathe. You take me higher, you stay close to me. Oh, I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Oh, I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night.
One enemy remaining.
Entombed in my mind, can't seem to break away. Lost in time, thinking about better days. Do you ever get used to the pain? 'Cause I don't know if I can do this again. Now you got me wondering why you let me die alone inside. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. I died for you, why you left me bleeding. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. Tell me why you left me bleeding. Oh, I got lost on the way to you in an orange sky by the ocean blue. Every mile lost, my soul renewed, taken by the sunrise and the golden view. Walking slowly in the mountains underneath the constellations. Yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its meaning, like I'm living in a dream, and I've been chasing all the feelings I need. It's in these moments with words unspoken, my eyes wide open, life tastes so sweet. It's in these moments where all I know is coming into focus, and now I see. It's in these moments. It's in these moments. Oh, I got lost on a winding road in the dark of night with the stars aglow. Heaven's up above, got me below as I head to you like the river flows. Walking slowly in the mountains underneath the constellations. Yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its meaning, like I'm living in a dream, and I've been chasing all the feelings I need. It's in these moments with let your body lead your mind. Can't deny, 'cause it was written in the sky. Let your body lead your mind. Can't deny, 'cause it was written in the sky. One life, one night. Let your body lead your mind. Can't deny, 'cause it was written in the sky.
One enemy remaining. Next. One enemy remaining.
I think it's dawned on me that you ain't coming back. I've lost my chance to see us find our way back. And in the end, amidst these trying times, I'll always try to find you. I'll lie to you to find the truth that you hold back. So stay with me. You know that I'll follow. I can't breathe. Together we'll fall apart. Stay here right in my arms, and we'll start again. So stay with me. Together we'll fall apart. Together we'll fall apart. Together we'll fall apart. We'll fall apart, I know that we're a mess. Then I know that you try your best. And you're calling me to over dramatically talk to me. And it's so funny, you're all I wanted. And I can't talk, want you out of my life, so say none. I'll wait for days if you ain't one. I'll just say none. So stay with me. You know that I'll follow. I can't breathe. Together we'll fall apart. Stay here right in my arms, and we'll start again. So stay So stay with me. Together we'll fall apart.
One enemy remaining.
With me here, you'll never be lonely. It's oh so clear, I've always been falling through a life that's upside down. Somehow you turn me around. So stay another night. 'Cause all we have
digs my holes and don't even know it. In a life that's upside down, somehow you turn me around. So stay another night, 'cause all we have is time.
Hands go up and the lights go out. Pour me up some shots, I'll take another round. 'Cause when the DJ plays that brand new song, I can take one more and party all night long. Hands go up and the lights go out. Pour me up some shots, I'll take another round. 'Cause when the DJ plays that brand new song, I can take one more and party all night long. All night long, 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 all night long.
Tried to make me out to be crazy, and I played got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it, it's electric. Can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. I don't feel it 'cause I love tonight. It's electric. I get lost in your eyes every time, there's no turning back. Swear I ain't got a chance. Had me caught up in you since the night on the terrace, yeah. You had me falling fast. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions. Your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it, it's electric. Can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. I don't feel it 'cause I love tonight. It's Children used to run and play. Look at all the mess we made. Guess I never know where it went wrong. Sometimes I feel like all that's sad, 'cause viral then people forget. In this crazy world I don't belong. I see fire burning but I close my eyes. I'd rather deny that everything is falling out of place. I see trees ripped from the ground but nobody makes a sound. I see fire burning but I'm fine. No, I am nobody. Future feels so unsure. Didn't we deserve more? The burden that you left is way too heavy for me. Do you ever feel like the world would die out? My anxiety's off the roof, I cry out. We have gone too far, take me back right now. I see fire burning but I close my eyes. Everything is falling out of place. I see trees ripped from the ground, but nobody makes a sound. I see fire burning, but I'm fine. I am nobody. Don't play with my heart. Just let me go. Please let me go. You like to love so hard and then you throw it away. You like to open scars and then you blame it on me. You're someone I can never be with. You joke about my flaws and weaknesses. Why'd you love so hard and then just throw it away? You opened up my heart and just to close it on me. Don't blame it on me. Don't blame it on me. So don't you blame it on me. You never knew how bad it was. Guess you never really cared because you said your parents never gave you hugs, and as a child you were never loved. You made me love so hard
Windy City Valorant Open, hosted by Belong Arena Chicago. I'm Tom Blake. Joined alongside me here is Zach Riven. It's our second of two best of threes here on the round of 16, as the second half of squads now take their seats and look to take their matches into the quarterfinals. Our next match, YFP up against Kaiju Corp, as we switch around the bracket a little bit. What do you got for me, Zach?
I think, like you mentioned, this is going to be the second half coming up. If you take a look at the bracket, I do believe that these two teams are respectively the first and the second in their bracket. But
I do not believe this is the YFP roster. So
yeah, we've been
we're gonna
debated.
take a look back at us. Yeah, we originally had things set up for Too Old versus Last Resistance Gold, but with the quick switch of things, we're just going to move straight on. We do have our map bans ready, so we're going to take a look at where we are headed for this best of three matchup. And some surprises, I have to say. Map number 1 of Split, that's chosen by YFP. The ban's not too surprising, but YFP removing Haven, I think, is the most outstanding thing to me.
yeah, I also like the. I mean, if you look at if you look at how these guys were picking the teams, it was like super funny because I believe that, of course, like you mentioned, the Haven was banned, and immediately the counter ban was Bind, and of course, Split being picked. That's really interesting because Split, of course, there have been a little bit of changes to the map that make it a little bit more viable to play, say, if you're attacker sided. But I still think that it's a map that has a little bit of imbalance going on, but it's still like really, really fun to watch and cast both. Map number 2, though, now I find that super interesting because this map, Lotus coming up in this best of 3, it's something that I didn't really expect. So overall, I think this entire veto is something that's really going to be fun to cast. I'm not sure if it's going to be fun to play for both the teams, but it's definitely going to be a pleasure to watch because when it comes down to it, at least I feel like we just don't see enough Split and Lotus. And I'm really happy to see these two maps coming into the mix.
One thing I have to say is YFP is a heavy favorite, not only for this series, but for the tournament as a whole. In the last calendar month, plus a few days, if you go all the way back to the beginning of April, they have lost a total of 6 series. And over a month's time, that doesn't seem like all that much, but they've played in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, this is now 6 tournaments. And a lot of those are opens, where you have to play group stage and then a round of 16 bracket minimum, including an NSG Lockdown Open, which was a round of 32, a different NSG Lockdown Open, which is another round of 32, where they played 3 games in the group stage. They played in CCE UCX, and a couple Knights Gauntlets as well. This is a series where YFP is a favorite, but there are some notable deficits. You saw that pick of Lotus as a second map. We got a screenshot from chat when they were doing bans, and there was, and I quote, "Pick Lotus, ha ha ha, I looked at your VLR." Word for word. So keep an eye on Lotus as the second map, because it seems like there's some Kaiju Corp confidence moving into that map.
I'm very surprised by what they said because it's a map where I believe it's almost a flawless record for YFP on this particular map. Like, they've beaten teams like QOR 13-4. In fact, they've had pretty much dominant victories across the board on this particular map. One of their losses was 11-13 in the NSG Lockdown, the previous one, not the current one. So it's definitely one of their stronger maps. But talking about map number 1, Split. Personally, I'm really excited to see what kind of agent comps are going to be coming up. Of course, for the duelist role, it makes sense that both teams are going to be opting for the Raze. With the amount of tight corners, despite the reworks, I think that this is arguably one of Raze's best maps. And of course, her being picked makes perfect sense. What interests me is that Kaiju Corp, they haven't gone in for the Viper pick, you know? Having that double controller / pseudo sentinel kind of setup that Viper really brings onto Split, I feel like that's unmatched by any other agent of this particular map. And the fact that I know that they have a Cypher, but the fact that they've opted to forego that second controller and just be happy with the current setup they have, I'm not sure if that's gonna backfire onto Kaiju's shoulders here if they misplay it.
This is also a different setup for YFP as well. I'm looking at some of their previous matches, and they do have a fairly consistent agent composition. And I don't think the difference is really how they are set up, but how they're comparing to their opponent in this case. Kaiju Corp obviously bringing in the difference there. There are 8 differentiations of split for the Kaiju Corp team. They are 1, 2, 3, 4... and they are 6 and 2 on this map since the beginning of April. No, beginning of March, sorry. So you're looking at a team that's very confident, and YFP just running it down as they try and rush A.
2 players though, still down to anchor the side, and of course this crossfire between Rebo and Icy immediately finds 2 kills here. Icy though tagged up quite a bit here. The Flash getting away a little bit more information. Alexander jumping down to be able to try and provide a bit of backup here. The 3 remaining players trying to take some heaven. At least they do find a pick, though Temperature finds one before being shut down. And now with the spike in their possession, it does seem like KC, they're on their way towards this B side instead. Once again though, this read, it does seem like YFP are ahead of it. Already the Trailblazer invested to try and find these 2 players. They know that Shock is going to be somewhere around this corner, looking perhaps to take this fight aggressively here. But again, the backup is going to be there from the teammate. And in this 2v4 scenario, it does seem like YFP, they've crossed their I's and dotted their T's, get the last 2 kills as well. And that's going to be the pistol kicking in.
Yeah, Kaiju Corp with some level of difficulty on that attack, and they were having some problems to try and get aggressive, but the main notion as YFP just rotated forward was playing around sound cues and information gathering. As soon as that rush came through, you saw YFP just hold on that defensive side, and they aggressed when they needed to. That's the most important part. They didn't do so all willy-nilly without any information or without any team support, but it was a good round, and overall exactly what YFP needed to open things away.
Now though, with no plant, of course, it's going to be basically a full eco coming in for the side of KC here, who are looking just a little bit shaky. I mean, after that pistol round, they were kind of caught in that crossfire brutally on multiple fronts. Now though, they're looking to take it a little bit more slowly against this attack coming in, and they're just happy to wait it out. They know that the weapons at the hands of YFPs, it's going to probably trigger a kind of push coming through, and you do see Alexander going in for a couple of picks, does quite a bit of chip damage, in fact, to one of the players. But apart from that, still, they're going to be staying alive and aggressing further, in fact, forcing the dash out finally before they go down.
Temperature still just playing for mid-control as well, and Kaiju Corp's having some difficulties gaining control of sites or full realms of control as well. As they walk in through mid, they're still being held from the vent side. Perfect guiding light around the corner. Shank finds one, is returned on by Ghosty, who actually finds a double and can retrieve a gun. This is significantly more difficult, but Icy, recuperating the losses for the squad, finds a kill, almost able to find the second, but a team flash will force them away from that second opportunity. I mean, I'm out of though. Rebo with a kill of their own, Abe quickly taken care of, and Yumsta no longer for this round. YFP only lose 2 players and do indeed convert on that conversion round.
I think they did drop a Spectre, but all things considered, I think it's a pretty good round coming out of them in that anti-eco. Some good damage done, though, by Ghosty here, being able to get not 1 but 2 with just a classic. That's pretty commendable right there. But now in this bonus round, I'm pretty interested to see how exactly YFP are going to be playing this. They do still have some weaponry in hand, of course, and that Phantom that in the hands of Temperature that they saved from the last round. But apart from that, it doesn't seem like they're going to be investing significantly into this round, so this is still a bonus at the end of the day.
On an aggressive one at that. Yumsta, however, not caught out by the guiding light, so Alexander, the first one to fall, and quickly so. And Yumsta, even taking a little bit of damage, will be healed right back up, courtesy of the overgrowth. So not too much damage done in the early stages, and in these later fights with more players alive, Kaiju Corp is favored with more controllers, but the problem is, you lose the fights, you're even more dropped away. Ghosty does find a kill back though, so still a 1-for-1 trade in the later stages, and Kaiju Corp retain the man advantage.
Temperature, though, still kind of locking down the CT angle. The spike does go down. Quite a bit of damage being done to the sky here, unfortunately, thanks to that aftershock. But numbers advantage still remains in the hands of these KC players as they maintain site control. And it's not just site that they have, right? They also have control of ramp as well, ready to fight it. Abe, there to be that point of contact towards main. Ghosty, though, finds the timing as well towards the CT, and just like that, all three players that remain on the side of YFP, they fall apart. And the bonus round, it's some damage done. Yes, they do take down 2 rifles, but at the end of the day, I think that for the side of KC, it's the round 1. They got the spike planted. They managed to get quite a few of these ultimates up to scratch, 2 away from that showstopper on Ghosty, and 2 away from that Cosmic Divide as well for rapidly on that Astra. I think that both of these players, I think both of these ultimates, if they can fire them up in this round, it might be the difference maker against the full buy that YFP have coming in.
That goes there. Yes.
We'll purchase for both teams. First real gun round now coming through, and Kaiju Corp, well, whatever advantage they had in terms of weaponry is now mostly taken care of. There is only a Bulldog for one of the members of YFP, but it's not the end of the world by any means. Decent bit of mid control. Seems like a B split that is primed for the taking in this 4th round of play. And if they go quickly, they have a better opportunity, but they may very well walk into a stack of utility. Big Spuds throws in the Trailblazer, but they have to disengage. They even had to smoke themselves off because of the fact there was a Cypher cage up, and that one way could have been a detriment to their push through.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Shunk does commit a flash towards mid for some information, but doesn't quite catch anything despite there being 2 players. They're going to be just happy to hide it down in that Astra smoke. With 30 seconds having elapsed on the clock, no real control has been found towards any side of the map by the side of YFB. They're just kind of taking it slow here. And off the back of that, KC, they look a bit slowed down. They don't... In the remaining time, they have to kind of go take the spike somewhere, and it does seem like they want to go towards the A side, which is a good read because there is only going to be Rebo trying to anchor it down solo. However, there is a Viper wall available that might cause a little bit of concentration in the ranks as well if they're not careful.
Rebo needs to activate for at least 1 on the site. If they're taken out without finding a possible trade, they're going to run into a lot more problems than they can solve. But a single kill would make it a lot easier. Guiding Light misses. It's actually a team flash. Yumstup forced off, and Icy finds a kill into Abe. The paint shells will split the rest of this squad, and that may very well be the round. Kaiju Corp have no time. They can't even pick up the spike. Ghosty walks straight forward. The Guiding Light lands onto Rebo, though, so at a bare minimum, they pick up a follow-up kill. But Alexander with the double will line him up and knock him down, even through the smoke. And YFP win the first real gun round here on Split.
Yeah, it was a really slow round, but at the end of it, of course, huge play coming out of Rebo. Just the call, the presence of mind to get the rotation in, and even after Rebo got that first kill, you could see that the squad was raring to go, pushing it through CT, giving them the backup that they really needed to be able to hold on to the side. Really, really good work coming out of YFP here to be able to hold on so strong. And off the back of that, the strength of that round, they're going to have that Cosmic Divide ready to go. In fact, every single player is pretty close to their ultimate, so it's just a couple of just one multi-frag that's going to give a player their ult. Once again, Shonk going for that early info. This time, though, it actually connects, and, well, that's going to be some knowledge that at least there's going to be some heavy mid-presence.
Fault line forward finds thin air, and that's about it. But YFP, their level of aggression is not hindered a lot by the Kaiju Corp playstyle. Rather, it's changed by how Kaiju Corp has tried to take a lot of real estate in the early stages of rounds, where you try and take early gunfights, but it doesn't really work for you. Now you take early information, but Ghosty still wins the fight. And Kaiju Corp now open with a man advantage. Paint Shells looking to return will do a decent bit, and there's no way Ghosty survives that, and they will not. They will die straight to the Paint Shells, and a 3v3 is now things settle down a small amount at a bare minimum.
That was such a nice paint shell coming out of Alexander there to be able to just trap Ghosty and leave them with no escape despite them getting a kill. Huge work coming out of them, bringing things back down to a 3v3 here. Icy, though, has their setup on this ace site. Off the back of the Cyber Cage, we'll be able to cross back in, and now we'll be trying to anchor it down, play off the back of that utility. Last time we did see Rebo in the same position. Now it's Icy's turn. Cosmic Divide, though, coming through, and that's gonna let Icy find a little bit more space towards the back of the site. They have to go huge here, find a couple of kills, but unfortunately Abe will deny that presence.
Oh, Temperature doesn't disengage, though. They find a single kill and had to back away, and now it's a true 1 versus 2. The Cosmic Divide is now null and void. A quick rotation, though, so there is still a pretty good shot. The Seeker will find information, but Rebo's gonna swing before it even fully activates. They will now look to take the fight with it, make sure they don't get stunned, and slow things down, but they still have to discern where both of these two players are. They have no stars remaining, no extra information gathering either. It is pure face checks and face checks alone. They will mask their drop with a shot of just 1 phantom bullet, but with 9 bullets remaining, it seems to be a save. Rebo cannot argue themselves into taking this, but it will re-aggress instead. Big Spud's looking the wrong way. They may be able to find one, but they miss the shot, and Rapid will swing for the kill. Kaiju Corp bring one back and bring the deficit to just 1.
Great round coming out of them. And more than that, that's going to kind of shut down or leave the economy off the side of YFP in a very awkward position. Because, of course, 3 of their players can buy up comfortably, but the remaining 2, they're going to be stuck on Sheriffs or Stingers and the like. And just this kill coming out, I see being shut down there, Cypher utility no more into play. It's a really, really crucial impact kill, because that's what opened up the side for that take in the first place. And after that post plant was pretty easy. Temperature was able to drop the spike, but like you mentioned, not being able to hold on to it caused like an even bigger problem. And of course, knowing the economic situation, it's going to be a really, really quick hit onto this A site.
Such a complete difference from the previous round, though. Instead of over-aggressing, YFP are just fully disengaging and are playing for a full retake as a team. There's a Rolling Thunder available. Watch for that as an initiation tool to get back on the site. This Cosmic Divide will drop in the next few seconds, and after it does so, YFP is going to want to send it, and they have the tools to do so. Fault Line and Rolling Thunder now being prepped, but Yumsta on this flank already taking full screens control, and Temperature's not aware of the possibility and will fall because of it. A 1-for-1 trade in the round, though, and YFP are coming back with a vengeance. The showstopper will be used, but to absolutely no effect. It's not even needed. It will finally go through, but Icy finds the kill before it's required, and YFP, one of the cleaner of retakes, even with lineups being played.
Really, really good round coming out of them, and I think that's what YFP really needed, because they managed to bait out almost all of the ults. All they have to really worry about now is that Viper split in the hands of Abe. I don't know if we're going to be really seeing it, though, because off the back of that round, it's going to be an economic deficit for the side of KC instead. So that's going to make things a bit more difficult. Shonk and IC also both have their ultimates ready. So YFP, it does seem like the odds are kind of in their favor. For the side of KC, it does seem like Baked Spuds is considering whether they should buy in on a hero rifle or not. But at the end of the round, it's just going to be a Bulldog in their hands. And with just the Bulldog and the Bladestorm, that's a lot of work that these players have to do.
Walking into 4 separate players, though, all stacked up around the B side. Guiding Light around the corner will find 3 separate players. Shank will find 1, but the return Guiding Light actually forces Alexander back. A 2-for-1 trade, though, they're more than happy with that. Paint shells to create even more space, and every feasible difficulty that Kaiju Corp could run into, they do. There's no more real estate on the B side. There's Aftershocks forcing them back, and there's still 3 players on this side of the map. Ghosty is swinging with a fraction of health. They're quickly taken care of. A follow-up from Temperature onto Yumsta's head as well. And Rapid in a 1 versus 4 with a Marshall. Check that. Spectre? Whatever gun that was.
I think it was a Vandal or a Bulldog. Yeah, it's a Bulldog that their teammate had, but unfortunately, in the attempt to pick it up, it is going to be their HP absolutely melted down. 20 HP in a Dream. At least they have control of the spike, but they have like almost nowhere to plant it. They have to make their way onto site somehow to even get that extra little bit of economic bonus. And with 30 seconds left and 20 HP, I don't know how much more they can really do here.
30 seconds left.
I'm going to say walk to their demise. That's probably their best bet. How quickly they die is really the question, but it's not a question of if they die, more of when and who too. They do find a kill, and will actually pick up an extra ultimate orb, so hey, some extra ult points to try and bring back that Cosmic Divide. They walk into a crossfire, Rebo will be the one to take out their doppelganger, and YFP pick up a 3-round lead. Clean round overall from them, and good setup on the B site most importantly.
Yeah, they were going again for some early aggression there. Shonk off the back of the flash, able to convert too. But even after losing a player, I like that the side of YFP, they had the discipline to just kind of hold on. Like, yeah, Shonk gets these kills, finally gets shut down. A lot of times you see kind of like a negative-sum game where players try to just push in further and they get taken aback. But despite losing that gun, they were happy to just play for the side. They had the advantage at that point and were more than ready to capitalize off the back of that. Now, though, 5-2, this is going to be a gun round, once again, buying in for both of these teams. Abe does have that Viper spit. Getting that down is going to be a priority once that spike goes down, because that ultimate, it can make or break the round, especially if you have like a little bit of a player disadvantage.
Can't afford to force the Viper into taking fights to try and gain control. You lose that Viper, you lose the Viper's Pit, you lose the ultimate to play off the post plant, and that entire strat becomes null and void. Spray does a little bit of damage. Oh, Temperature, second attempt though. Drops Yumsta. Opening kill goes away a YFP for the 45th time in 8 rounds. And it's a scary subject to kick things away. Kaiju Corp again having some lackluster openings, but they still have a decent bit of map control to show for it.
However, the fact that their jet has gone down, it's going to make things a little bit more difficult when they need to make space. They do still have Ghosty with the satchels, but without that smoke dash causing a little bit of pandemonium inside, it's going to make things a little bit more difficult. It does seem like the side of YFB, they're ready for this B split that's coming through. It's more of a mid push, actually, but KC, after seeing the amount of opposition that they're facing on that side, they're just gonna try to go around.
Oh, but Abe's already been caught in the trap wire. That should be the indication to rotate over. Seeker's now being used just to hinder the push even more. And problems mounting here for Kaiju Corp. They need site control, and they're walking straight into the screen's control. But Shunk does die, so they will indeed get that spike plant. But Alexander, trying to shut it down even further, will only find one before they're taken care of. And there's that all-important Viper spin. Not used directly on the site, instead in the open area, trying to gain even more site control. But the Neural Theft now being used, making that Viper spit null and void. The drop from heaven. And a double up. No, it's Rebo to run out of ammo. And Temperature to find the 3K. YFP a clinical retake once more here on the A side.
I think that's like Temperature's second or third kill through the smoke, and it's only been like 8 rounds. Man knows exactly where to spray, but overall, really good round coming out of YFP. And off the back of that loss, a bit devastating, I gotta say. It's gonna be the time of finally being called by Abe. So talking about the defense that the side of YFP is putting up, they are playing, I would call their playstyle measured aggression. After the W Gaming Fun Fiesta that Neptune treated us to in that previous series, this one, it's a little bit more patient, it's a little bit more calm, but you still do see moments of aggression here. Like, for example, in this pistol round, you see that Rebo and Icy weren't exactly afraid to go for the kills. Last round, in fact, you saw Alexander just ready to rush into site to try and run them down. And you see, the utility that the side of Kaiju have, it's based off of post plan. You saw that Abe was trying to go for those Viper lineups in one of those rounds, but unfortunately for them, YFP, they're giving them not a single second to breathe here. Even when that spike goes down, the moment it does, or even before, the retake is already on its way here, and there's just no time for them to really set up and chill and get ready for everything else.
Prep work has been there for YFP. They chose the map for a reason, and Kaiju Corp understandably chose the attacking side. It's split. It's been attacker favored since beta. Let's be real with each other here. But YFP doing their homework has really set themselves up for success. Temperature faking the fact that they wanted to try and use the Rolling Thunder. They may have misclicked. But YFP, I'm still curious as to how their default setups are. Because it still seems like they want to stack one side or the other in seemingly every single round, just as a generic default.
I think they heard you. It is going to be a bit more of a peaceful play here. Sort of a mid/A push. Probably trying to converge on that one player playing advance if necessary. Abe, though, managing to walk almost all the way up to heaven, aware that there are going to be multiple players down in this area of the map, and tries to go for the vents push instead. Might be able to find the timing, in fact, as in the meantime, the Rolling Thunder comes down towards mid, and unfortunately, off the back of it, Temperature finds absolutely nothing.
They use a lot of utility as well. Aftershock, a couple bits of utility off the back of that as well from the rest of the team. Fault line even from himself as well. And it's an odd position early, but it turns out that Kaiju Corp just want to go B anyway. They're walking straight into a pseudo stack. Icy playing right below the Heaven walkout, and Kaiju Corp need to make a decision, and the decision seems to be finally made. It's going back to A. The problem is that split may very well be caught out from the side. Icy needs to check their left corner, just hanging out in elbows the Viper. They may very well walk into each other, and they will! Almost still finding the kill, but the gun is retrieved. Rebo on the backside of the A site has given themselves a little bit of room to work with, especially with the Vandal out. Will find a follow-up kill, a double for themselves in a round with help from Alexander. It's YFP still to win it. 2 ships passing in the night on the B side, but YFP with a missile sending straight to Kaiju Corp's hull as they'll be broken down on the A site.
A little bit unfortunate for the side of Kaiju Corp. They do find these 2 crucial picks, and they're able to pick up weapons as well, but with the clock ticking and the spike itself being dropped onto this A side, once again, Rebo is able to just be that anchor that his team desperately needs, being able to just pop off and find not 1, but 2 kills, and by the time that trade potential even comes to fruition in the hands of KC, Alexander is already there. These rotations from YFP are just phenomenal, almost like preempting whatever moves the side of KC are making.
Time a lot more dedication towards mid control for YFP. They will disengage a little bit. Good Guiding Light finds 3 players. Stunk still waiting on the backside of the Heaven boxes as well. And with some help from Temperature, they're looking to reswing. Shank finds an opener, looking for more. Double flash from Temperature just to create even more space, but it's Alexander to find the follow-up kill, and they're on a sliver of health left over. Any gun in the game, even looking in their general direction, would result in a quick death, but it's still YFP with both the opening openers.
Pretty huge kill there as well. Both the duelists are gone, so they have no utility that can really create space aggressively. They're going to have to depend on mistakes being made by YFP as well as whatever picks they can find before they can really aggress anywhere else. That's just a nasty off angle that Temperature's holding here. If Abe decides to push forward, tries to jump down, that's going to be a free kill. But perhaps realizing that it's going to be them trying to rotate over, find something else on another side of the map instead. They don't really, it doesn't seem like they really want to contest this heaven area. Though with the clock ticking down, they kind of have to go in for this B split. It's now or never.
There has to be some level of dedication. Seems like the decision has finally again been made, but Kaiju Corp repeatedly is taking a little bit too long to make those decisions, no matter how good they may very well be. Gravity Well misses. Rapid will still be caught by the fault line, but with some help from up above, Bake will find the kill. Icy stuck in the back corner of sight, won't even be able to find a kill. Distracted a small amount by the Seekers, but Shonk on the other side of the Cosmic Divide may very well be able to deny the Spike plant, but only finds the cover. Spike will still go down, but in a 3 versus 1, Bake Spuds has a sliver of health, of which is quickly torn away. Reba with a double, Shunk taking out the early coverage, and YFP again a good retake. Now 8 rounds to their name.
8-2 right now. The scoreline not looking the greatest for KC here. I know that a lot of teams do better on defense on this particular map, and perhaps that might be what they really need to kind of kick things into gear. But the way YFP are playing this so far, it seems like they've dotted their T's and crossed their dotted their I's and crossed their T's. They're not really leaving much room to chance. Even though they're so far ahead, you just see the discipline kind of soaking into these players. They go for these double swings. If there is somebody anchoring down on site, you immediately see somebody rotating over to try and refrag them or even give them the backup that they need, and it's just really beautiful gameplay coming out of the side of YFP.
YFP is also a very adjustable team. The last time we saw them make a mistake, it was the round they lost. It was Temperature re-swinging outside of screens unnecessarily, and then subsequently losing the 1 versus 2 for their Astra. Since then, not a single time have we seen YFP notably over-aggress in the later stages of the round. Here's help from Alexander, an opening kill, and Yumsta is already low. Double blast pack out, Alexander's been hitting training grounds, and they will just disengage fully. YFP finds an opener, is happy with the damage they've done, finds a follow-up kill as well, and then just fully backs away.
The HP on Sky as well. That's going to be a player who's tagged up, and I don't know if YFP know exactly how much, but that's going to make things even more rougher for KC. This is the second round in a row, or third round in a row, where within the first 20 seconds of the round, they've lost half of their team almost, and they're kind of just left together to pick up the pieces. I think after this round, their buy is going to be pretty bad as well, so they're going to have to be really careful with how exactly they want to play this. Alexander goes foraging down towards the mid of the map, but instead of finding kills, he just takes a lot of damage instead. That's a really good opener.
Temperature still finds a kill into Bake Spuds even before falling, and Alexander playing down below was healed up, canceled because of the overgrowth, and Rapid will find one, and then is quickly taken care of. Shank will find the return, and YFP clinical, I think, is the best descriptor of their defensive side. Opening kill, disengage. Follow-up kill, disengage. Only take fights either A, when you have to, or B, when it mostly favors you. And that's exactly been the case since, what, round number 5? It's been amazing.
6 rounds in a row, possibility of the 7th here if they play their cards right. Last round and a half as well, and unfortunately for the side of KC, economy, like we talked about, not in the best spot. They at least do have 2 rifles available, but apart from that, it's a really scrappy bite that they'll have to try and deal with. After the default strategy hasn't quite worked out, it does seem like they're once again going for that 5-player push strat. Alexander already being able to find that first kill off the back of those trips, gets a second as well with the help of his pain shells, and now it's going to be looking for more here as the 3 remaining players are just going to be stuck towards this A side, and now it's all down to Bake Spuds, know exactly where they are, hit by the Sky Trailblazer as well, stunned to oblivion, and that's a 10-2 coming in for YFP. Phenomenal work.
Switching sides.
Something you see on TikTok where you dedicate every bit of remaining utility when you have like 5 initiators on one team, and you just keep stunning and flashing and stunning and flashing somebody when they're in a 1v5, just to drill in the fact that your team's better than them. That's what that felt like in the later stages. And it was such a clean finish again for YFP. The playstyle for them has been about as consistent as can be. Finding opening kills and then not having to play for another. They are playing around the fact that they are picking up those opening kills, not only based off the fact that they are mechanically gifted, but also around their playstyle. They're playing around not only one another, but the utility they bring to the round as well. That single round, the one you just saw where Rapid got the final kill, That was the last time we saw a notable mistake from YFP. Since then, it is not only 7 straight rounds, but consistent and decisive ones at that. And, oh no, a 2-for-1 trade here for YFP to open things up. And they can just re-engage on the B side. If they want to send it now, they have more than an opportunity to do so.
The awareness of the flank seemed to be there as well as Shank finds that final kill. 2 more left to go. 2v3 scenario, numbers advantage, and the spike position still in the hands of YFP here, who after making all that pandemonium towards B, are looking to just go back. They managed to bait Spuds into pushing out, and Temperature off the back of that, able to find that kill. It's all down to just Astra now. Like we mentioned, 1v3 scenario, the flash will give away information that that's where this player is. Tries to get more, however, Rebel will be able to swing back around and get that trade. YFP, I think they'll be able to get the spike down as well, so they get that extra money. And now with 11-2, the dilemma has to be, does KC play for overtime, or do they just try to win this round and get however much they can? Do they force here or not? That seems to be the question that they're facing right now.
Unpopular opinion. My personal opinion is when you're a significant margin away from tying things up, at that point just play for overtime. Because you can't afford to fully reinvest here and then have nothing next round. Because as of right now, if they lose, they're going to have no cash. They're going to have no credits. They're going to have no shot at coming back. But if they lose this and then still have credits left over, they're going to have a better full buy. They're going to be able to win the bonus, or the anti-bonus. And that gives you a better shot long term. I think buying up and investing to try and deny match point is really short-sighted. And that's the thought style I live by in ranked. The rest of my team never does. They always want to be like, oh, we can deny the win. It never works. We always lose. But it's a thought process, at least.
I got the spike.
Talking about thought processes, though, YFP, like we talked about, a bit of an awkward buy coming in for them. They still are insisting on forcing up, but this judge from Abe, it might be the difference maker here. Unfortunately, the flash, that's gorgeous work coming out of YFP, and Temperature is able to connect the kill off the back of that guiding light. Huge kill there. That's going to free up ramp control just a little bit, and it does look like the players from the side of YFP, they're looking to go towards side instead now, if not rotate over fully.
Fully changing their purview as well. And with that kill onto the Viper, losing one of your 2 controllers, and really playing around the Viper in the earlier stages of a lot of these rounds as well, is a massive hindrance to this YFP hold, or the hold of YFP. And they seem to want to go B, and there's not a whole lot that could stop them. The Astra, maybe, if they can get off the utility in time, but full dedication onto the site. This is going to be a post plan. How successful, that's the real question.
10 seconds left.
All depends on their positioning. At least they should be able to get that spike down. Now, nothing really that can stop it. Nothing in the arsenal of these players from the side of KC, unfortunately. Now it's all down to Icy here. A 1v3 scenario. And unfortunately, not much going to be coming up. Match points for the side of YFP. One break from closing it out on their map pick. And KC, I don't know what else they have left in the tank. They did invest quite a bit into that particular round. They're going to be the same position of an awkward buy right now as well. I see 2 Bulldogs, a Stinger, a Spectre, and the last player with... I don't even know if they have enough to buy Spectre without life armor. So things not looking the greatest for them, at least financially, right now, as well as when it comes to the number of rounds. In fact, they've been looking a little bit... disjointed, for lack of a better phrase, for the last 20 minutes. They had a few good moments in that first half, but since the side swap happened, they just look listless, and this is their last chance to turn it around. EduCorp's predominant part of their defensive side has been playing around mistakes, and YFP just does not make any. This may very well be the end of this map. They walk straight through. Yumsta's quickly taken care of. Big Spuds finds a consolation frag, but the re-aggression from Alexander is so clean and clinical. Temperature enveloping Abe on the site itself, and Rapid in a 1 versus 4 has an Ares and a few stars remaining, but no health whatsoever. Icy will clothesline them with the Bulldog, and YFP make it a quick 13-2 victory here on Split. You know, for all the fact that it was a 13-2, it didn't feel very quick, because a lot of these rounds, it did come down to like a 3v3 or 2v2 situation in like the last 10 seconds of the round. You saw a lot of like really, really good anchoring plays coming out, especially from Rebo. Huge credit to the Astra there, just being able to get a couple of kills, playing their own smoke, and of course, Alexander. Not only did they pop off on the race, they were just that constant backup that was willing to jump into a fight time and time again, so many rounds. And overall, I think YFP, they were just such a good team that their dynamic as a team was just absolutely immaculate.
One enemy remaining. 30.
Everybody's agreeing on the playstyle as well. They know exactly how they want to play on the defensive side. And ever since making that fatal mistake to give Kaiju Corp that second round, it was team play through and through. And it's scary when YFP as a squad, who is, again, a favorite for the tournament, is showing up as a squad. Wild kill, by the way. Icy just not clearing corner with no real rhyme or reason to need to do so. It's still funny, kind of, to do so. Alexander, another comical pick with the paint shells, or actually a showstopper as well as a follow-up on the Ghosty. And that seemed to be the story of this one. Unfortunate finish, to say the least there, but one I can't say it was too unexpected. It is split, and it was their map pick.
For their map pick, though, that is gonna be map number 1 done with 13-2 in favor of YFP, but we're not done with the series yet because we do have map number 2, which I believe is Lotus coming up. And K Corp, well, they said, quote unquote, if I remember correctly, we saw your VLR. So I think we're gonna be going to a short break while the rest of us go check out their VLR as well and see what exact surprises these teams have coming up for us on Lotus.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
Ready. Piss off. Listen up.
One enemy remaining.
My ult.
Phone cage trigger. Careful now.
Only one way to describe it. It's electric. Can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric. I'm up in my feelings. I double feel 'cause I love it tonight. It's I get lost in your eyes every time. There's no turning back. Swear I ain't got a chance. Had me caught up in you since the night on the terrace. Yeah, you had me falling fast. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions. Your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to Children used to run and play. Look at all the mess we made. Guess I'll never know where it went wrong. Sometimes I feel like, oh, that's sad, 'cause viral then people forget. In this crazy world I don't belong. I see fire burning, but I close my eyes. I'd rather deny that. Everything is falling out of place. I see trees ripped from the ground, but nobody makes a sound. I see fire burning, but I'm fine. No, I'm nobody. The future feels so unsure. Didn't we deserve more? The burden that you left is way too heavy for me. Do you ever feel like the world would die out? My anxiety's off the roof, I cry out. We have gone too far, take me back right now. I see fire burning, but I close my eyes. I'd rather deny that. Everything is
And again, a blowout map 1. But map 2, certainly a possibility to be a little bit more closer. It's the map pick of the other side this time around, as Kaiju Corp did indeed select Lotus. What has to change for them, apart from the obvious of winning gunfights?
I mean, if you're just gonna ignore the difference, I think the main thing is that they're kind of like, they seem a little bit disjointed, uncoordinated when it comes to approaches. Like, I mean, on their attacking half, for example, they seem to really struggle with finding ideal trades. So I think that when it comes to a team like YFP, which have proven to deal with them with a dose of measured aggression and caution, they're just taking kind of unfavorable fights. Like a lot of those rounds, they knew for a fact, or they expected that Rebo was, or there was one player from YFP anchoring the side, and the rounds where they peaked together, where they swung together, they were able to kind of take out Icy. But a lot of the times they went in one by one, and it's just, there was just no trade potential because of how YFP were playing. And I think on Lotus in particular, considering how small these sites are, they're gonna have to be really, really careful about the angles they take and how they're gonna be playing it. Looking at these team comps though, what comes to your mind here?
The team comps are always a massive question, especially on Lotus. The newest Agent Gecko is usually, if you see him at all, this would be the map in which you do so. Nothing too different there for Kaiju Corp. I do like their double controller composition again, but I have to say, actually, sides are switched again. YFP is in the attack, so I like YFP's decision to bring in the double controller, assuming, of course, temperature locks that in. But I think the different setup here is seeing how Kaiju Corp on the defensive side can really flourish, considering they're not bringing in what I honestly think they relied a little bit too much on in the previous map.
One thing I'm surprised by is this race pick coming out for Ghosty for the side of Kaiju, but they don't have a breach or a fade here. A lot of those times you tend to go in for that early control on defense on this particular map with the help of those two agents, but without any kind of extra utility to be able to force these teams to take additional paint shell damage. It's just curious to see how exactly they're going to be managing this. One more thing that I think that teams in general need, like sometimes the best teams at least that play on Lotus understand, is that this map, for the first 30 seconds, it's pretty defender sided because they can take up a lot of space and get some early control and maybe even get a pick or two. But after that, the attackers, they have time to creep up and kind of do as much damage as they like and just be able to catch very aggressive positions that are being held without backup by the defenders here. And another thing that's really in the favor of these attackers is quick rotations, especially from that A to B site. if they manage to break open that door, if it's not broken open already or there's nobody holding it, there's just a potential for some really, really quick rotations to come through. And I think a lot of those times that really makes a difference. And seeing that it is going to be the side of YFP starting off on attack here, I'm intrigued to see what exactly they're going to be doing.
It seems like a B rush, at least from the first like indicative buy phase. They want to try and put a little bit pressure onto A, at least indicate they could be in the general vicinity. But it seems like they just want to send it onto B, and if they drop that trap wire and just walk straight past it, they could have an early spike plant. They already have the toxic screen set up, and watch for the aggression. They've already broken it. They could go, but instead, it seems like the transition over to C, and this one's actually defended.
Just gonna be one player here. Still some Cypher utility available. But unfortunately, caught while watching the camera, Alexander will be there for the punish with the help of that frenzy. First blood going in favor of YFP once again. And YFP, they're not stopping with getting that spike down, perhaps expecting this backstab coming through. Temperature does get that information. They've already taken control of CT, and they have so much space to work with here.
The flank, unfortunately, too much of a dedication for the Kaiju Corp's side. They fully send themselves in through long. 1-for-1 trade somewhat goes their way, but they still want to try and play aggressive. Alexander brings one back and a follow-up as well. Yumsto will find only one kill for their troubles before eventually being taken care of. And YFP, again, a pistol round victory here, this time on Lotus.
One that they used really well as well. I feel so bad for Abe just watching the camera, and suddenly Alexander's like, hello there, with the frenzy in their face. That's just a really, really sad interaction to have. But that's the problem with this particular map. A lot of times teams, they like to get aggressive on A side because that's where the default usually has a little bit of information seeking or traction. And because of that, they invest heavily. You saw 3 players from the side of KC going for a push there, but reading that perfectly, it was just YFP going towards the opposite side of the map, booking it, running it down, and they were able to just find those kills. And once again, Temperature just finds it.
The opener again goes the way of YFP, and they have so much ground to work with as well. Another onto Ghosty as they over-aggress in through mid. That was through a smoke! What is this guy doing? Temperature's gross. He's overheating, but apparently, if you can't handle the heat, get out of the kitchen.
Here.
Or if you can't handle the generic temperature, get out of the kitchen. Insert cricket sound here.
I don't know if I should be asking the team who let them cook, or ask you who let you cook, because that was a very good one. But yeah, still, it's all down to just baked spuds here, looking very, very torn apart and roasted, for lack of a better phrase, as that Marshall shot from Temperature catches them in the foot. Just a sliver of HP and a dream left as that spike goes down. At least for their part, KC, they've done a little bit of damage with just these pistols on hand, finding 2 picks already. But now these remaining 3, they have a lot of work to do here. Turret going out does get immediately broken, so at least that's not going to be the cause of death for Baked Spuds. But now they know exactly where this last player is, and just the discipline from YFP to be able to hold on and not make a move too quick and lose something. That's very measured. I like that.
Again, YFP playing patience. No real reason for them to over-aggress. They're not trying to make up for lost real estate, lost manpower, or, well, a lost spike plant. Nanostorm goes in, Temperature's gonna swing, and they will find their 3k. 2 with a Marshall, 1 through a smoke, and here with Spectre for the third. YFP, not a clean conversion round, but pretty good. Saves over 2 Bulldogs and a Spectre. All in all, decent closeout for him.
I see also with the money to be able to upgrade to a Vandal here, that's pretty huge. That's going to be something that could make or break the difference here. On a map like Lotus, you know, especially if you're taking fights towards this B side of the map, or even inside C, once you make your way past that longer angle that you can hold from the back, these Spectres can be devastating. And perhaps realizing that it's going to be a very, very quick, aggressive push towards these players on this A side here. A 3-stack, in fact, for the side of KC. But with this aggression coming out of Alexander, it might be really devastating if any of them decide to just solo hold here. And honestly, Alexander is considering just pushing into that B side instead, as his default kind of just works the map, trying to find some spaces in it.
So again, or at least for the first time, they're headed towards A. But again, they have some level of an advantage. This time it's more towards real estate than manpower. Dark cover goes towards the backside of CT. Ghosty forced away a little bit, but Big Spud still finds the opener from up above. A follow-up from Yumsta, but Alexander still able to find a refrag, and Yumsta has to worry about the backside of the site, but wasn't aware of it. And Alexander finds a double because of it. Rapid, a little bit too far away to deny this spike plant. Can't swing without risks coming through from the main side.
remaining.
And again, a retake is required, but Icy immediately dropping Rapid. As soon as the smoke that was covering them falls, they do as well. And Abe with a 1 versus 3 required, they're going to find anything. YFP, a clean bonus round, rifles saved over, and clinical to open up Lotus.
That was just beautiful work coming out of Alexander. They're being able to get that initial space, pushing up for his team, breaking down that door as well, and immediately after just creating enough hesitation that they were able to just push onto site and find those trades and opening kills, switching to the Vandal as well to be able to shut down Yumsta after they got that 1 pick. It's just huge work coming out, and now the economy, it's going to be in shambles for the side of KC. Just 1 Marshall in the hands of Yumsta. No ultimates to really work with either. No Blade Storm for Yumsta to try and facilitate this kind of eco round with. For YFP though, everything seems to be going their way. Alexander does get shut down in the beginning. That's going to be the showstopper taken offline, but still, it's a 1-for-1 trade, which is not too bad.
Could be much worse, especially considering for Kaiju Corp, they've done a decent bit of damage across as well. But Rebo's walking in, should be seen by the camera, and is, so information gathering to start things off. But Rebo's going to walk in, they've taken care of the trapwire, and they want to go. But Abe, before falling, will at least pick up Icy. And again, it's health advantage, but not a mana advantage, nor a real estate control. And Kaiju Corp, for the upteenth time in this series, will have to retake onto a site they have very little control of.
The one thing in their favor is that temperature is super low. Like if you accidentally sneeze on him, unfortunately the Omen is going to face their demise. The 2 remaining players as well, no real ults to work with here. It's just going to come down to these gunfights. However, at least the weapons advantage is in favor of YFP significantly. Rebo kind of just anchoring down this angle. Yamsta finding 1 with the help of that Marshall. It's all down to just the sky here, and Rebo will not let them pass, not even letting them get close to the spike before shutting them down. A 3k for the Viper, 2 off that Viper split. We might see that coming into play. And now for the side of KC, this is their chance to kind of deny complete snowballing of momentum for the side of YFP. So far it's 0-4, but if they can win this round somehow, they're also close to or have multiple ultimates to work with here. It might be the sign of life that they really need to jump back into this map, because remember, this is their map pick and YFP is already 1 up. They really cannot afford to let YFP get too far ahead, because otherwise it's just going to be a 2-0 instead of a best of 3.
And YFP's post-plant position is nearly perfect for them as well. Even with temperature being low HP, they played so far removed that their health margin really wasn't a factor. And they basically turn it into a round victory because of it. Also, it helps when your Viper's sitting in the back corner of hell and finds 2 kills. That also minorly assisting. Walk-in coming through, Alexander wasting no time with a showstopper, is caught out by the spy cam, but will do a little bit of damage, nothing to really write home about, but that's more than enough site control. Rebo finds an opening kill into Yumsta. They still have not removed that dart, but Rebo still on the A side trying to do something is finally taken care of, courtesy of a flash and a swing. Abe opening up the C-Link door will try and gain some semblance of map control, but they have no control over towards the A side. That's the problem. Shock being double swung, but will find both players, and it's broken back down to a 2v2. Big Spuds with one of their own, but Icy having to worry about that flank from behind. Abe should be noted, their position should be known, and Icy takes the information, takes the frag, and YFP takes yet another round.
That was a 2v4 at the end of it. That was a post plant that KC had no business losing, but just Shock being able to find these 2 kills. There was a refrag, but it was a little bit too late, and of course Icy just cold. Absolutely icy in that clutch coming through, being able to close it out despite only having 30 HP, despite being hit by the Cypher ult. All the confidence in the world to be able to hold down that position. And once again, the economy, it's going to be in a really, really rough spot for the side of KC. They do have the Seekers to work with, but I doubt we're going to be really seeing that coming into play this time around. As, again, knowing that it's a half by eco run coming in, YFP, they're kind of opting to go in for an A push here.
Alexander just chilling inside of the dark cover. and an odd position for them to be in. This is going to drop in the next couple of seconds, and as soon as it does, they may very well be able to take the fight onto Ghosty. They're aware it's dropping, and they cannot find the kill. They're actually paranoid out of position, so nearsighted for the time being. But look at how stacked up YFP is. They know that this is the site they want to take. Tree is occupied, as is Heaven, but Alexander breaks open the split door and just jumps across. Rapid is dusted as the proactive swing gives YFP B site control again.
It's gonna be the Rolling Thunder invested as well by Shank. Unfortunately, the Pain Shells will be able to shut them down, so that's gonna bring things back to a 4v4 at least. Temperature dodging the flash, weaving and fighting to stay alive here. Gets that first one, looks for the second as well, but there is gonna be backup from IC, and now it's all down to Yumsta, only able to shut down one player before being shut down themselves, and that's gonna make the score 6-0 right now. If there was ever a time for a timeout that KC needed, this is going to be that particular second. They really need to figure out, because right now it's going to be 6 rounds in a row, and it does seem like YFP, they have no intention of stopping at all. They're just running forward with it. If you give them an inch, they'll take a mile, and they're already coming off that high of that extremely dominant win on map number 1. So KC, they're going to have to kind of go back to the lab and cook up some new tactics.
I also love the swing in through the connector as well. Alexander using the blast pack to swing far, and Rebo just swing short. They at least guarantee a kill, if not a 1-for-1 trade, an opening kill in their favor. And YFP has been so clinical. I like to say they do their due diligence. You said it earlier, cross their T's, dot their I's, and it's worked perfectly for them. However, Icy's the first one to fall, so a kill's been brought back, some damage done to at least relegate some of the impact taken, but a kill to start things off. And that's the Killjoy taken care of, so no lockdown going to be available, no extra Sentinel utility at all. But speaking of Sentinel utility, here on this A side, Alexander's walking in and maybe to their own demise, but they still are able to find the kill into Abe, nearsighted, and now at risk of dying, but they're playing a ring around the Rosie with the back wall. They almost still find the kill, but they make it out alive. Rapid misses a massive opportunity with the Viper's pit down. Temperature now looking for the opener. A flash around the corner, but Alexander still is taken care of. Rapid, regardless of their low HP, wins the fight, is down to 1 health considering the Viper's pit. They have to worry about the center of the site. Temperature is still a living player and somehow still wins the fight. 1-for-1 trade, and it's down to Yumsta left alone. Low HP on the breach, Rebo with full, but the spray through does not matter. Rebo with the classic will give YFP 7, and they have stolen that round from Kaiju Corp. Highway robbery on the A site.
I feel really bad. That was like the first round that you do see the first blood finally coming in favor of the side of Kaiju Corp. They managed to get it done, but of course Alexander just being able to blast themselves onto site, finding those 2 kills before being shut down. Phenomenal work, and of course Temperature is there for the rest. It's like there are layers and layers that KC, they have to kind of slice through to be able to even find a round against YFP. And YFP, they lost 2 rounds on map number 1. It seems like they've taken that personally because they're really trying to improve on the second map and make sure that they don't make the same mistakes. They're just constantly ready to trade each other out and be able to kind of optimize on the area that the opposite team made by. They're playing across the entire map here. Just really good work.
Swinging to C long as well. That is the quickest round I think we've had thus far in the series. Maybe on the day.
On the day, yeah. It was like 10 seconds.
Yeah. And we saw a 20-second round courtesy of Governor and company on Neptune's Money Crew. We'll see exactly when it ended. It lasted exactly 15 seconds. That is far and away the quickest round. I think the quickest back in our previous series was Neptune's Money Crew winning in like 20 seconds.
22 seconds. Yeah. Well, at the very least, we're having competitions for the fastest round of the day. I feel like we might see worse ones before the day is done.
Alexander looking to try and beat their previous record. They will walk straight in, noting the fact there's a trap wire, walk straight through, but is caught out by that camera. Lockdown already being dedicated. It seems like B-site is indeed the finish to kick things away. A follow-up cam trap as well, but Abe needs to disengage. They need to play for another fight, because with this lockdown being used, Abe's caught, and that should be the B-site. But Rapid catches Temperature as they over-aggress.
That's a huge kill there. No more one-ways, no more smokes for your post-plant. However, to try and counter that, at least Alexander goes for the showstopper. Boosty manages to dodge it with a satchel, but Icy still being able to find that kill, bringing things back down to a 4v4. Abe getting a little bit too over-aggressive, and now Shock just going on a farming simulator here. 2 kills already on the round, knows where the last player is as well. Not much HP left on Yumsta either. It's just going to be them desperately trying to save this op. Misses that first shot as well. You cannot miss a shot like that in a 1v4 because it is going to be Rebo finishing that hunt and confirming that final kill. 9-0 right now, and it seems like there's nothing in this world that can stop YFP from pulling across a completely dominating 2-0 performance here. The one thing that I have to say is in the favor of KC is that on a map, on Lotus in particular, most teams tend to do better on attack. So maybe they can get some coffee, they can like kind of warm up, get into that second half with some fever. But for that, they have to get at least a couple on this first half. So the remaining 3 rounds, they better be doing the best they can to lock them in.
On a consistent basis, Kaiju Corp has been able to lock them into a specific site, but the problem is they're taking more 1v1 gunfights in 4v4 or 5v5 post plants, and they just can't afford to do that. They look like they want to regress this time into A lobby. 4 players there, but everybody here for YFP is looking to hold it. A 2-for-1 trade favors Kaiju Corp, but the problem is they've dedicated so much on one side of the map, maybe even 2 if you count B, that they have fully given away the C site. Sure, the neural theft will go through, we'll download locations twice over, but Kaiju Corp, with only 2 rifles, will have to retake the entirety of the C side.
At least they've picked up those 2 rifles, and they do have that player advantage. Also, the Blade Storm on Yamsta might be a factor here, so that's basically 3 guns by itself. Now, though, they look to aggress. Alexander already being able to confirm that first, though. Blades connect. Yamsta finds the second kill. Now it's going to be a 1v3 scenario. Spike plants it in the corner. That's going to be the first small lead down. Second still in the arsenal of Reba, who tries to go in for the wraparound here. Position probably going to be expected, though. Has to confirm these kills. Gets the first, tries to get the second, but Yamsta with the Blade Storm will be able to slice and dice that last player up. Final round, first round finally being confirmed for the side of KC. A thrifty to boot, and all off the back of that aggressive A push. Really good work coming out of Yamsta and co.
YFP finally taken apart, but only once over in 10 rounds. Not a recipe for success long term for Kaiju Corp. We'll see exactly how they won it. It was a full dedication, not only from the A side, but having Rapid also pushing in from B added the extra prong to the attack that they really needed to open up well. And they played off the man advantage to near perfection. They also picked up an extra couple rifles to work with as well. Exactly what Kaiju Corp needed. A way to storm back into things. Let's see if they can double it up as we move into our 11th.
Already early space being taken by Alexander towards the C side here. Beautiful paranoia does come through to try and at least slow things down. Not going to be doing much though. And this barrage of utility on this site, it is going to be at least clearing things up. Rebo finding a kill on the lurk as well. 4v5 scenario. Spike yet to be planted though. At least the site control has been taken. That's a gorgeous shot coming out of Abe though. No more killjoy utility available for the close part.
Close point will still be the case, though. The sprays, regardless of what weaponry it's coming from, will not land to full effect. Shank is on low HP, and there is a flank being set up, but it is now null and void. Could be a flank to a flank, depending on how quickly that Cypher can activate from the B link. The problem is they're taking ever so long to initiate this. 2 players walking in from CT, but Alexander finds both of them. Rapid, the last one on that side of the map, and the walk behind the Viper may very well get caught out, as Rebo is well aware of the possibility and will shut down Abe on their level of aggression. The spray from Rapid did a lot more damage than I think they think it did, but it's not going to matter. They'll find one onto Alexander. Their position now more than known. They're even caught inside of that snake bite to increase the amount of damage now taken. They will try to get away, and will do so with the operator as far as Rebo, who finds a 3K as YFP find double digits.
Rebo was such a rat in that round, and I say this as the biggest compliment I can give them. That was just such a nasty play coming out, and off the back of those 3 kills, they're going to be having that Viper's Pit ready to go this round. This was a major win condition in one of those rounds, round number 5 or 6, I believe, that really enabled the side of YFP to lock it in, and now they're going to be having it back on board as well. Huge work coming, a huge plays coming out of this particular team, and for the side of Kaiju, at least, if they can get this one last round in their pockets somehow, it will be huge coming in. The economy not in the best spot. They still do have the operator in Yamsta though, so the only round where KC got a first kill was thanks to that operator coming through. They just have to be sure that they can do it, and this is a very interesting Viper spit coming out of the side of YFP here. It just shuts down mid pushes.
Looked for a second to be a visual bug, but I forgot they were sitting inside of a dark cover. It's a full bait, though. That's the most important part about this. Kaiju Corp is fully baited by it. Ghosty will throw out a set of paint shells and will try and disengage, but the problem is most of this A main control has fallen, and Abe is caught out by the alarm bot. All the information needed to turn into a shot through the smoke is indeed found, and YFP find the opening kill. Rapid looking for a refrag, or at least a weapon to play off of. They actually find it, and then are able to disengage, but what's the plan here for YFP? Do they back away? The answer seems to be yes, as they'll get the spike plant down on B.
Goodbye.
Oh, that's some nasty timing coming out of Icy. However, Ghosty is able to trade it back. So, like you mentioned, things back down to a 3v3 here. Spike planted in the open in the B side as well. Huge kill coming out of the Omen. Being able to shut down Alexander. That's going to be the paint shells and the showstopper no longer online for the side of this team. Ghosty finding one as well. And now it's all down to temperature. We've seen them go huge in the past before. And now has to somehow isolate these timings and find these kills. Gets the first. Knows exactly where these last two players are. And that's going to be a beautiful offshot coming out of Baked Spuds to be able to confirm the second in the half for the side of KC. It's not the best, but it's something. And at least they have two instead of a 12-0.
Alright, it's a carbon copy to our previous matchup where they found two rounds in the first half. This time, a little bit more towards the later stages rather than the opening, and Kaiju Corp have a way back in. An attacking pistol round victory is basically a requisite. You lose attacking pistol, you lose the game. In the series, you're out of the LAN. It's not a good time. But there's still a possibility for them to bring things back. No matter how narrow it is, you need to have that level of confidence to play off of, and most importantly, you have to have that trust. Kaiju Corp, I think, have not relied as much on their team play as expected. Their double swings have been a little chaotic, and I think most importantly, their sight holds as a team have been lackluster here, especially on Lotus on the defensive side. Maybe as they initiate on the attack, it could look a lot better, and they find a much easier way back into this map and subsequently the series.
Starting off with this pistol though, for the side of YFP, they are going to be just trying to kind of hold it down. You do see a bit of a stack towards this B area, towards mid, perhaps expecting the push coming in, but instead the spike itself, it's going to be heading towards the C side instead. Both players trying to make their way on right now. Temperature, the only factor in this matchup, and already having been pushed off the angle, having been tagged up so much, that's going to leave the side open for a plant.
Abe even finding the opening. Will be a return, a doubled up one at that, and a quick conclusion, almost a certainty at this point. Ghosty now left alone in a 1v3. Will try to right click, but in midair, never a reliability. And Shank will just Goomba stomp them down. YFP, a convincing retake at the C site in the pistol round, and that may very well be one of the final nails in the Kaiju Corp coffin.
Yeah, they really, really needed to win that pistol to have like a kind of decent shot at a comeback. Now at 11-2, at least they got the spike down. Thank you for small mercy. So at least they'll be able to possibly force up if they choose to, which I think they will. Because at 11-2, already one map down, you really don't want to let a team like YFP get another round in their pocket. They've already proven that they can win bonuses perfectly easily. So it's better to just invest whatever you can. Maybe force up. You do see a Sheriff on the Omen. You see a Spectre as well being invested in by Abe, but the rest of the team, this is a very awkward buy because either you try to force up as a team altogether or you just save for the next round and try to play for overtime. But the fact is, finally, you do see some forces coming through. They are looking to invest heavily into this particular one, and just the aggression out of Alexander once again. Huge.
Oh, and Rebo even gets a kill onto Ghosty with a snake bite, catching him out of position and off guard. And that, again, is Kaiju Corp being caught out. They just cannot aggress without being caught out by seemingly everybody on YFP. Icy even now waiting on the B site with some help to work with and a guaranteed push now looking to come through from Kaiju Corp. Both Abe and Rapid being seen by the bot, and they're just putting in every semblance of utility to guarantee the information they can work away.
Bakesput's kind of trapped here as well. The Sniper as well, not exactly, I don't think it'll give them the coverage across, especially with this angle that Rebo is holding. Perhaps knowing that Bakesput is going to be calling for a little bit of backup. Rebo, though, aware of the possibilities, just the read is going to be immaculate from YFP once again. They're just going to try to hold on to these sides. Rebo going in for these jump peaks, and in the meantime, on the opposite side, Temperature, they've already pushed through huge amount. All down to just the Omen now. A 1v4 scenario. Has to ace to be able to clutch it out here. Gonna be stunned to make things worse as well. And I don't know how much more this remaining player from KC has in them. Oh, okay.
Well, what they have left in them now is a few bullets from the Bulldog. Granted, those were lethal, and he's no longer living because of it, but they have them in them nonetheless. Rapid's also the only player on the team to go positive. Shunk the only one on YFP to go negative, but honestly, with the amount of dedication they've had in terms of utility, and the fact they have 9 assists, I think we can excuse the fact that they are not above that 1.0 KD margin. It's really not going to matter, though. 12-2, and Kaiju Corp has 3 rifles, one of them being a Bulldog, a Sheriff, and a Stinger. Yeah. I don't know if you can start a 10-round streak with that.
Not the greatest thing to work with. At least they're on a similar footing when it comes to weaponry with the side of YFP. They haven't really invested too much into this round either, opting to play for the bonus instead. That Phantom, though, from Yumsa will be able to at least find an opening onto Temperature. Huge kill. That's going to be no more smokes available either. But Alexander still being a menace on the side. Bulldog in hand, utility available. Just being able to shut down this push. Ghosty finding yet another kill on the flank here. Being able to get healed up as well. Huge work. And now it's Shonk. How did they manage to find 3 there? Just a sliver of HP in a dream. Still making things work out. And at the end, it's going to come down to a 1v1.
The full flank now being set up. Baked Spuds has to read this, and there's just no easy way to do so. They could very well go a different direction, but they have to look all 3 directions considering how much time has expired. They're worried about the fact that Rebo could be on the flank, but not too worried about it. Rebo will shut it down. YFP, a carbon copy between the 2 maps. 13-2 on Split, their own map selection, and here on Lotus, no sweat for them. 13-2 once more. They guarantee a top 8 finish here at the Windy City Valorant Open.
Congratulations to IFP. They are going to be moving on to that top 8. They are our second quarterfinalist, I believe, at least off the live stream. But yeah, so far, both the series that we've had, they've been very clean 2-0s, and I think that arguably they are probably the tournament favorites coming up, and we might even see a match between these 2 teams heading into it. But overall, I think we gotta give Kaiju Corp their credit. They had a couple of really nice rounds on both of these maps here. When they did work together as a team, we could see exactly what they were capable of. But unfortunately, it just seemed like YFP, they were better working together overall. Just phenomenal utility usage coming out of players like Shonk. And even when the utility wasn't necessary, like that last round, for example, Shonk with like 20 HP was able to find not 1, not 2, but 3 kills, bringing it down to a 1v1. So just the fact that every single player on the side of YFP is able to go huge when it's necessary, that's just beautiful work.
Like everybody on the Kaiju Corp side had shines of life and signs of life, but it just was not enough, nor consistent enough as a squad. You can see this honestly on a consistent basis, where they just could not find the frags over a long period of time that were indeed required. You'll see the 3K here. You'll see really where there was the possibility. Shonk, most importantly, and then obviously Baked Spuds with just 1 kill back, but looking away at the worst possible time, one of the 4 angles they had to worry about. And, well, that's YFP moving on. They are our 5th of a possible 8 teams moving forward. They will take on the winner of 2 old versus ... because I totally have the bracket up. Last Resistance Gold. And I think they're pretty favored in that matchup, too.
Yeah, I'm going to call it right now. I'd be very surprised if we don't see a Neptune's Money Crew versus YFP's final here, grand finals here, because looking at yesterday's bracket as well as how the games have gone today, these 2, they just seem to be powerhouses, and that grand finals, that's definitely going to be a banger, but we have a long way to go. We still have we still have to wrap up our round of 8, and then we'll be moving into the semifinals and quarterfinals, which personally I'm super excited about.
I'm thrilled, and I'm going to play a quick game of Time to Predict, because Neptune's Money Crew is going to win that game. I honestly think they're going to lose to Ambrosia, though. I'm gonna be the pessimistic person and the devil's advocate on this one, just because I want to see Ambrosia really show up. They looked really good in the group stage, so hopefully they show up here. With YFP, it's gonna be YFP and Maryville in that other semifinal. I have no doubt about that one, but I won't have to doubt, because when we come back from our break, we'll have our quarterfinals matchup to see who's headed to the top 4 and into the money here in the Windy City Valorant Open at Belong Arena, Chicago.
Woo!
1 enemy remaining. 30. I end them. 1 enemy remaining.
Together we'll fall apart. Together we'll fall apart. To stay here right again. So stay with me. Together we'll fall apart. With me here, you'll never be lonely. It's oh so clear, I've always been falling through a life that's upside down. Somehow you turn me around. So stay another night. 'Cause all we you close and savor the moment. You raise my hopes and don't even know it. In a life that's upside down, somehow you turn me around. So stay another night, 'cause all we have is time.
Hands go up and the lights go out. Pour me up some shots, I'll take another round. 'Cause when the DJ plays that brand new song, I can take one more and party all night long. Hands go up and the lights go out. Pour me up some shots, I'll take another round. 'Cause when the DJ plays that brand new song, I can take one more and party all night long, 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 all night long.
Tried to break me down. got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions. Your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. I don't know feel it 'cause it looks tonight. It's electric. I get lost in your eyes every time, there's no turning back. Swear I ain't got a chance. Had me caught up in you since the night on the terrace, yeah. You had me falling fast. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions. Your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. I don't know feel it 'cause I love tonight. It's Children used to run and play. Look at all the mess we made. Guess I never know where it went wrong. Sometimes I feel like all that's sad, 'cause viral then people forget. In this crazy world I don't belong. I see fire burning but I close my eyes. I'd rather deny that. Everything is falling out of place. I see trees ripped from the ground, but nobody makes a sound. I see fire burning, but I'm fine. No, I'm nobody. No, I'm nobody. The future feels so unsure. Didn't we deserve more? The burden that you left is way too heavy for me. Do you ever feel like the world would die out? My anxiety's off the roof, I cry out. We have gone too far, take me back right now. I see fire burning, but I close my eyes. eyes. Everything is falling out of place. I see trees ripped from the ground, but nobody makes a sound. I see fire burning, but I'm fine. I am nobody. Don't play with my heart. Just let me go. Please let me go. You like to love so hard and then you throw it away. You like to open skies and then you blame it on me. You're someone I can never be with. You joke about my flaws and weaknesses. Why'd you love so hard and then just throw it away? You opened up my heart and just to close it on me. Don't blame it on me. Don't blame it on me. So don't you blame it on me. You never knew how bad it was. Yes, you never really cared because you said your parents never gave you hugs. And as a child you were never loved. You made me love so hard. about my flaws and weaknesses. Want you love so hard, and then just throw it away. You opened up my heart, and just to close it on me. Don't blame it on me. Don't you blame it on me. Yeah. You open
Sometimes a disaster, sometimes we get free. Oh, you take the long way to stay close to me. I don't wanna know her, I just wanna breathe. You take me higher, you stay close to me. Oh, I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Oh, I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Sometimes a disaster, sometimes we get free. Oh, you take the long way to stay close to me. I don't wanna know her, I just wanna breathe. You take me higher, you stay close to me. I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Oh, I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night.
Entombed in my mind, can't seem to break away. Lost in time, thinking about better days. Do you ever get used to the pain? 'Cause I don't know if I can do this again. Now you got me wondering why you let me die alone inside. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. Tell me why you left me bleeding. Died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. Lullabies of you still in my head. Bloodshot eyes, can't sleep, I'm rotting in my bed. Even the drugs don't faze me. I don't think you understand. I gave you everything I had when the shit go wrong, and now you got me wondering why you let me die alone inside. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. I died for you, I cried for you, sky by the ocean blue. Every mile lost, my soul renewed, taken by the sunrise and the golden view. Walking slowly in the mountains underneath the constellations. Yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its meaning, like I'm living in a dream, and I've been chasing all the feelings I need. It's in these moments with words unspoken, my eyes wide open, life tastes so sweet. It's in these moments where all I know is coming into focus, and now I see. It's in these moments. It's in these moments. Oh, I got lost on a winding road in the dark of night with the stars aglow. Heaven's up above, got me below as I head to you like the river flows. Walking slowly in the mountains underneath the constellations. Yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its meaning, like I'm living in a dream, and I've been chasing all the feelings I need. It's in these moments with words unspoken, my eyes wide open, life tastes so sweet. It's in these moments where all I know is coming into focus, and now I see. It's in these moments. It's in these moments. It's in these moments. I think it's dawned on me that you ain't coming back. I've lost my chance to see us find our way back. And in the end, amidst these trying times, I'll always try to find you. I'll allow you to find the truth that you hold back. So stay with me. You know that I'll follow. I can't breathe. Together we'll fall apart. Stay here right in my arms, and we'll start again. So stay with me. Together we'll fall apart. Together we'll fall apart. Together we'll fall apart. We'll fall apart, I know that we're a mess. And I know that you try your best. And you're calling me to over dramatically talk to me. And it's so funny, you're all I wanted. And I can't talk, want you out of my life, so just say none. I'll wait for days if you ain't one. I'll just say none. So stay with me. You know that I'll follow. I can't breathe. Together we'll fall apart. Stay here right in my arms, and we'll start again. So stay with me. Together we'll fall apart. Together we'll fall apart. Together we'll fall apart. Just stay here right in my arms, and we'll start again. So stay with me. Together we'll fall apart.
so clear, I've always been falling through a life that's upside down. Somehow you turn me around. So stay another night. 'Cause all we have is time. Keep you close and savor the moment. You raise my hopes and don't even know it. In a life that's upside down, somehow you turn me around. So stay another night. 'Cause all we have is time.
I was muted. El Bozo. Well, welcome back to the Windy City Valorant Open. Apologies for that one. We will move back in, and a surprise map 3, no less. We're going to pick up the Schomburgers versus 10x round of 16, because we are yet to reach the quarterfinals thus far. And we'll take a look at our map bans, really set the tone as to where we are and how we got here. Schomburgers, 17-15 in Haven, 10x, 113-7 on Split. We're headed to 3rd of Pearl.
Pretty exciting map, and of course that first game, that's testament to the fact that this could have also been a 2-0, but kudos to both the teams that they are finally taking us to a map 3. I think that's going to be a pretty nice change of pace for us. I feel like the fact is that our first 2 round of 16s, they got over way faster than anybody, including us, expected. That fast? What was it? Let's see, 13-2, 13-6, 13-2, 13-2. Yeah, basically. You're better at math than me, so yeah, we're going to be
I did the
heading
math
into...
like an hour ago when I was talking to my dad.
Wait, how many rounds is that in total?
11.
63 rounds in total over 2 best of 3s. So yeah, those are some really quick best of 3s. So to compensate perhaps for it, or to entertain you, because while we're waiting for the round of 8 to start, we are going to be heading into map number 3, which personally I'm pretty excited about, because I remember seeing a couple of whispers in the chat saying, hey, can we get an update on the 10x game? Well, you're getting it live instead, so congratulations.
Yeah, we were going to wait for an update elsewhere and probably go pick up the Core Ambrosia game. Instead, we'll head into Pearl as the 3rd map of this series. Notable standard selections in terms of agent picks. You're mostly looking at Harbor Viper for double controller, a Jet. Sometimes you'll see other duelists. Yesterday, for instance, we saw Yoru, but that was Mr. Funhaver, so he's a statistical outlier. Then Sky and Killjoy coming through. I'm serious. That guy is the wildest of players, and so much fun, by the way, but still a wild player.
Well, I think if there's one map where Euro's actually picked, it is probably going to be Pearl, because I think that last year's Game Changers, G2 Giuliano gave like a masterclass as to how exactly to play that agent on Pearl. I actually saw it popping up more and more in VCT after that, and of course there is my very own fan favorite team, Paper Rex, who does like to bring it out now and then, but I agree, it's a very eccentric pick, and I am personally very sad that we're not seeing a single Yoru as of today. I was really hoping that one of these teams that we've casted so far would bring it up, but it looks like we're stuck with the Jet. But one thing that I do like is this double controller meta that has come up. Like, even before Harbor came into the meta, there was quite a bit of Astra / Viper that came on this particular map, but ever since Harbor came into the kit, it's just so perfect for Pearl, because his high tide is really good for covering up all the important angles, and of course the Cove is just a free plant, which is like super important on a map like Pearl. It basically lets you get away with an open plant, or even like a plant where you don't get spammed to death by people through the box. I think overall Harbor, he fits in really well on the map, and honestly it's apart from certain teams that do like to run him on Icebox, I feel like Pearl is the only map where he does have like a very consistent pick rate, and it's understandable why, because of how his kit works.
I saw a tweet last night, right about the time we finished up our broadcast, and I don't think it could be any more true. This is from A Evil Cat, aka Mimi, aka one of the best VCT analysts
Icon.
I know. Yeah, we love Mimi out here. She says, and I quote, "Harbor Viper is Valorant's GOATS meta." The GOATS meta, by the way, for all of you who never played Overwatch, is in reference to the 3 supports and 3 tanks meta that was in Overwatch, where there was really no flashy plays and all the fights weren't really as expected. It was a game of ult cycling and really boring. I'm not going to say Harbor Viper is boring, but it really leads to odd and niche setups in the later stages of rounds, notably off the back of that Cove, as you mentioned, and I think the way that you could set up onto a site is so different with how you play the entirety of Harbor's kit. Viper, I think, is a little bit more stock standard. You have your default Viper wall set up over towards the B side, your toxic screens go up, and then they go back down at some random interval, but Poison Clouds and then Snake Bites are your real integral parts of her kit.
I think I agree with that, but apart from that, I think one more thing that it really does let you do is let your Viper lurk, because if you're running Viper as your solo controller, you really cannot afford to let go of the smoke, so you're forced to run like a Cypher or a Killjoy instead of like another initiator. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with the Cypher or Killjoy thing, don't get me wrong, I think that either of them is very strong on Pro, especially Killjoy, but I do feel like when you do have that double controller setup, number one, you can put down a Viper Wall early in the round. It makes for some really good fakes. If you have to rotate late in the round, you already have your basic setup there. But more than that, you can just let one of your controllers be an absolute rat. And on a map like Pearl, when there are so many openings that you can really exploit to try and get some space and catch the enemy off guard, especially if you get an early pick towards one of the sites, it just creates so much pandemonium, and I'm completely here for it. Like, there's nothing better than, you know, your opponents thinking easy 4v3 retake, and there's just a Viper that comes out of nowhere from behind you and takes out half of your team, and you're just like, what happened? Hello there.
Honestly. And a brief note, by the way, you're wondering why we still see the head-to-head screen. This is intentional. I promise we didn't just leave the scene up, nor are you seeing something incorrect. We're running into a couple tech issues. With LAN comes some tech issues, this one more physical than software or virtual-based. Looks like a keyboard shattered in its entirety.
Oh my god.
Cannot understate this. The keycaps are all over the floor. They didn't even, like, get killed to warrant smashing their keyboard. So I'm going to check with our producer, but I do indeed believe we're going to send it to a quick break, because this requires the people on LAN sending themselves to go pick up the keycaps and then apply them to the game. But no, I lied. Apparently, as soon as I bring it up, the teams are good. It looks like we are sending ourselves into the game. Talk about timing.
The benefits of a mechanical keyboard, all they had to do was figure out where all the keys go. The definite gamer advantage, because I remember, like,
just play WASD on the switches, easy.
That's all you need, and a spacebar, I guess, if you're like one of those jumping classic people like I am. So that's something that you might need. The one key that I think that the previous two teams that won the round of 16 that they will not need is the shift key, because I swear they did nothing but pull W down all the way through 4 maps of just domination coming out of them. But yeah, I believe that this particular series, the first map didn't go into not 1, not 2, but multiple overtimes, and hopefully this game, it's closer, because these two teams are definitely giving each other a run for money. Whoever comes out on top, they are going to be moving on to the round of 8. Whoever loses, well, unfortunately, that's going to be the end of their playtime at the very least at the Windy City LAN. However, they might still be able to watch, but I don't think they like that very much.
Hey, Valorant's not really a spectator sport. Well, it is for us, I guess, but not for anybody else. Aggression for Stunna, already walking up alongside. You can recognize both of these teams from yesterday's play in the second half of the broadcast. You recognize 10X. They were a team that showed up extremely well. Schomburgers had signs of life, but did have some difficulties. Both these teams ended up going 2-1 in their respective pools, but 10X is the top seed of the two. It looks like Pearl, again, the playing ground of 10X.
Early aggression by the defenders towards this B side. They get quite a bit of control off the back of that Viper wall, and this is what we were talking about. That early Viper wall, it just creates so much pandemonium. It just leads to a lot of good engagements right off the bat, and I like that more than just the classic default. You know, let's get the fighting available. And despite that wall being committed early on, you still do have the Harbor utility to try and hold on to the site here. The high side not quite doing enough to stop these players, but Ricky with the classic here doing quite a bit of damage before finally falling back. Molly not going to do much to stop them, though that cascade will at least get them a little bit of space. And after making so much noise, it does seem like the players for the side of 10X have decided that, you know what, instead of getting the plant down despite having a safe position, let's try to go for a little bit more picks. But aware of that possibility, their opponents are playing very, very carefully. The trades are finally coming through right now, and that's going to be 15 seconds left on the clock. A 3v2 scenario, both players on the flank here, and the spike is going to go down, so that's huge there.
The 2v2 as they look to reaggress from alongside. Spike will indeed go down unless they have something to say about it. But Papa Smurf, a double right click. Casual cleanup. And on the backside of the site, the Schomburgers will open up well, and most importantly, with a first round here on Pearl.
Oh, that was a really, really clean play coming out of the side of these defenders here. Not only do they manage to win that 2v3 engagement perfectly, they played it to a T, because the moment that spike dropped and they knew that the timing was just that it had to go down, you see Papa Smurf going in, just running to try and get that free kill onto the planter. And with it being a 2v2 scenario, it just seemed like the person who was watching the spike go down and trying to defend them didn't know where exactly to look, and they picked wrong, and Papa Smurf, well, that was a punish and a half coming out with those right clicks. Classic is a free gun, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, just so you know.
Everybody gets it by default. and sometimes defaults, sometimes all you need, whether it's guns or playstyles. That time around, Schomburgers, I think the setup on the flank was really what put them out in front. 10x had to worry about every feasible entryway, whether it was short, backside of spawn, dugout, or even the long entryway. Odd position, certainly, for Schomburger's defense to hold, but it worked out nearly perfectly for them. Now 10x looking to split mid, both sides of it, as a matter of fact. 2 towards Art, 2 towards the B short side, and Papa Smurf playing for some information. Hasn't seen anybody, but is still looking to play aggressive. Has already thrown up one of their snake bites, but looks like their play instead is focusing over towards the A side on the 10x half.
That's a really interesting puzzle though, because it does seem like it's kind of bait to be able to get through the doors towards maybe the defender spawn, but instead it is going to let them get into Art instead. They still seem to be progressing towards that defender spawn area through sewers and water, but there's going to be a crossfire holding that angle down, and whoever comes out at the end of it might not be facing a very good battle for them. Across the map, it is going to be these attackers kind of swarming like ants. The spike itself making its way towards the B side here, where there are still 2 defenders with specters in hand, ready to kind of shred them apart if they're not careful about how they approach.
Have to walk through a toxic screen, so that decay effect may very well cost them some of their health. Car being caught out, not clearing Papa Smurf, who's playing in and around their actual opponent's toxic screen, of which drops. They may very well do so as well, but no, they will drop the spike and their doppelganging Viper. With revenge in a 1 versus 5. They will find one, but an ace clutch required, and they are on just 8 points of health as they walk back onto the A site. That should be their demise, and it is indeed. Teach in style, and with the final bullet in the magazine, will find the kill, and Schomburger's second.
That was, I think at this point we're so used to really fast rounds after our 2 games that it just feels like insane that it comes down to the last 10-15 seconds of the round for the spike itself to go down, but I digress. Nevertheless, really good eco coming out of the side of Schomburgers. Now, though, with 4 specters in hand, they're going to be going up against a full rifle buy. Something that might work in their favor is because you saw so many players on the side of 10x really invest in those sheriffs. You are going to be seeing a bit of half armor coming through, and against half armor I think that these specters can be super powerful, because a lot of the times when you get a headshot and a body shot, you do 130 damage, which headshot and 2 body shots, you do 130 damage, which can be really painful and heartbreaking, but against light armor that's going to be a confirmed kill, and definitely something that the defender should be feeling very happy about. I like that the Skydog looks at the setup. That's really cool. That's amazing.
Healing over here.
Still a weird setup though for 10x, is they're looking to play aggressive on the A side. They're actually backing away. I thought off the back of the Trailblazer they were going to try and send it, but instead they just fully disengage. And the Schomburgers' defense has played much more lax in this round, noting the fact that they have the lesser of weaponry. They don't want to overaggress, nor, honestly, do they really have the need to.
Yeah, they're happy to take it slow, which honestly I like it, because, you know, in a lot of these angles that they're holding, like for example, what Excite is holding towards Art, this is a fight that really favors a Spectre in a close corner, especially if they're able to get that flash peek swing and the timing perfectly. That's going to be not just one, but a possible multi-frag coming out their way, especially with another agent to back them up. While all of this noise is being like made towards mid though, it's just bait and switch, because look at the spike itself. It just seems to be going towards that B position, and only Papa Smurf is aware of that possibility, because only they seem to be going to clear it out.
Excite's being seen. Headshot through the wall, but not lethal by any means. Papa Smurf, the only one on this side, will drop their own poison cloud, and they find at least one, so a trade potential. Stunna, however, caught out with the Sheriff, needs to find a kill and cannot do so. So a spike plant now imminent, and with Excite being taken out in through the mid-rotate, Drago, a real spanner in the works of the retake here of Schomburgers. And the bonus round may very well just be a null and void case. Teach trying to set up initiation utility, cut off that screen's rotation is certainly a possibility. The problem is they still have to worry about 3 separate angles, and Ricky finds one. Carr looking to play aggressive in through that high tide, but Ricky's still playing forward, and for the sprays, it works out for them. They still have to find out that second player though, and Carr taking the time and taking the frag will find one, and the spray to the second. A 3k for the Jets, and 10x is first.
10x, really well done by them. They get the plant as well as hold on to 3 of their guns, but it's not an entire loss for the defense either. Schomburgers, they managed to get 2 picks. That's going to be 2 less rifles that these players from the side of 10x can really carry through. Gonna throw a little bit of a spanner in the works when it comes to economy, forcing Revenge to go up with just a Guardian. But all things considered, I think it's still gonna be a pretty good buy coming out of the side of both of the teams here. for the side of 10x, they're pretty close to some of these ultimates. One thing that I do have my eye on is the Seekers from Drago, just 2 ult points away. One more thing to consider, though, is the possible Viper's Pit available for the side of the attacker, for the side of the defenders here. If Papa Smurf gets a kill, gets that orb down, is in a bit of a dicey situation, or even for the retake, that Viper's Pit, it could make or break the round here.
They have to find some semblance of control for it to warrant any effect. And 10x has had some issues in equal or lesser weaponry. This time around, they have about equal weaponry, so everybody's up on their main fragging ability. But Schomburger's defensive side, again, playing lax. And we saw this yesterday, well, J Turbo and I did, where they would fully disengage, similar to what we saw earlier from Neptune's Money Crew, where they just backed away entirely, played for retakes, and it worked out perfectly for him. I see no reason as to why that would change here for the Schomburgers, because 10x just isn't taking early enough map control to force Schomburgers to get aggressive.
Yeah, they've been kind of going for the let's chill, let's try to bait them out, get a couple of picks, and then go for a side hit plan, which works if, of course, your opponents are going to be a bit aggressive. But so far, it does seem like 10x, they're taking kind of the backward end of the battle, finding some revenge themselves. But the trades, they're still going the way of Schomburgers here with 25 seconds left. The spike has to go down, and it's still going to be a 2v3 scenario. It has to be this B side, and it seems like these these defenders are already ready, setting up for the retake.
Spike plant will come through, unfortunately taking out the Killjoy, so that utility means nothing. A 1-for-1 trade is decent, so 1v2 now set up, and Drago actually finds the opener, guiding late over the top. Teach trying to take the fight, will readjust for the second spray down, and will find the kill as well. Good trade potential there for the Schomburgers, and cleaning up when required, they will take their third.
Whew. Third round in a row for the defense. They're doing a phenomenal job here, because, you know, when you do see them get aggressive, Schomburgers, they always tend to hang out in kind of packs, or at least like a duo. First round in the pistol, we saw that 3-person push down towards the long, and of course, in this particular round, you saw 2 players go towards main, A main, to try and find a couple of kills, and they were able to come out on top. And I just feel like 10x, they need to kind of have that same sticking power. If they're heading somewhere, please take a buddy along with you. It's called the buddy system for a reason.
I think that's been a difficulty for the 10x squad. And the main problem for them is finding a foothold in terms of real estate control. The frags actually haven't been terrible for them. We saw it in the previous round. They were still able to find those trades, even with the man disadvantage. But when push comes to shove, you need to be able to clutch up when required. It looks like they're trying to do so now. Seekers popped early on, and they are just fully sending themselves in. Noting utility, as the Killjoy has switched sights, but Stunna switching to their demise, and the opening goes the way of the 10x attack.
Going to be the Reckoning puts use as well right now, enabling them to make sure that there is nobody pushing them onto site, getting them a little bit more space to try and work around. However, numbers advantage still in the favor of 10x here, and I believe that Schomburgers have a Reckoning of their own if they want to use it for this retake to try and clear out a lot of these angles. They're just kind of waiting to converge again, go get those 4 players together so they can try to go win, and it might be the difference maker here.
Guiding later around the corner, return Ravish now used, Excite. Catching Drago in that corner, and the drop-in comes through. The information play works out perfectly. The problem is Schomburgers have taken so long. It's an easy cleanup there for 10x. Danny S with the final kill, and 10x with yet another, this time much more convincing than what we saw prior.
That was a round that they really needed to win as well, because they were on the last legs of their economy. In fact, literally, one of their players only had the Blade Storm to work with. They pick up a Bucky as well towards that backside, so they're able to at least make it work out. But at the end of it, they were getting close to it, and now instead it's going to be Schomburger's economy that's kind of shut down here. They invested quite a bit in that previous round as well. We did see the Reckoning come through the Viper's Pit on top, and while they have a couple of ultimates still left in their pockets, it's just the lockdown as well as the Seekers. I don't think we're really going to be seeing any of them come into play unless they get an overwhelming advantage or get a couple of kills and can pick up some rifles.
Seems like 10x is going back to what's already worked, that being the B side. And if they go quickly enough, they have a 5 versus 2 in the site itself. Danny setting up, again, the high tide to go forward, and it will work out. Ricky even caught out of position, but an opening kill there for Teach. The headshot with the Marshall cannot find the follow-up. A 1-for-1 trade, more than good enough here for 10x, and Danny finds a follow-up. Again, it's staying even. Double updraft over the top does a decent bit of damage, but not enough to find the kill there for Stunna. And a 2v3, but the retake of Papa Smurf towards long has now been seen, and it makes things significantly more difficult.
Only a sheriff in the hands. However, this player is just one bullet away from their demise. All Papa Smurf has to do is be able to connect a shot here. That's going to be a gun that they can pick up as well.
Last
This
player
engagement might very
standing.
well decide the pace of the round, especially considering Revenge managed to find their teammate. And now it is going to be just a 1v3 scenario. Papa Smurf going for the reload, not quite able to connect a shot as it is going to be Solar finding that final kill. 10x equalized here, 3-3, and now the economy resets for both of these teams, although 10x, they have a little bit more in the bank.
They've given themselves that depth as well in the later rounds, really showing their dominance when those trades are all important. You can see the Bladestorm coming up and over. Those knives are peppered in. You can see the tracers over top towards Solar, and Solar looking up, but Solar still survives. And I think if Stunna finds that kill, that round's significantly easier, and Papa Smurf's actually able to activate on that long flank. But shoulda, woulda, coulda, it did not. And Schomburger's now tied up with 10x.
Now, though, they're going to be looking to get a little bit aggressive, already having cleared out A-main control completely. So they're going to be probably just trying to hold this crossfire while Papa Smurf tries to hold on to this mid angle instead. 10x, they're looking for holes across the entire map, and so far, they haven't really been rewarded with any kind of damage apart from a little bit of chip damage, which was Papa Smurf. Now, though, the spike itself is making its way down towards Art, and a lot of this fight, it's going to come down to Daniel's ability to just, Teach's ability to just hold on to the side here against the tide that comes towards him.
Is just playing patiently and has support this time around. Watch for the guiding ladder on the corner. Teach is also worried about that mid flank, and the odd position for Schomburgers, especially at this point, to be in is if they are caught out with at least one of those players now being seen behind the main boxes, well, they now have to disengage, and the problem is that pincer maneuver being set up has been caught out. Excite and Senna one apiece, and Carr only one to return onto the harbor. It's not good enough, and they cannot find an easy way through. That Cloudburst does miss. Stunna wanted it to go deeper and possibly create a one-way, but with Stunna now still playing aggressive and the lockdown being committed, it seems like Schomburgers want to get aggressive, and this would be the correct call. The problem is they may not clear the corner. Stunna walking forward doesn't clear out Drago, and they are forced so far back they cannot look to aggress, but the return lockdown should catch Drago. What? They're just going to commit.
One enemy remaining.
Scenario, it's all down to just Solar here, but unfortunately this time around Papa Smurf knows exactly where it's coming from. In fact, they get trapped to the lockdown as well, not quite able to stay out of its bounds in time, and off the back of the investment of that crucial ultimate, it is gonna be round number 4 coming in for the defenders. But I think the moment where that round changed, it was when that push from A-main, the expectation, the call from Teeth probably like, hey guys, there's some mean people coming up towards Art, can you help me out? And of course, just that convergence onto the two people pushing over and the spike being dropped as well. It just changed the pace of the round there.
Difference maker for Schomburgers was setting themselves up in so many different positions that honestly, even if 10x wanted to cut them away, it would have taken them more time than they had on the round. And Schomburgers' defensive side played around that fact, and it worked out perfectly for them. Now 10x, really one-dimensional this time around. Seems like they want to go B, and they don't want to do anything else. It is B and everybody to B.
Cascade gonna be invested early on to be able to walk up, being sure that there's no pesky marshal or operator trying to hold it down. In the hands of some of these players, it is pretty much the same. Reckoning once again going to be online, and off the back of that, they look to get even more aggressive here. It does seem like the side of Schomburgers are just playing for a retake, as the spike itself will go down. And to make things worse, that's going to be the Viper's pick to boot as well. That's a huge ult that's been committed just now.
This is a difficult retake for Schomburgers, to understate the obvious. They can only do so from 2 or 3 separate positions as well. Trailblazer sees only Carr, so information gain at a bare minimum for the Schomburgers as they look to aggress. They will do so as a team, no less. And Carr finding one, a second onto Teach, not slowing down at all, even pops the tailwind, looking to get even more aggressive. But they will swing off the teammates' engagements, but it's Ricky left alone. And an ace clutch required, and I don't think one that's going to be come by so easily. Solar and Drago looking to swing together. Drago, a little bit of over-aggression, is caught out, but that will be the round. Ricky has to disengage, will save over the Vandal, but 10x, decisive site take, and an even better hold post-plant.
Yeah, there was just no avenue for the side of Schomburgers to really exploit there because they gave him so much space off the back of that Reckoning. And once that Viper's Pit went down, I mean, you're just happy at that point that you managed to get both of those ults out at the same time. They used the lockdown as well in the previous round, remember? So they don't have that either to try and create some space. Overall, just the fact that, of course, the last nail in the coffin was Carr being able to find not one but two kills towards that backside, just completely denying any possibility of a retake there. And off the back of that, once again, it is going to be a bit of a broken buy situation. Hero rifle available on Ricky, but that's about that. And for their opponents, they have those Seekers back online again, so we might see them coming into play if necessary.
I've got your trail. Get out of my way.
Seekers used early. It seems like 10x again is wasting no time going to B. I believe the old engineer's motto is if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and very few changes going to be used this time around. Alarm bot, I believe, catches one, so information to be used, but the nanostorms will only delay the inevitable, and the Venn diagram finds only time in the favor of the Schomburgers. Ricky finds a double, make it 3, but they're finally taken care of, and a 1 versus 2 when the dust settles, so will Stunna. Carr finds a kill through the high tide with a judge, and 10x, and I think the wildest round thus far on the map, still take it.
Yeah, they did a great job there, being able to just find those kills. And of course, the Bladestorm and the Judge in conjunction, just absolutely nasty work coming out of 10x. I feel bad for Ricky, the only one with an actual gun, managing to do some absolute work there. Managing to farm up their ultimate as well, quite close to it. In fact, for the side of Schomburgers, there are several ultimates that we might see coming into play this round. The Reckoning, the Bladestorm, of course, Papa Smurf with the Viper's Pit once again, and of course the lockdown on Ricky after that massive 3k that they got, despite the round being a kind of an eco. It does seem like 10x, now that they found out that this B side is working for them perfectly, they're just intent on running it down every time.
Pop Smurf trying to play again around their utility. Trailblazer goes in. They do land a snakebite inside of their own poison cloud, which is a virtual death trap should you walk into it. But Papa Smurf's going to transition. I believe they've been heard, and as they turn, they should have been noted as well. A high tide to mask their transition. That's a problem. And 10x are aware of it and just disengage. The problem is, again, Stunna's now on the flank just the same.
Oh, the awareness though from 10x that there might be a player here flanking. They used the guiding light to clear it out, and that's gonna be some information at least that there is somebody on the flank. However, they don't check for Stunna and Excite, the duo being able to find not one but two confirmed kills, and now they're gonna be happy to just kind of fall back here. They have the numbers advantage. They don't want to really risk anything to use it. And 10x themselves, they are forced to go forward onto this particular side. They clear their corners as well, so that's gonna make the numbers advantage situation even better.
10x crossing the T's, dotting their I's, and clearing out screens. Danny S aware that mid is more than occupied. The spray, however, doesn't land onto the Trailblazer, so they have a massive disadvantage as this push comes through. And they also have to get the spike down. The problem is, Stunna on that flank still not cleared out of position, and the Achilles heel for the 10x attack finally taken care of, finally sewn right back up. But Solar has no time to work with, needs to find both of those players, and will plant behind the pillar. The guiding light will not fully find him, and he will get the spike plant. He will also find a follow-up kill, a 1 versus 3 here for Solar. The controller left alone, but is dropped through the pillar. Excite with a gamble shot with no information will shut the clutch down and tie us right back up.
Really nice kill coming out there, but I feel bad for 10x. They almost had that 1v3 coming through. Just a sliver of HP left. If Excite is basically a vandal and a half bullet away from their demise. Either way, though, off the back of that round, it is going to be 5 ultimates available for Schomburgers in this round, as well as enough economy to buy up, I believe, if I'm not wrong. Either way, it does seem like this B approach, it's finally found some kind of answer coming out of the side of Schomburgers. They say, alright, if we can't fight you on site, we're just going to flank, and they do a great job at it.
It's always been Schomburgers making sure that 10x has to look so many different directions as well, whether it's a site take, a site hold, a retake denial, whatever it may very well be. It is Schomburgers forcing 10x into so many different fights at the same time. And they will use one of their 5 ultimates, at least in this round. The Bladestorm popped early. Final 2 rounds of the half, might as well use them before you lose them. And it seems like 10x doesn't have a guaranteed decision just yet. Drago shoulder peeking over towards long, Papa Smurf a whole 3 steps away from possibly finding a kill, but 10x seem to want to go to the other direction, and this would be the correct call. There's a significant lack of both players and utility on that side.
No charges left.
Still gonna be a player lurking through, though, kind of playing around that poison orb. The rest of the players, as well as the spike itself, does seem to be heading towards this A side instead. Papasmurf finally being able to confirm that kill. That's gonna be one less player that they have to worry about. The revenge finds their revenge with the help of that sheriff. Trade still going in favor of the side of Schomburgers here, and now the reckoning is going to be invested as well to make things worse. It's all on Revenge's shoulders here to be able to find yet another crucial timing as Xside goes on the hunt, looking for a couple of kills. These last two players from 10X, they need to find something before being able to get that spike down, and look at the position they're holding now.
A weird spot for 10X to be in. They aren't worried about the flank, but hold up. Schomburgers think they've rotated over to B, and they are completely incorrect in that assumption. Patience for 10X may very well play in their favor, but if they over-aggress and lose a player without getting that spike down, they're in so many more problems than they can solve. Spike will indeed go down over towards the A side, and they will finally understand that they have indeed been duped. Schomburgers as a team, though, will now look to play for the trades. The Killjoy getting aggressive over towards spawn. Revenge being seen, should be swung from the other direction, but gets out alive, and without taking all that much damage, will be able to disengage with their life.
It's a little bit unfortunate that I think the damage wasn't quite done to the sky, so still gotta be able to get healed. Holding the angle, but it's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade though, all down to just the harbor. Controller versus controller. Papasmurf versus Danny S, and Papasmurf will be the one to come out on top. Schomburgers, they steal the lead back here, holding strong on defense, and that's gonna be round number 6 for them after that beautiful play coming out of Papasmurf. But all things considered, considering that the bye was a little bit awkward for 10X, it's
Last
round
round
that it came
before
down
the
to 1v1 at the end. Revenge finding 2 with the sheriff, and of course the third one off with the help of that bulldog or phantom. That's just huge there.
I like the setup as well in the later stages for Schomburgers. They understand they have the man advantage. Why play independently from one another when you can play the buddy system as you talked about earlier? Even losing these fights, just the full disengage as a squad. Revenge playing 1-for-1 with Teach. Danny S sure finds that kill, but Papasmurf with the information and the gun skill drops him down, and Schomburgers take that lead and guarantee themselves, on the lower end, a tied-up scoreline at the halftime split. But 10X again going over towards the B side for seemingly the upteenth time thus far in this half, and Stunna may not be cleared out. Guiding Lights return 1-for-1, and the Trailblazer now being seen. Stun is going to fully back away and do so with their life more than intact.
Bye not the greatest either for 10X. I think I saw one of their players, their Killjoy, with nothing but a Spectre, and Papasmurf. The wall's gonna go down any second. Gotta be caught in the open here. At least they found one. The flash is immaculate though, and Papasmurf is on a murder spree here. 3 on the round already. It's all down to just Car. 1v3 scenario. 46 HP and a dream. Spike dropped in an awkward position to boot, and now Dash gotta be running out to make things worse. Just a demon of a play coming out of Papasmurf there to be able to find 3, and that's spray down.
Sun is fully disengaged, and Carr has so much to take care of. I don't like how Schomburgers are playing this one. I commended them for their previous setup with the man advantage. They aren't doing so this time around. However, Stunna not cleared. More than happy to make up for the lackluster team play on that side with just straight up gun skill and the fact that their position is significantly less than known. Schomburgers make it a 7-5 defensive split, and on Pearl, pretty good. You usually want about 7-5 on the attack, and that just was not the case here for 10X.
I think that Schomburgers, they've had a pretty good run on the defense. They've been able to find some really good timings, and their aggression was honestly the perfect amount. They were able to constantly find information as well as make plays off of it, of course. Starting off with this brutal clutch coming out of Papasmurf. Papasmurf, in fact, has been the clutch master for this particular team over the course of this half so far. And on attack with those lineups coming into play, it might be even more the case, so...
The half as a sum up, about as even as things could have gotten. Hero plays from a select few players, team play from each, but in the end it was indeed the 2-round deficit going the way of Schomburgers. Into our pistol, second half pistol at that. Schomburgers on the attacking side seem to want to conclude A, and that would be the correct call. There's really only the Killjoy here. The alarm bot will find at least one player, but the Killjoy just disengages, and Revenge is going to play for the full 5v5 retake with a spike plant.
In a pistol run, I don't know if that's the best idea. The Molly, however, will force the spike to be planted a little bit more towards mid instead of that safe default plant. Molly not doing much damage in the process as well, so that's going to make things even more rough. Papasmurf holding down Art, waiting for some rotations to come through so they can maybe grab a kill or 2. But most of the players, they're going to be coming in through the spawn side instead. Already, it is going to be Danny is finding one, although Stunna is quick to find the trade. 4v4 situation right now, and this crossfire might be the difference maker.
Solar with one, Revenge a follow-up. They're trying to stick the spike, and they do have the Cove on top of it. That may very well be the decision-maker in this round. The jump in from Papa Smurf is more than shut down, and again, it's man advantage played to a T. This time, it's 10x to take it as they bring one round back and bring the deficit down to just one once more.
It's likely that's going to be 0 as well because they got the plant down. They were able to get the defuse as well. So it's likely that we're going to be seeing both teams kind of forcing up if necessary on this anti-eco. Never mind. For the side of Schomburgers, they're just happy to go in for these pistols and sheriffs, do as much damage as they can in the process. For the side of 10x though, they've had a fairly successful pistol. The call for the retake was really nice because between all of these agents that both these teams have picked, despite a little bit of disparity, they have a lot of utility. So it makes sense that you kind of want to wait for the rest of your team to converge before trying to go for the defuse. And 10x, they do it in style.
Seems like Schomburgers wanting to fully dedicate themselves onto the B side. They have very little control elsewhere on the map, a little bit towards mid with Killjoy, Viper rotating over, but Schomburgers need to be decisive here. This is not a round in which you're expected to win. Obvious weapon disadvantages, and you need to be able to pick up early kills, but you have to do so as a team. If you can swing as a squad, you're in a really good spot, but if you get swung as a squad, you're in an even worse one. Schomburgers, what's the call? It seems like mid to B, maybe? But you have to wait for the rotation of Stunna, who's just wasted their tailwind.
Not quite sure. There's a Viper waiting in towards the doors, as well as some utility towards Arts, the Killjoy utility that will make things worse. It does seem like the call is to go towards B here, where there is just 1 or 2 players left. So if they can get a kill onto either Danny S or their teammate, it might be what they need. However, Danny is able to find a headshot already here with the Cascade as well to slow down the push. Drago with the backup being able to find 2 before finally being shut down. However, that's going to bring things down back to a 3v3, even though Solar strikes back. And the spike itself, if it goes down, at least for the side of Schomburgers, they're going to have quite a bit of extra money to work with in that.
One enemy remaining.
They try to re-engage though. Excite caught out. Spike plant will go down, but Stunna caught in the corner where the Sheriff only needs headshots and won't even find a shot, period. They couldn't even pull the trigger. Solar just swings them across the old Ferrari peak, for all of you old Counter-Strike fans, and 10x will indeed win the conversion round, but they do so to a decent expense, losing a couple guns, allowing Schomburgers to get that spike down as well. This bonus is going to be less than ideal for them.
Yeah, they let Schomburgers get a little bit more money than they need or should. Either way though, I think for the side of Solar especially, they should be pretty happy because they managed to get almost all of their Viper results up. They should probably have it running by the next round if they continue playing at the pace that they have. Really, really good work coming out of 10x here to be able to equalize. And now this round where it's going to be full buy versus bonus, finally rifles in the hands of the players of Schomburgers. I'm very excited to see what they can do, because if these attackers, these really sweet people, are able to just kind of hold on and get a couple of picks early on like Revenge just did, it might be the difference maker.
Revenge finds the first, and 10x can just fully disengage. They don't have the weapon advantage, but they have the man advantage, and I think those really offset one another, making things a much more even round to start here for 10x. And their bonus, I said, less than ideal. With that opening kill, they're in a much better spot.
Really important one as well, because that's going to be the info initiator taken offline. No more flashes, no more trailblazer for information, much less utility that you have in your arsenal. Ricky, though, finding a trade here, being able to take down Card, that's going to be your opening duelist kind of taken off. You're not going to have anyone to dash onto side in those retakes or even a jet smoke to try and help out. Both really important kills here, though. I think that I would happily trade a jet for a Sky.
If 10x will agree with you, as this engagement comes through for the Schomburgers. They're splitting A. There is 2 players here for the defense. A third rotating over in through spawn, but timing may very well get the better of them.
Left.
They throw the high tide forward. It does shut Revenge outside. They want the spray, but instead, it's Danny S, the sole player to fall inside of it. The Cove for extra protection, and Schomburgers a perfect setup as they initially take the site, and now they just need to hold. The problem is for 10x, they cannot even argue with themselves to try and take this. The spray from Solar just barely missing, courtesy of the spray of the Spectre. And they want to re-engage, they don't have the utility. Guiding Light misses. Papa Smurf more than able to try and take this fight. And then Nanostorm around the corner, just distracting everybody. A swing from Papa Smurf, they find one. Looking for more inside of A main as the aggression comes through. The problem is, as soon as that Poison Cloud goes down, they will die from the corner. Instead, it's Teach to find it. One found from Revenge. A second with the turret. They don't have the time, though. They need to hop on the spike. And Teach will swing for the headshot. The ace is denied. And Schomburgers will retake their lead.
That was almost an ace clutch coming out of the Killjoy, but like you mentioned, unfortunately, clock not quite in their favor, and Teach will be able to play off of that and get that final kill. Revenge unfortunately had to stick half there, and that wasn't a possibility, but really, really good trades coming out of Revenge in this particular round. Doing quite a bit of damage as well, taking all of these rifles off the hands of these players from the side of Schomburgers there. That's pretty huge. And right now, Schomburgers, despite winning the round, their economy, it's so-and-so. They're all going to be able to buy. Stunna does have the Bladestorm to work with there if they don't have money for a gun. So that's going to be something that works out for them. How many more can they convert? That's going to be the question. Because on a map like Pearl, it's very momentum-based. You really want to try and chain as many rounds in a row as possible. And so far, it's been a very back-and-forth kind of nature here in this half at the very least.
I think that continues to be the case, especially as you look at the attacking side. They want to try and push forward in the Schomburgers half, but they don't really have a decisive opportunity to do so. They want to try and push the B split, but there's at least two players there, noted by not only utility, but gunfire through the wall at the same time. They could go over towards A, but they know there's a minimum of two players in that general direction as well. Seems like the Cascade will indeed be used. Coupled alongside the lockdown as a counter, 10x will try and shut this down, and it's perfectly timed. I don't even know if they can get this Spike plant safely. They don't even have full site control. Spike will try to go down. It will just barely go off before the lockdown. The detain, however, will still come through. The spray through the Cloudburst doesn't land, though, and Teach will die, but significantly further along than they were expecting.
Served as a little bit of a distraction now, though, with the code going down. It seems like it might just be another free defuse possibly coming through. Not stopping to stick it, and despite there being two players remaining towards main, it is going to be a Ninja coming through at the end of it. Not even allowed to save the rifle is Ricky as Drago shuts him down. And just like that 10x, they bring it back 8-8. Really, really looking strong on this defense, especially as long as Danny is alive. That cove, it's going to get that defuse through. This is the second time already.
This is why Harbor Viper's the GOAT's meta of Valorant. Mimi was right. Mimi was right.
Mimi is always right.
It's one of those rounds where you spray through, and if you haven't hit anybody, then you expect nobody to be on the spike. But you can't predict the fact that there would be a cove when there's also a high tide and a toxic screen in front of you. There's just no way to get that information early. And you feel so bad for the Schomburgers. Nice shot from Stunna, looking for another. Finds it as well into Drago. They apparently took that previous round personally and will hold W on towards the site. Car caught inside of a snake bite is forced away from the screen's peak, and everything being dedicated to Car, everything in the kitchen sink goes their way in terms of utility, and that should be the round. Solar brings one back though, so that's quickly taken care of, but a 2v4 retake, less than ideal.
They have guns at the very least, but these post-plant positionings that are being held by Schomburgers, it might be a little bit more that the side of 10x have bit off compared to how much they can chew. There's also a late lurk coming in the form of Ricky here. Not expecting that one either. However, it is going to be the first player inside coming here to try and check where exactly the spike is being diffused or not. And off the back of that, despite them going down, Teach is there for the trades. A Thrifty, in fact, coming through for the side of Schomburgers because, of course, their purchase was less than ideal. After that round, Papa Smurf will also be getting an operator, so that's really interesting that they managed to get so much for the price of free.
Schomburgers taking every single opportunity that they can indeed find, and thus far, a half has gone about as expected. The previous round was the only one that was a real outlier in terms of stats. You win pistol conversion, you lose the bonus, you win the first full rifle round. That tracks to about the same degree, especially when the first full rifle round was to such an odd degree as we saw. Papa Smurf over towards that C-T or T split, and you're in an odd spot if you're 10x here, trying to find the perfect equilibrium between aggressive and passive, especially when it comes to mid control, but they're fully disengaging and going A main. This is a change of pace.
I think it's like a bit of a cat or mouse game between these two teams right now, trying to figure out who can get that first pick first. Talking about picks though, Solar already spotting out Ricky here. Doesn't want to get a little bit too aggressive. Will be falling back, in fact, because they're one of the few players with a gun that might work in their favor. Economy not in the greatest spot right now for 10x on this defensive buy. Just spam shots, trying to find something to smoke, but luck does not seem to be in their favor. However, Danny has his share of shots, his second kill as well, in fact coming through for the turret as well. Timmy the turret doing God's work here for the side of 10x, and just like that Schomburgers, they're now at a number disadvantage.
They're holding long distance though, that's the main caveat to this. Spike is in the open, so a Cove could very well turn the tides of this, pun intended. But Papa Smurf playing on the other side of their own toxic screen falls to Danny S. Perfect reaction time, and the Viper's Pit now being used on top of it. Cove put through. Every feasible spray needs to go through, and it does indeed. Solar's taken care of. The toxic screen is put down, but the high tide is good enough, and Carr gets aggressive up and over the top to give 10x that one round back they need. They will tie things up after they eventually defuse the spike.
Once again, things neck and neck here, 9-9 right now. And I think this is a thrifty round this time coming through for another team. And so far we've seen thrifties from both of these teams so far. It's just a testament to how insane both of these players are, and why I can see why exactly that first map went into multiple overtimes before finally getting over. Now Economy finally the favor of both of these teams, looking a little bit better for the side of 10x here, who are able to invest in that operator. Papa Smurf forced to play with only a Stinger after a little bit of too much invested into that previous round. However, Papa Smurf does have that Viper's Pit as well, and in that Viper's Pit, with people getting as low as they are with prolonged exposure, it might just be a guaranteed kill, irrespective of what weapon they have, so if the ultimates are careful enough.
Early Viper's Pit over towards the A side, and without all that much control, this is going to commit a lot of utility from the 10x defense. Seeker's already being utilized, both Snake Bites, Poison Cloud's been dedicated as well, and it's a full bait. The problem is they've walked into Revenge, who's seen them, and may very well be able to call over the rotation. They've gained some help with Danny S making their quick rotation over. The Blade Storm now being used, Cascade as well, everybody pressing their ult key, but Revenge being forced out of position will swing over towards the screen's wall. Danny will swing back towards the mid split, but they're going back to A.
Though the spray through the smoke attempt at connecting here. Ricky, though, not able to quite find anything, will be forced back. Schomburger still at a numbers disadvantage. They do have some ultimates to work with, and now they're going to be pivoting towards this B side instead here. Through the smoke, Solar trying to get a little bit of damage. Will, in fact, connect. Beautiful kill on the Teach there. And now the third on the round for the Viper. All down to just the Killjoy. Ricky, in a 1v5 scenario, with the Economy being in the shambles as it is for Schomburgers, it's just going to be a rifle saved.
So many difficulties for the Schomburgers, and at this point, you also can't see them find all that much of a foothold into a lot of these rounds either. They've won 2 rounds thus far in the second half. Ricky finds a follow-up kill on a Draga, so some economic damage is done at the minimal side, but Schomburgers still having a lot of difficulties gaining that foothold. They even try to double bait and switch with a Viper's Pit, a Cascade over towards B, and then they find nothing. Use 2 ultimates, both of your controller ults at that, and then you find, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 0 kills other than the exit frags. That was not good.
What's not good, though, is probably the mental coming in for the side of Schomburgers. They've taken quite a few beatings, and of course, losing last round, that had to hurt, because even though it was a 4v5, if they'd been able to win their engagements on that B side, the turn of the tides could have changed on that particular round, but now instead they're going to be forced to kind of vie and try to prevent 10x from really running away with this game. Already the Economy is not in the brightest spot for them. They are going to be able to buy up if they want to, somewhat forced weaponry, but nevertheless it does seem like it's going to be a very, very close game, especially if Schomburgers are able to bounce back into it.
These replays really showing the story, even inside of seemingly every feasible piece of utility they could have dedicated. They just could not find that foothold they needed. And we saw this a little bit in the later stages from 10x. And one thing I loved about their site takes were they weren't stopping at only the site, they were extending a little bit past it just to make sure they had some level of security. And that's really what allowed them to have the freedom to move about as they please. That's not what we see from Schomburgers. With 10x now taking the lead, they've had a significant difficulty of holding the site because all they take is the site and then they back away. Or they take a close corner of the site and then they back away. It's never full control for them. It's only taken what's fully given, and 10x are then proceeding to take it right back. How did that miss? What? They missed again!
That's just a classic welcome to Valorant moment, though. I dare say Ricky's feeling pretty happy about it. That turret not quite going down. Now, though, Danny S is just absolutely slaying out here. 3 kills already as they look to push him aggressively. The Sky's overgrowth as well to make things worse, bringing him back to full HP. And now Danny S, it's going to be Danny S and Co versus the rest of Schomburgers. It's just amongst the 2 people right now. Already that flash is going to give away the position of one of them. Trailblazer invested as well to try and smoke out, possibly find the bait or cause this raiding player to try and push through. But Papa Smurf is aware of the possibility. We'll be waiting very, very, very warily for it to try and salvage something out of this 2v5 scenario.
One enemy remaining.
Danny finds a 4K, and that should be it. Ricky again in a 1v5. Back-to-back rounds where it's a clutch required. The ace is denied, but it's Danny's ace, not Ricky's. I suppose Ricky's too, in a technicality, but they were significantly further away. And 10x now with 11. They're on a tear with 3 rounds in a row, and Danny just shutting down the walk-in. Granted, there weren't any guns on the other side, nor shields, so, I mean, there's a caveat, but it's still a 4K.
9-11 now, 2 rounds away before 10x move on, and in this buy round, this is arguably going to be Schomburgers' last chance to prevent 10x from running away with this game. They do have the lockdown to work with, as well as the Bladestorm if necessary, which I don't think we'll be seeing at least a secondary ult in this particular round. Unfortunately, though, whether Bladestorm has been invested or not, Stunna is going to go down. That's a little bit of a jet diff coming there as the operator sings, and first blood once again, it's going to be in the pockets of 10x.
And look at that, Schomburgers completely collapsed. They were about to just rush it onto A, but as soon as they lose that opening duel in the backside of mid, they lose that pincer possibility, and they just fall apart entirely. Papa Smurf is the only player not currently sitting in A main for the Schomburgers, and they have not found a soul in towards mid. They may very well take all the way back to showers, but the problem is, it seems like 10x is aware of this possibility. Papa Smurf is being held as they walk through, but the kill not found by Danny. A massive blunder as that kill now forces them to turn tail and look the opposite direction. A site control now should be in their favor, and there should be a spike plant to follow.
Home does go down. That will help to at least get the spike down.
What?
Spam, though, it is going to be Drago doing enough to possibly get a kill on take side. And once again, the numbers advantage is going to be swinging in the favor of 10x here. The Viper for the side of Schomburger super tagged up as well. No more Sky available to get that extra healing ability coming through. There is a Cascade coming in very late to perhaps trying to deny the spike push or push off the site. But despite all of that, it is going to be Revenge who's able to find that kill.
What?
Last player standing.
Teach finds a double. That should be it. I don't know how in the world they found the second player. It's just a gamble spray while strafing. RNG, a little fortuitous for him. But it's not going to matter. 10x will go on to match in series point to send themselves into the top 8. And Schomburgers having difficulties, again, holding control. Because just like we saw in previous rounds, other than, well, I suppose Papa Smurf playing a little bit of mid-control, you lose all your site control other than A or B main. And then the site proceeds to collapse off the back of it because one-dimensional holds, never a confirmed round win.
Talking about confirmed rounds, though, 10x is only 1 away from locking in that final spot. They know how close they are. They have the economy. They have that lockdown if they want to go in for a retake. And they're also only 1 off of that reckoning for their own harbor. Unfortunately, though, for the side of Schomburgers, despite the updraft being committed by Stunna along with the Bladestorm, no entry kills have been found quite yet. In fact, I've got to say, in this half, 10x have looked incredibly strong at being able to find these first kills on defense, despite how the players of Schomburgers are kind of performing right now. Despite it being such a close game, I think a lot of those engagements do come down to those first and second kills and whether they're traded out or not. And the moment 10x gets an advantage, it just seems to be over for the side of Schomburgers.
10x also having textbook level takes as well, making things so much more difficult. Cascade going to be used, but a return lockdown will now be dedicated. That could be sprayed through the wall, so never a guarantee to have that stick through. Stunna just jumps in, but still is quickly taken care of, and they've lost site control. Schomburgers again lose an opening duel for the, 4th or 5th round in a row, and they have to fully disengage. The problem is, they've dedicated so much to the site take, and they've gained nothing off the back of it, they still feel that they have to push it. They have to worry about the screen swing, they have to worry about the close corner around Cubby, and Revenge is just waiting for this. They swing at the perfect possible time. Excite is caught off guard, the Cascade now used in the defense. Spike is still in their control, but that's about it.
their way though. 3 remaining players for the side of Schomburger. Spike still hasn't gone down, so that's going to be an even more of a problem here. 15 seconds left on the clock. They have to commit here. They have to go forwards, but already the congregation is there for Tenax. Revenge fighting 3 on the round, 4 in fact for the Killjoy, as it is going to be a flawless round to cap off Tenax's victory on the 3rd map, the decider here on Pearl. 13-9 here. Absolutely phenomenal performance coming out of them, and they are going to be moving on to the round of 8.
And if that doesn't sum up, I think, the rest of that map, I'm not really sure what will. The second half was so dominant. I said 7-5 should be what they're happy with. The problem is they just could not get that foothold in the second half. I talked about not gaining that map control past the site alone, and you'll probably see that on a lot of these replays that are about to come up, where they just could not get the foothold they needed. And as we take a look at our Sony In Zone replays for this map, it was just the second half being much more dominant. They go from, what, 9-5 down, or 8-6, or something along those lines, to winning 13-9. That was clean to close it out.
I think a huge factor in that was also revenge, like, especially in that second half. I don't know what revenge had, whether they went for a walk, got some caffeinated drinks, or just some normal coffee. They just activated at the end of it, and some really, really nice shots, and of course, really good pieces of utility coming out to be able to help 10X close that round out. You saw those multi-frags coming in. They were just able to chain them together one by one.
Multi-frags, it seemed to be the closest to possible maps in the earlier stages, and then when the second half came through, there were a select few rounds that were to be expected from the Schomburgers, the bonus, and then the follow-up from our first real rifle round. But after that, they were just picked apart in seemingly every single fight, and this is really where it started.
So many rounds, they seem to know exactly where Schomburgers like to plant the spike or something, just spraying to the smoke, doing so much damage. Just phenomenal work coming out of them.
Well, as these replays will wrap up and we show the dominance, especially in these later stages, with the Schomburgs unfortunately being taken care of, and this match as a whole going the way of 10X, they sum up from yesterday and move on to these quarterfinals. But that's the round of 16 now taken care of. Last Resistance did indeed beat Too Old 2-0, so our 8 quarterfinalists, it's Neptune's Money Crew up against the Boomer Bandits. They take on the winner of Ambrosia versus Core. And on the other side of the bracket, YFP Gaming up against Last Resistance. And then, of course, the game we shall be following, barring any changes for Funners, up against 10X. We're going to take a break. When we come back, it's a money match. Winner into the cash and into the semis. Loser out of the tournament and out of the money. We'll see who does indeed make it into both when we return from the break.
The future feels so unsure. Didn't we deserve more? The burden that you left is way too heavy for me. Do you ever feel like the world would die out? My anxiety's off the roof, I cry out. We have gone too far, take me back right now. I see fire burning, but I close my eyes. I'd rather everything is falling out of place. I see trees ripped from the ground, but nobody makes a sound. I see fire burning, but I'm fine. Yeah, nobody.
If you've ever experienced Wild Bill's or had the opportunity to taste our old-fashioned soda pop, you've likely been served by someone who served far more than soda. Veteran-owned and operated, we are more than just a company that sells soda pop. Wild Bill's is an experience that commemorates the memories created with friends and family. Once you've tried one of our 9 refreshing flavors, you'll understand why people keep coming back year after year. You need just purchase a mug, pick any flavor, and pour all day long. Our exclusive mugs are unique for each function, with different styles, each having the event logo to celebrate that special day. And if you run into us again, just bring your mug and pay only $5 to fill up all day.
Cups are awesome.
Damn, sarsaparilla!
What's your favorite thing here? Nice. Good answer.
People love the experience, and kids love pouring from the tap for themselves. Made with pure cane sugar, there's no high fructose corn syrup, which makes for a delicious soda that's nostalgic of a simpler time.
I'm probably going to be refilling this all day.
Wild Bill's services nearly 400 events a year. It's truly about the experience that we deliver and the value we provide, not only to events, but the customers we serve. We truly feel that we add a unique element and something that you can taste, feel, and touch. So try Wild Bill's and taste the wild side.
Don't play with my heart. Just let me go. Please let me go. You like to love so hard and then you throw it away. You like to open skies and then you blame it on me. You're someone I can never be with. You joke about my flaws and weaknesses. What you love so hard and then just throw it away. You opened up my heart just to close it on me. Don't blame it on me. Don't blame it on me. So don't you blame it on me. You never knew how bad it was. Yes, you never really cared because you said your parents never gave you hugs. And as a child you were never loved. You made me love so hard, but then you threw it away. You like to open skies and then you blame it on me. You're someone I can never be with. You joke about my flaws and weaknesses. What you love so hard and then just throw it away. You opened up my heart and just to close it on me.
Sometimes a disaster, sometimes we get free. Oh, you take the long way to stay close to me. I don't wanna know her, I just wanna breathe. You take me higher, you stay close to me. Oh, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Dark won't cloud my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Oh, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Dark won't cloud my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Sometimes a disaster, sometimes we get free. Oh, you take the long way to stay close to me. I don't want another, I just wanna breathe. You take me higher, you stay close to me. I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Oh, I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chasing it.
Entombed in my mind, can't seem to break away. Lost in time, thinking about better days. Do you ever get used to the pain? 'Cause I don't know if I can do this again. Now you got me wondering why you let me die alone inside. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. Tell me why you left me bleeding. Died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. Lullabies of you still in my head. Bloodshot eyes, can't sleep, I'm rotting in my bed. Even the drugs don't faze me. I don't think you understand. I gave you everything I had. When did shit go wrong? And now you got me wondering why you let me die alone inside. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. Oh, I got lost on the way to you in an orange sky by the ocean blue. Every mile lost, my soul renewed, taken by the sunrise and the golden view. Walking slowly in the mountains underneath the constellations. Yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its meaning, like I'm living in a dream, and I've been chasing all the feelings I need. It's in these moments with words unspoken it's in these moments. Oh, I got lost on a winding road in the dark of night with the stars unglow.
Do you want to go for a coffee?
Yeah, sure.
to the Windy City Valorant Open $10,000 LAN hosted by Belong Over Chicago and brought to you in part by Sony InZone and Wild Bill's Craft Beverage. I'm Todd Blake. Joined alongside me here is Zach Riven for our quarterfinals matchups. Another best of 3 in front of us, but this one to get into the money.
Yes, winner gets some extra money. They make it to that top 4 for sure, and that's gonna be really fun when you come all the way down to a land like this. But unfortunately for the losers, there's no lower bracket, there's no redemption arc. It's just back home, or at least to the spectator booth, which is, I agree, not really that much fun. Anyways, though, I believe that for the matchup that's going to be happening now in this round of 8, we have 4 runners going up against 10x, who we just saw come out of a very extended best of 3 series against Schaumburgers. They eventually did come out on top the victor, but now I don't know if they're going to be feeling exhilarated or fatigued after that best of 3. They have to play against For Fun, who I believe had a very clean 2-0 and a little bit of a longer break, so that might even be a factor heading into this particular game.
It's an important match. It's a $200 per player match if you're really getting into the nitty-gritty. Some entry fee conversations. Obviously, to get into the tournament was $400 a squad, so not the cheapest, but much more worth it here as we move into the more nitty-gritty, as you mentioned. It's $1,000 for 3rd or 4th place, so if you win this, you make $1,000. You win that match, you bare minimum get $3,000. If you win 1st place, you get 5,000 smackaroos. Yes, I just said that out loud. Yes, I'm regretting it. We're going to take a look at the rosters and see who we've got for our final match, at least our final match, before we throw it over to Keg and Marks. Lucas, Ica, Spoof, Mats, and Lomain here for Funners. A myriad of different previous rostered players across tier 2.5 and your fun old some VCL rosters that currently are VCL but weren't when they were on it. This is also the team that dropped down Maryville, the predominant part of the team that was entirely prior VCL teams.
And of course, on the opposite side, we do have TEDx, who we just saw playing. Personally, I'm really looking forward to seeing more of Revenge's Killjoy. But yeah, overall, I think this team was a contender. I think they have quite a bit of fans as well. I remember people in the Twitch chat asking, hey, when is 10x playing? So I think that it's going to be a little bit nice to see them in action and see how exactly they're going to be doing in this round of 8 here. They just came out of a really, really nice game. I think that first game, it was a bit of an extended overtime, and the third map as well, it came down pretty close, but they were able to string together not 1, not 2, but 5 rounds in a row or 6 rounds in a row to be able to take the victory. So they're definitely coming off of that momentum. They're just off that win. Both of these teams, in fact, coming off of a win here pretty soon. It's just a 10x. It was like literally 20 minutes ago, so they're probably still feeling that adrenaline rush that comes when you clutch out a game like that.
And they took their well-deserved break and have now gotten our map bans in. We're going to take a look. No, we already took a look at our maps. It's Ascent, Haven, and yours favorite of Fracture. We're going to take a quick look at that before we go back to our agent select. The TLDR is it's basically the collegiate special, but not in collegiate.
Well, the one nice thing I can say is that we haven't yet seen a map of Ascent come into play, so at least that's going to be something new for the day. I wish I could say the same for the other two, but unfortunately that's not going to be the case. But Ascent in particular, I'm pretty excited to see what people are going to be cooking up, because I think in NA in particular, over the last couple of weeks, I've noticed a lot of Vipers come into play. Personally, I really like the dynamic that it adds to the game, but for this particular series, at the very least in this map, it does seem to be the most meta of all meta comps that has ever touched Ascent. It is going to be that Sova KO double initiator combo, Omen for the controller, which personally I like, because again, you have a little bit of verticality that you can play around. You have the teleport, of course. The number of times I've seen a clutch coming out with the help of that from the shadows being used to pick up the spike from where it's been dropped in a super awkward place. And of course, my personal favorite, Killjoy on this particular map. I love that even when Chamber was the meta, this was the one map where Killjoy still found a lot of love.
Personal favorite is the KO selection, and I personally am an initiator main, predominantly KO, and Sova when required. The combination of these is 4 Funners, and I have to say, 4 Funners coming into this are, I'm not going to say the favorite, but are a leading squad. And the main reason is because you've seen a lot of these players in previous matches or previous teams. Seemingly any conversation that you have about a tournament that's happened in the past includes 4 Funners. I'm going to give you the TLDR in their previous results, at least for some of their players, because not all of them have played for the team as a whole in the most recent patches. But for instance, Lo Mein has played for Full House for a decent bit, played for Andy's Farmers, which was the old Forerunner squad, and then Fluid Gaming, and then actually, ironically enough, played for 10x before that, back in October of last year. A couple of the other teammates also between a couple of those rosters. But as we move in, we'll take a step away from the big picture, move into our first map of play. It's Ascent. It looks like Forefenders want to send it straight onto A.
They do have that flash utility to work with here. Turret doing a little bit of chick damage in the process, but that and the Nanostorm aren't going to be doing quite much. In fact, side control has been quite easily taken. It does seem like the side of the defenders, they're happy to go in for a little bit of a retake play here. 5v5 on the pistol. I'm not sure if this is the best idea, especially when you do have a Killjoy who can possibly set up some post plans to play off of. Right now, though, for the side of 10x at least, they are just going in. The paranoia comes through, the damage is done, and the kills go in favor of the attackers here. Things are brought down back to a 2v2 though, and now it's all down to Spoof, taking quite a bit of damage from Car, and now in this 1v2 scenario, no utility really left in their pocket. Do get the right click though, and now all they have to do is connect the second one, but Car gets the headshot on the jumping Omen, and that's going to be the pistol for 10x.
Spoof only needed one of those shots to land as well. A jumping right click may very well have done it, but Carr shuts that down, goes skeet shooting with the Omen's head, and the opening kill does indeed go the way of the defensive side. 10x open up well, and they needed to. They take momentum very seriously, and Spoof on 15 health. You can see it was only 22 for the Jet of Carr, but when push came to shove, it was the Ghost to come out on top.
That was just overkill as well. Like you mentioned, skeet shooting, getting a headshot onto somebody jumping at you with the classic while getting half to defuse that as well. That's just like calm and collected in the place of absolute pandemonium. Really, really good work coming out of Car there. They, off the back of that win, 10x are going to be able to have a little bit of an investment into this round as well. You do see the Marshal already being aligned towards mid. Unfortunately for the side of their opponents, despite getting that plant, they're not investing too heavily. They do have some sheriffs online, which might translate to a little bit of half armor in that next particular round when those Vandals do come into play. Assuming that, of course, they don't somehow make this anti-eco work in their favor. Either way, though, 10x, they're just happy to kind of take it slow, go in for those retakes. We saw it in the previous game that we saw on stream, their third map. They're a very collected team that likes to play off of what the opponent does, and so far it's been working for them.
Early presence of the Forerunners again over towards this A side. It was really relinquished and then regained, but a dark cover will shut down whatever level of aggression they may have wanted. They'll pick up an ultimate orb and then fully disengage. 10x is just forcing them away, and on a consistent basis, just not giving away free real estate. Sure, you can have a main, whatever. You can have mid as well. They don't really care. But you're not turning it into a site take, and they finally will go back to B. The problem is there's still a decent bit of utility and a couple players waiting for them.
30 seconds left.
There's also Timmy the Turret, basically player number 6 in these rounds against pistols. So they're going to have to deal with that particular menace as well. Mats has been waiting all this while, hoping for a little bit of aggression from the side of 10x, but so far has not been rewarded for the patience. However, that's going to be a really clean shot coming through with the help of that Marshal. Gets a second with the help of the Ghost as well, although the trade finally comes out, and now it's going to be revenge on the side here, trying to play spoil sport. However, not quite working out. Time for the plant to go through though. There is barely enough. Drago though, able to get these kills. A 1v2 scenario. It's all down to just the KO, who does get that clutch coming through. And that is going to be that. 10x, they take the rounds, but it was a bit expensive.
I love the Russian from Drago as well. The way they retook, as soon as they heard the spike being planted, they were like, okay, underhand the flash and hold W. And with a stinger, I suppose that may very well be the correct call. But the way they do so is so clean, just walking straight in, finding the final kill into low main as well. And it is indeed 10x, picking up the conversion round, but you said it. It was indeed expensive. They may want a couple of those kills back, but they'll save over a couple Bulldogs, do upgraded pistols for the rest, and play for the full gun round next round. Should they lose this, they're not in the worst spot, but if they win it, they're even better.
The one thing that I would like to draw attention to is that Car already has a Bladestorm online, and then if they decide to use it in conjunction with these Bulldogs, it might very well be enough to go for a convert here. Already, it's going to be an extremely aggressive push from A-Main here. The Null Command activated as well to try and counter this. However, that's going to be a really, really good KO, because not only does it shut down all the utility here, it also shuts down that Bladestorm, which means suddenly what was a round that could have very well gone their favor has fallen apart here. Danny is able to find one with the Bulldog, 3 remaining to go. This looks a bit rough.
Could find one in mid. timing not going his way, and I believe as soon as Danny rotates or turns perfectly away from the long side, they will quickly die. Yep. Matt Z takes a kill. Forefunners do indeed deny that bonus round victory and save over the rifles. Not an expensive round for them. They do lose 2 players, but they're more than happy to make up for it.
The nice thing is though, because even though Carr died in that second round, that actually because they had the Blade Storm to play with, they were able to kind of save enough money, and now they're going to be having that operator online to boot. I think that one of the main reasons why Jett is back into complete meta on this particular map, ever since Chamber got nerfed, is because of the power that the operator holds on Ascent in particular. I think that this is one of the best maps for the operator and the Jett both in conjunction. Now though, talking about metas, it is still going to be the Silva Odin meta coming through. Danny is trying to do some damage before the round even really gets into gear here. Not able to quite find anything, as it does seem like the players are apprehensive of the fact.
Danny, you spray about 1.5 inches further left in the screen, you find maybe 2 or 3 kills, but unfortunately the shots do not land. They will still look for some frags if possible. Quick dash forward, Ico will take button control, but they don't clear out the Sarah's position. Danny with a double, Revenge with some help and finds a 3rd for the team. There is a trade, but it's just not good enough. And Forefunners, now 2-man disadvantage. Barely any sight control of that. They lose almost everything they could have. But Maxi still is able to find Carr in the close corner off the back of the Nanoswarm, but it is only 1 kill. Now a 1 versus 2 taking into both players. They find both players! Spoof with a double, a 3 on the round, and a clutch to tie it up.
Wow, I thought for sure that was a round that 10x seemed to have locked down, especially after this masterful Odin performance coming out of Danny S. But Spoof, you do not underestimate the power of a Phantom in this kind of range. You're not gonna getting that kind of spray transfer seems almost second nature, and off the back of that, the economy is gonna be completely shut down for 10x here. 4 sheriffs on the board, also 1 stinger to boot in play. They do have a couple of ultimates if things get dicey enough that they need to use them. For example, if Danny S can get a really good Hunter's Fury into play and get a kill or 2 off the back of that, it might be what this round really needs to turn on its head.
Playing aggressive, unfortunately, to their own demise. Spoof able to catch up Revenge, as was the turret. Carr will be caught out. They'd already popped the tailwinds. They've basically lost that in its entirety, unless for some reason they pop it after the expire. Solar does get aggressive over towards Ayo, finds a kill and is able to disengage with their life. 1-for-1 trade overall in the round, and 10x is more than happy with that.
Considering the level of purchase, and when I say level of purchase, I mean almost nothing that they put in, it's a pretty good investment nevertheless. Now though, it is going to be the Hunter's Fury that we talked about getting invested.
You should run.
Unfortunately, not quite able to find anything, but at least it will bait out this lockdown. That's one less thing that these players have to worry about in that next particular round.
We'll disengage as well from 10x. They will play for a full retake if they can, and Drago dropping Matt Z on the flank, looking for another with the Sheriff in hand. 1 shot may be all it takes. Spoof does switch sides, still looking for the frag, but now with help, Drago finds a follow-up, and Carr sitting up in heaven, trying to go 1-for-1 with their doppelganging Jett. But the suppression comes through, the null command now put forward, and Carr finds a follow-up. Lo Mein needs to find the heroics that Drago already has, but their position more than known. A double swing from Main may very well decide if their position now guaranteed, and the shots just the same. 10x, a thrifty round and an important one, as Drago comes up clutch with 3 kills, 2 with the Sheriff, and a 3rd for 10x.
Really nice Sheriff shots coming out of the side of 10x here. Carr, of course, in heaven, being able to find that kill was huge. The round really started when, of course, the shots came through from the KO here. Really huge kills. 3 on the round, in fact, for Drago. And, of course, a couple of free rifles that the remaining 3 members of 10x can pick up. So that's going to be a little bit of a buff to their economy. The same, unfortunately, cannot be said for fun, because they invested quite a bit into that round, and they invested the lockdown. They tried to get the plant in, and despite doing that, they still were not able to prevent the defuse. So money situation, not exactly the greatest. Bit of a half buy coming through. They do have 3 stingers, which I will never ever underestimate, because that stinger, that's the most dangerous gun in the game, even despite the recent nerfs that came through. But yeah, all things considered, 10x, they should be able to win this round.
Get out of my way!
0 point, shut out. Carr will not have that one affect him. Still looking to get aggressive as well. As the Jett, you'd come to expect it. Let's be real with each other here. The problem is, Forefunners has had a massive lapse in real estate control. Drago misses an opportunity to drop down the very low HP Killjoy. It seems like the A site isn't the finish here for Forefunners. They have the site control. They have now the spike as well on top of it. But Drago just walking in at least finds one kill and shuts down the take as it walks forward. Bladestorm finds one to return, looking for another as Ika's just jumping for joy. Fortunately for the 10x side, they drop straight to their demise, and Solar's taken care of. Lomain with a 3k of their own, and 4Funners tie us right back up.
Like I said, you really can't underestimate these stingers, although Ika did quite a bit of work with the Bladestorm as well. Either way though, 10x, despite losing the round, they're still going to be able to afford at least a little bit in this particular round here. I think that was going to be a 3 on the round for the Bladestorm, sorry, 2 on the round for the Bladestorm and 3 for Lomain with the help of that Stinger and then Phantom that they managed to pick up. Either way though, it does seem like we have a game on our hands here. Neither team quite willing to concede domination quite yet. It's just neck and neck right now. 4Fun wins at Thrifty, 10x wins at Thrifty. Yeah, it's just one after the other here. And now the car once again having the money to reinvest in this operator purchase. Aware of it though already, you do see the investments of that null command as well as that Sova drone to try and clear out some space here. It's just working miracles.
Massive dedication. They do find a kill under Revenge. There's still 2 players waiting on the site, though. From the shadows being used to add an extra level of protection, and Carr finds a double. Nando's thrown to the backside of site, but Carr misses that 3rd shot and needs to play patient in the back corner of Boathouse. Has still that support, and Danny finding a double makes it even easier for the 10x hold to finally come through. The null command will expire. Lomain will fall from that down but not out state. The spray down. Danny's on a sliver of health. Lucas needs just 2 bullets to win this clutch. The second attempt at the spray, just narrowly missing on that shot. But Carr's holding up towards Catwalk. The assist from down below, Danny S holding towards short. And Lucas's recon bolt will find Danny S's whereabouts as he retreats into the backside of Boathouse. They decide to use the Hunter's Fury. The first shot misses, the second one does as well. And Carr getting aggressive will shut down Lucas. The overinvestment will cost him. And 10x will retake the lead.
Bit of an unfortunate mistake there, getting a little bit too over-aggressive with that Hunter's Fury. Nevertheless, though, knowing perhaps that these players were low, it wasn't exactly the worst call, but yeah, maybe all the information wasn't in the hands of Lucas. Maybe they didn't know that each player was just 1 bullet away from their demise. But just this back of sight hold coming out of these 3 players, just phenomenal work there. Carr, of course, with the operator finding 2 kills right off the bat, but also the backup, the paranoia from the Omen, as well as Danny S just holding down, hunkering on that site there. Really good work coming out of them.
Carr still looking to get aggressive, has the operator in hand as per usual, but is holding towards mid, trying to shut down that catwalk pressure. And 4Funners has been forced into very one-dimensional takes of both of these sites because of the mid control that's been the predominant factor of 10x's defense. And that's no different here, with 3 players airing towards that side.
My ultimate is not ready.
Catwalk, the other in towards the mid doors, and the third back towards market. 4Funners have to pick site. This time it's A once more, and they're going to fully send it easily again.
They're just running it down at this point. The paranoia, though, it's going to put a little bit of a spanner in the works here. Solar, though, already able on the flank, able to find 2 kills. Huge impact there. 3rd one on the board as well right now, just anchoring down the site. On the flank, though, Drago, thinking perhaps they might get a little bit more, instead will be shut down. And now in a 2v4 scenario, with the spike dropped on site, I don't know how much more they can do here. However, this is where the From the Shadows that we talked about before really comes into play. Spoof does have it in his arsenal. Going to be running it towards this B site right now. And knowing that all 4 of these players are looking towards A instead, it might be the little bit of extra knowledge that they need to really try and make this round work out. Mats as well, trying to get some mid control here, not quite able to do much. And now if Scoop can grab the spike, it's going to be all that they need. Does manage to succeed in doing so, but now it's going to be the second part of the round because they have to somehow close out this 2v4.
Certainly a possibility. With a spike down and a lot of time off the clock because of the long rotation, 10x can find a way to pick up an opener. They also have Matt Z with both of their Nona Swarms. The problem is neither of those are on top of the spike. First dart cover will go out. The Owl drone does not find anything, but a lack of information is indeed information of itself, in and of itself. But Solar now into a 4K. The swing in from Spoof will be shut down. Solar with the ace. 10x with the round. Your From the Shadows is countered by your Omen's doppelganger, who build up their entire ultimate. It's just a single round's time. It's 10x to extend their lead.
That's amazing. It's like, yeah, exactly as you mentioned. It was Solar who managed to use it in the last round, did get a couple of kills off the back of it, and of course in this round as well, an ace to boot to be able to get that From the Shadows back online if necessary. They also managed to hold on to that operator, and now with the momentum slowly but surely sliding in 10x's favor, it is going to be a timeout finally called by 4Fun here, who seem to be struggling a little bit. You talked a little bit about how that mid control has been very oppressive for the side of 4Fun, but even anywhere they try to go, there's just so much that they have to try and like contend with. For example, on that A side, there's that Killjoy utility quite a lot of the time, or if there's not the Killjoy utility, there is Solar, who's just being an absolute menace on the site. There's just so much timing and utility that does not go in the favor of these players from For Fun, that at this point they really have to try and put together a battle plan to make things work.
The sum up, especially through the earlier stages of this half, is showing how close a lot of these rounds can be, turning into an overall close matchup as well. And I think that round specifically, you just saw with the full house of frags, 2 with the Blaze Storm, 3 on low main, that really set that tone. It was cut out in the following up, but For Funners is still in this, and very much so. I also like the decision here to call the timeout. I said this earlier today, and I'll say it again. Don't call a timeout before an eco. Call it before a full buy, because you take the time, you figure out what you have to do, and then you don't let a round pass because you can't buy.
Either way, though, heading into this particular one, ultimate-wise, at least I do believe that Nationals have a bit of an advantage. They do have the shadows as well. A couple of kills off of another few ultimates, so all of these might be coming into play in this particular one. And for the side of For Fun, though, it is a little bit of a difference. Instead of trying to go for the side itself, they're opting to go for a heavy mid push, just pushing in. But however, Danny is more than ready for it, already having found 2 kills, and that's going to completely decimate the attack coming through.
Stopping his tracks, and that may very well be For Funners just disengaging entirely. They have to pick a different way in, or at least delay long enough to where 10x thinks they've fully gone the opposite direction. But look at 10x over on the A site, up at your map in the top left corner, top right corner of the map itself. There are just 2 players chilling on A. No care in the world for the fact that all of For Funners is on this B side, and understandably so. The NES may very well rotate over there, but the cut of noise here for For Funners may help them long term.
3v5 scenario, clock's still ticking down here. The moment any piece of utility comes through here towards B main, it is going to be
30
the immediate
seconds left.
recon from Danny S to try and make things work out. And honestly, at this juncture, with as little time as there is left, it seems like the call for Funners is to just hold on to these rifles for the next round, because they don't have a bank, they don't have an economy that they can really try to work off of. With only about another 4 rounds left in the half after this particular one, it just makes sense for them to just hold on to whatever they can. And because even if it's 6-3, they still have a chance to equalize, but not if they have to go into another eco, and they're just willing to wait it out here.
I have to say I'm a little surprised at the same decision. I'd expect some dedication, especially there. Solar finds a double, and that's a concerning finish. For Funners do nothing for a whole minute in the round, and because of their patience, 10x not only guarantee the round, but keep all 5 players alive. Not technically a flawless, because you have to kill the entire enemy team for you to win a flawless round. But I'm still surprised that For Funners just don't engage from B main. They tried to fully send it up mid with no direct assist from B main. It was, what, 5-6 seconds delayed, and by then, the transition was already there.
Yeah, a little too late. That does seem to be the watchword of that particular round at the very least. Now, though, again, it's going to be an eco round for the side of For Funners. They do have that 1 rifle that they saved in that previous round, but aside from that, Stingers across the board. When you know there's an operator on board, you really do not want to go in for a bit of an open peek like that. However, it is going to be the Sova who pays the price, and just like that, that's going to be 1 less peek. That's going to be your info initiator taken offline here. No more drone or recon available to push car off the angle. And that's just going to be a free hold on A side, especially if there's no flash available on the KO either.
More problems than there are solutions for For Funners in multiple rounds over, notably since the game was indeed tied up at 3 apiece. Revenge has been heard. Flash around the corner, though, perfectly timed. A sound cue to bait the attention, and a flash around the corner to catch him off guard. Revenge may be paranoid, but in the close corner, they can easily take a kill back. Activating as the Killjoy, they will find yet another. Ica will retrieve the spike, but they're in an ace clutch situation. Caught out by the 0 point. Now having to push into heaven. The stairs currently occupied, but the owl drone deciding to be used. Danny still wins the fight. Gives him the strafe back and forth, and 10x with their 4th in a row. That was gross from the squad as a whole.
Yeah, I like that awareness on Danny's part to use the drone, hear someone running towards them, go like, wait a minute, that's behind me, and just have the presence of mind to just strafe and be able to get that kill. Really, really good plays coming out of the side of 10x here. Also, credit to Aika, like the awareness that they pick up the spike, try to go to have it instead to get a kill because they already know that that glass is broken, perhaps because of a teammate's call. Nice plays coming out of both of the sides here. Just 10x look a little bit better rounded, especially Car being able to find 2 off with the operator right off the bat. Now though, for fun, they're going to be able to afford another buy finally. Something around they really have to try to capitalize on, otherwise they're running the risk of letting 10x get away with a 9-3 scoreline here. Car though still able to hold this mid area with this operator without too much trouble. Very interesting.
Here.
Now's about the time you take a gamble shot through the smoke, hoping it'll land. Ike is forced back though by the fragment, and the A-site hold for 10x has been a consistent factor of their defensive hold as a whole. Drago also tucking themselves into the close corner tree. Do they get cleared? That's the real question. Walk in, nobody checks the close corner. No extra information, and this may very well be a walkthrough to their own demise. An opening kill and a spray through the smoke! Low main drop just the same. Drago finds a double. A suppression on towards the Omen. Spoof brings one back, but a 1-for-2 trade again favoring the 10x side.
Not just a 1-for-2, but also a 2.5 basically, if not more, because Spoof has been tapped out. Just 45 HP. That's like what? That's like 1 bullet, 2 bullets with any kind of rifle here. Revenge as well under, having tucked under, safe and sound, being able to just create havoc and prevent these players from even getting that spike down here. Car has the Bladestorm ready to go as well. Not quite trusting in the operator to be enough here. Playing in their own smoke, the spray still trying to come through here. Takes a bit of damage, but at the end of the day, it is going to be Lucas coming out on top. 10 seconds in the round, not much more they can do. They try to go for that B side, but look at this. There are still 2 players here. Oh no.
Dark in, that'll deny it. Spoof will be taken care of, and inside the dark cover, Lucas is dropped just the same. I think they ran themselves into a blunder on that one. No real easy way to take the B site. They had a better shot over towards A, believe it or not, but just not the time in their favor, and time seems to be the bane of all attacking existences. 10x more than happy to play around it, turn it into an 8th round victory, and this is Drago. What is that, bro? That's gross.
My double's dead.
Almost getting 3 on the rounds, in fact, and of course, just the awareness again from Danny is to know that, yeah, one of these players is going to be low. If you're lucky, it'll be the spike planter. And the remaining, well, it's just going to be the classic coming through. Unfortunate turn of events for the side of For Fun, but for 10x, they are definitely vibing. It's been, what, 5 rounds in a row at this point? They're just able to absolutely pop off, and now Aika, probably the hope of this particular round. The buy, not the greatest for Fun here, but Aika does have the Bladestorm to work with, and we've seen the kind of damage that this particular player can do in the previous Rift round, so it might be the kind of boost that the side of For Fun desperately need here.
I'd also be very surprised if 10x is not early to try and take an initial gunfight. They've played fairly passive, but they still want to try and hold as much mid control as they have. Matt Z caught out. No command now being used. Down goes your Hunter's Fury, no matter how quickly you wanted to use it. And 10x now fully prepping for this full site retake. They will give it away, and fully so, and understandably so. But they're prepping themselves for the full retake as a team. 4 of the 5 players now gathering outside. They'll wait for the extra Hunter's Fury, should it be required, and there it will go, clearing out the hell position. But with nobody down there, low main, however, is caught out. They somehow strafe around it. A fragment to create some space, and a flash to do the exact same. But Matt Z is the first one to fall. Car finds a double. Drago caught, catching out low main. And Aika will have no further effect. Only a single kill for the Jet, and 10x make it a 9-3 first half split.
Very nice performance coming out. It was a little bit of a slow. It was a little bit of an even-handed start, but eventually 10x, especially once they got Kara on that operator and had the read of their opponents, they were just able to kind of hold it down. I think for the last 6 rounds, there wasn't even a single spike plant that came through. That's how strong and impressive this defensive setup coming up was. Unfortunately for the side of For Fun, they're facing a little bit of a pressure situation right now. They really have to try and close out this pistol to prevent the side of 10x from just running away with this map and taking an early read really quickly. This pistol, a lot of this is gonna hinge on it because 11-3, not that great. 9-5, perhaps doable.
That's still gross, by the way. I don't care how many times we look at that replay or see it live. Drago's still just so rude for that kill. And I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. That round right there is really where it seemed to be embedded through. 10x's attack, it seems like they also have to deal with some mid-pressure. Four Funners wanting to put it down, but they're not playing for as aggressive in mid-pressure. Not holding down the site. 0 Point should find both players as they walk up. There's no alarm bot though, so it's just a gamble nano swarm. Drago caught out, but still has a lot of control to work with, and playing inside a dark cover in heaven, this is a weird spot for the KO. They swing to the freest kill in any pistol round ever. But just don't clear the site.
Spike down A.
Players on site though,
One
still able to
enemy
do quite a
remaining.
bit of damage, and of course Lomain comes in to the rescue here, the Knight in Shining Armor. It's all down to just a Killjoy Revenge in a 1v3 scenario. Gets that first kill, knows the position of both the players now. All they have to do is really try and isolate these 1v1s. Not quite gonna be able to happen though, and Lomain 3 on the round for the KO, and of course for fun they will be able to lock down the pistol. No spike plant either for Tenax, so no extra money in the bank, and that's really unfortunate. I think that perhaps the KO, when they were trying to jump down, Drago was trying to play anti-flash there, but just the fact that a little bit too wide a peak and a free kill for Matsy there, I think that kind of just tilted the round on its head.
And the important notion is Lomain had really good spatial awareness, or situational awareness, knowing that it was a 2v1, not allowing Spoof to just take a straight-up 1v1 gunfight up against Revenge, and giving 10x a possibility of coming back in the round. They basically just sprinted around the triple box, and then wait for the swing to come through. Lomain somehow, off of timing alone, is caught by the recon bolt, but, I mean, information towards market in the first 10 seconds of the round, really not round determining, just a fun little tidbit.
Yeah, not much that has really quite changed there. Madsy though on site. We'll get a little bit of information that there are people on this A side off the back of that alarm bot. Nobody's quite pushed in though, because the turret will be that second layer of defense that they really have to pierce through. In the meantime, on the opposite side, or rather towards mid, it's going to be Aika finding that first crucial kill here, bringing things to a 4v5 numbers advantage in favor of For Fun. Drago waiting with the patience of a Saints here to try and find a kill or two. Ooh, spots a player as well. Not quite able to connect the shots, and now they know that there's heavy A pressure coming in here.
Mostly rotated enough over as well, and yeah, 3v5 now down to a 2v5. Lomain's even going to flash themselves into mid. Revenge suppressed, flashed, detected, their position known, sprayed through the wall.
Ouch.
Yeah, that's like the definition of going through it.
Please send thoughts and prayers after that round to, I believe it was Revenge, who had a little bit of an anonymous death, but hey, it happens to everyone. I'm sure it's happened to you as well, TTL. It's definitely happened to me in my rankings.
Too many times.
Yeah, too many times, so it's okay. We're there with you. We've been where you are. We know how it feels. Either way, though, this is going to be the full buy round finally kicking in for the side of 10x. Because of the investment of those sheriffs, you are going to be seeing half armor on about 4 of the players. And for fun, this is actually a very viable round because they didn't really lose any guns in that previous anti-eco, so they're still going to be having those Bulldogs and Guardians to work with. And it might very well be enough, especially if the trades keep going in their favor.
See 10x. Also hasn't had as much decisive play as what we saw back on Pearl in our previous series. They've taken a little bit more patience in these last couple of rounds. Granted, it is pistol and conversion, so it's entirely possible. Again, these are statistical outliers, not to be representative of the full scope of 10x's attack. But For Funners still need to be able to be cognizant of that and know that 10x can flip a switch and take a site in the blink of an eye, and you will lose 2 players, half your kits of utility, and be none the wiser to it.
That does seem to be the call right now. A heavy push towards this A main area. Matsy gonna be spotted out as well, can't quite pick the target to shoot at, and despite doing damage to 2 of them, heavy damage in fact to the Omen in particular, it's still gonna be the site taken and the spike going down. 4v5 retake attempt coming through right now. Revenge finding a second. Drago as well. This crossfire is almost immaculate here. All down to this Lucas. Does find 1 kill onto Revenge, but that's going to be all she wrote for this particular round. 10x, they get to double digits here. 3 away from taking map number 1.
You know, there are not many situations where I like to say I called it, but this is certainly one of them. 10x flips a switch, takes the site, brings down all the utility, and 4 Funners were none the wiser until they tried the retake. And as soon as they did, 10x already had every single feasible crossfire that you can have on the Ascent A site already prepared. And 4 Funners found absolutely nothing. No way in, no easy way to the spike, no extra utility to even initiate some of those fights. clinical and clean from 10x, and honestly exactly what we've come to expect over the last 24 hours.
Pretty much so. Now though, both teams, they do have whatever they can afford online here. But again, a little bit of a slow start coming out of 10x on the attack. We saw the kind of force with which they could hit a side in the previous one, like you mentioned, but this measured playstyle has served them quite well so far, hoping perhaps to capitalize on a mistake coming out of For Fun. They are very, very careful about this. They know that most likely the odds are that the team that loses this round, they're going to be pushed into an eco, and especially for the side of 10x, it would mean that For Fun, it gives them a chance at making that comeback, equalizing scores eventually, and of course taking away the momentum that they've so carefully built up. Oh, that's a nasty kill.
Good possibility for 4Funners here in our first real gun round of the second half. Already a decent bit of damage done onto the Jet, and with your KO gone early, well, you're running into more problems than you can find solutions for in such a short round. Only 35 seconds left. It does seem like a B split is indeed in order, but Car may very well be the bait as they cross with the Cloudburst. There's no spray coming through. Only information gathering. With only 2 players on the site directly, a push is more than imminent. Owl Drone will find information, but with the absolute anonymity now playing forward, they find absolutely nothing. A 1-for-1 trade. They should know that both players are sitting inside of the boathouse. They cannot push them out of position. Lucas with the follow-up, Low Main with the final. 4Funners with 4 alive and a 6th round on the board.
Really, really good side hole coming out, and of course, it all starts with Madzi being able to find not just that first kill, but also tagging up Car to a sliver of HP here. I think they got like an accidental headshot through the smoke as well, and you see a pivot attempt coming out of 10x. They try to go for a B side hit instead, but instead they're going to be stopped in their tracks, because always you never want to rush B side unless you know for sure it's empty in those last couple of seconds, because odds are there's going to be somebody sitting in boathouse waiting to play spoils for it, and that's exactly what happens. This round though, I think that for 10x, they're pretty close to a lot of pivotal ults here. You might be seeing those come into play already. The Blade Sword being popped right now, that might be the difference maker as they go in for a very quick, very aggressive execute here.
You should run.
Eka caught inside of the fragment, decent bit of damage done off the back of it. A lockdown being dedicated, and there's no Hunter's Fury available whatsoever here for 4Funners, so they have to fully disengage. This should be almost all of site control other than the back corner of Hell, and Nanoswarm's now been dedicated, making sure that the Omen's Force so far back. Low Main swinging off the back of the Paranoia. Spoof still down below, though, needs to be cleared sooner rather than later, and 10x will do just that. Down to just Lucas in a 1 versus 3, and Danny's on a 4K, needing to find another just for the stylistic finish. His position down now. Owl Drone will land, as will the shot. A good one from Lucas. Shock Dart looking to go around the corner will do a decent bit of damage. A follow-up is there, looking for a 3K of their own, and a clutch at that. But they have to find out where the final player is. They now know it's down in Hell. They jump around the corner. 5 bullets still left in the Vandal. A headshot now required, but one they will not find. 10x, 2 away from taking a scent.
Huge credit to Lucas. They're almost touching up that 1v3, but I think huge credit to Solar as well for being able to play that so well, despite being tagged by the recon. The kind of evil crouch call peek as well for them to be able to get that kill. And while Danny S is not able to get the ace, I think Danny S definitely deserves huge credit for how that round went, because Low Main did get that first frag from Heaven, but Danny S, more than aware, just being able to get those refrags time after time, gets 3 kills and a spray down, and after that, just a trade off for revenge, being able to take down Madzi. 4K in total. That's going to give them the Hunter's Fury as well, I believe, over the course of this round. And now, like you mentioned, 10x, they're very, very close to being able to take this map. Finally, though, for fun, you do see the operator coming into play into Aika's hands. If that can find some impact, it might still be able. It might be enough to keep them on ascent and competitive.
Again, they're relying on early control though, and they just have not played proactive. The reactive defense of 4Funners is sometimes a little too slow to react, and when they already lose so much control because of it, they give away almost all of mid like they are right now. They give away A and B main. The extent of what they're holding is spawn, both sites, and tree. It's a 5v5, by the way, and there's less than a minute left.
Yeah, both of these teams seem to favor the keep calm and try to find picks play style, as opposed to the first 2 best of 3s where we saw people just not taking their finger off that W key. Either way, it's a bit of a nice change of pace here. 30 seconds, 35 seconds left on the clock, and it does seem like B is where 10x eventually wants to go. The spike itself making its way there as well. Hunter's Fury being invested towards his backside.
Wow.
more than ready for a huge kill there. It's all down to Matzy to try and anchor down the side. Unfortunately, not gonna quite work out. And now these three remaining players, they have a choice to make. Are they gonna attempt to go in for a retake here, not knowing the positions of these players, or are they gonna try to hold on to the save? Oh no.
Dark cover. Doesn't extend as far as it needed to. Danny S able to find a kill at the back of it. Lone Main still thinks he's sitting in the corner, but the switch up has worked perfectly for Danny S. A double in this round. A reminder, a quad in the previous, and they don't seem to be done just yet. A 1 versus 4 to deny map point. It doesn't look like it's going to happen for Spoof. They will be swung from Danny S, but Spoof has backed away quickly enough to deny the 3K. Revenge now looking to swing in and of their own right. The right click misses, courtesy of the Blade Storm, but Solar will shut them down, and the triple swing works out perfectly. 10x on to match point.
It's annoying enough when people come for a double swing at you, but a triple swing, that's just overkill. And talking about overkill, you know, Drago might not be up there on that kill board, at least compared to the rest of his team, but the fact is that 17 assists. What? How? I really need to know that. Huge plays coming out of the initiators, both of the initiators for the side of 10x, and they're just one away from taking away this map in style here. You might say Revenge hasn't been doing anything, but honestly, it just seems like there's not been much to do ever since that side switch happened.
No command. That may very well close things out in a fairly quick fashion. The entirety of the B site now unoccupied, but a null command now used in return. Car finds the open. Lucas the first one to fall in the round, but a spike plant again still imminent. And 4 Funners needing to retake. A lockdown looking to be prepped in towards the C2 side. It will indeed be put down and segregate most of the site, bar the boathouse in the back corner of Catwalk. But 10x still more than happy to take for these fights, and they can play on and directly around the site. Lomain turns away from the flank at the worst possible time. The shots from Danny S missed though, uncharacteristic whiffs from Sova, but it may not matter. Solar with a double, Revenge with 1, and Danny S with the final required. A flawless round from 10x, summing up an already dominant ascent.
I like that last play from Aika. Like, look, I know where you are. You whiff so much on me. I'm at least gonna try to take down Danny S, but unfortunately, plans don't quite go that way. And like you mentioned, a very dominant ascent coming through, 13-6. And this was like tied neck and neck in those first few rounds. It was like 2-2, 3-3, 4-4. But yeah, after a point, it was just a stomp coming through out of 10x, especially once they switched over to attack. It took them some time to build up that momentum, but they were able to pop off out of their mind. Really, really good gameplay coming out of them. But that is just map number 1. We have 2 more ahead of us, and I believe map number 2 is going to be Haven. But just talking about this particular map, right? If you look at the way both of these teams played, I think one point that you really brought up that I would like to elaborate on is the reactive versus kind of dynamic playstyle between both of these teams. The reactive playstyle for the side of 4 Funners, it didn't work out, at least in that first half when they were on attack, because they were able to kind of play off of how the defenders were playing. But when that side switch happened, they always looked like 2 steps behind their opponents here.
The real conversation between reactivity versus proactivity. And the proactivity, especially in the earlier stages that we saw on just an alarmingly consistent basis from 10x there, was about as clean as could have been on their attacking side. Their defense was even better, considering how much it embodied that proactive playstyle. And sure, there were some signs of life, but they were quickly shut down. This attempt from Lucas, a valiant effort, but just not to be on the swing from Sonar. And in the later stages, they really capped off a dominant map of Ascent. It was their own map selection, though, so there is a caveat. It's more than an opportunity to bring things back here for the 4 Funners. We'll see if they can do so when we head to Haven on our second map.
Enemy remaining. Who? 10. One enemy remaining. Spike down B. Ready. One enemy remaining.
Welcome back to the Windy City Valorant Open, hosted at the Long Arena, Chicago. Time Light coming alongside me here is Ribbon, and Zach, for our second map, it's Haven. It's the map selection of For Funners. They need to bring this back if they want to keep this series going and their hopes of taking this tournament alive.
Yeah, I mean, last map it was a good start for the side of Forerunners, but unfortunately they couldn't quite pull through, and especially in that second half, well, for lack of a better phrase, they got absolutely demolished. They have a lot of work to do if they want to try and take this forward here to the final map of this best of three. I believe that the second map that we have for today is going to be Haven, a map where, at least over the course of this tournament, they've been able to do quite well. They've won both the times that they played it in the round of 16. In fact, they did face off against Maryville University, and they came off 13-2. So they are probably feeling pretty confident heading into this particular one. But again, for the side of 10X, this is the map that where they have faltered before. I think that in that group stage, they fell 13-4. They lost 13-4 against QOR Gaming in this very same tournament. So it's a map that 10X, they've proven to be vulnerable. Whether that will be enough ammunition for Forerunners to be able to take them down, only this map will tell.
Well, we'll head into Haven as our second map. Brief reminder, 13-6 back on Ascent, and some dominance in the later stages from 10X, similar to that of their 13-9 victory over on Pearl. And Haven, as of right now, is a massive talking point for both of these squads. You talked about it, the win over top of Maryville in a previous series for Four Funners. And I wanted to talk about Maryville because they were coming into this as one of the notable favorites because of the names on that squad. I mean, you're looking at one of the more notable collegiate teams that technically is not a full collegiate team. I'll get into that one in a second. But the names, you're looking at JC Statty, Swayze, ZK, Crunchy, not player names to scoff at, especially alongside Jerk, but they just could not put together the squad as a whole. And by the way, the reason that they were not playing in any CVAL tournaments, NECC, NACE, CECC, whatever you want to ask why they weren't playing, this is a somewhat new roster to the point where they were recently recruited for the Maryville University team as a whole, and as of April or March were put together, but they don't fully enroll at the university yet. So they can't play under the university name in collegiate tournaments. However, they can play under the university name outside of collegiate tournaments, hence the reason they're playing here under the name Maryville University.
A little bit of nice background there. So yeah, the fact that Four Funners were able to take them down in such a convincing, dominant fashion, it gives me hope that this series will in fact go to map number 3. But 10X, they're a team that has proved to be extremely tenacious over the course of today so far. Their first best of 3, it got a little bit scrappy. It went all the way down to the wire. But this is a team where when they have the momentum and starting in their favor, when they're able to string these rounds together in a row, they just run away with it. And I think that's something that we saw for like a very clean fact on Ascent in that second half in particular. I believe that Four Funners, they didn't win that pistol, but after that they just seemed to struggle round after round, and 10X, they took full advantage. They steamrolled those last couple of rounds, just able to kind of pull things together in their favor. On Haven though, Four Funners, at least they have that little bit of an advantage, a confidence pick going in, but remember, they're heading in one map down already. They know that if they lose another one, that's going to be the end for their chance at moving on to the tournament, their chance of making back their money or getting any money at all. So a lot on the line here.
Yeah, and especially on to Haven, this is the real pivotal standpoint in this best of 3. The last 4 separate times that 10X has played Haven, they have lost it in drastically different ways as well. I'll go through them chronologically because we have a second, we have some technical issues on LAN, so we have a bit of time to go through some of this previous history. The first time they played it, at least in the last 2 calendar months, was in the Knights Monthly March tournament in the Group F decider against Entertainment District. They lost 12-14 to be knocked out in a best of 1. After that, they played in the CCE UCX Valorant Pro Cup against Mochi Fan Club, lost there 7-13 on the third map of a best of 3 to get knocked out in the round of 16 and only place 9th through 16. And then in this tournament, they've played it twice over. Not only yesterday, but earlier today as well. They played it up against Core yesterday, lost 4-13. They got dusted. No way around it. It was not a great match for them. Then they played up against Schaumburgers earlier. That was a 15-17 matchup when we picked up the tail end of that series. That's the only map that they lost in that series. Could be the case here should there be some consistency. We'll take a brief look at the bracket just to keep everybody updated. This is the most updated bracket, barring any map scores. No, I lied. I totally lied to you. Neptune's Money Crew and Core won their respective quarterfinals matchups, so we have our 2 semifinalists on that side of the bracket.
Pretty much expected. I'm willing to bet that YFP will make it through that third quarterfinal as well.
They won
but
too.
They won too?
Won.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Well, this is the only one that's still undecided. So once we're done with this, we'll know who exactly is going to be facing off in the semis for sure. Right now, though, 10X, I gotta say, when you did mention how they've been doing on Haven over the course of these last few months, while they have lost, yes, they've been losing in decreasing increments. Like, for example, the last time that they played, which was earlier today, it was a very close fought match. It went all the way to multiple overtime. So I think that there is a chance that, especially if they're feeling themselves, they might be able to just do a great job and take the series 2-0, like the rest of the people seem to have been doing so.
This could very well be the only quarterfinal matchup that goes to all 3 maps. Certainly a possibility taking a look at your agent compositions on today's episode of Surprising Absolutely Nobody. It's Double Duelist with Sova Breach, your Killjoy, Omen, and Jet. Wow, I can't believe we have the same agent composition on Haven that everybody's been running for the last 5 patches. Oh my gosh. You can hear the shotgun on anyways.
Heading into this particular matchup though, I am curious to see if we do take it to all 3 maps, because, you know, looking at the trend that's been going through the brackets for today, especially in the quarterfinals, I do feel like 10x, they have what it takes to be able to kind of wrap it up and make sure that it goes to, it stops with a 2-0. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
I feel like I have a feeling. Maybe I'm wrong, and if I'm wrong and it goes to Fracture, you can say, hey, Zach, you were wrong. But the way 10x has been playing, I feel like they've been getting better every single map. And you know how some teams kind of like tire out, and the more they play, the less they're able to kind of achieve? 10x seems to be doing kind of the opposite today.
It was a similar situation yesterday. They just played 3 back-to-back-to-back matches, and the only time they were having difficulties was up against Core. Similar to everybody in that bracket, by the way. But 10x, I believe, had to rematch Core after a technical issue or rules dispute. Something happened. They had to play again. I don't honestly remember what it was. But 10x went from would-be being the number 1 seed in that group to now the number 2, and having to take on 4 funners here in this quarterfinals. We'll head into Haven, our second map of play. 10x starting on the attacking side, notably the favored side by most teams nowadays. Not all, but most. And I think they're more than happy with that. They can play decisive, as we've seen from them prior. They may very well be able to take this.
Right now, they're going for a little bit of A pressure here. Already having taken long control, looking to hit off the side as well, and that's a really nice combination of utility being used. Oh, almost a double kill coming in for a car, but Lucas will be able to successfully trade out 21 HP and a dream as they try to reposition to hold on, still getting another kill, but the trades are coming through quickly right now in favor of 4 Fun here. It's all down to revenge. A 1v3 scenario to boot. Spike dropped awkwardly in the middle of these players, and all 3 of the remaining players are looking fairly healthy here. So this is what I would term as an almost impossible clutch kind of situation. Revenge tucked into a corner, looking to find at least one kind of isolated pick, but so far not able to succeed at it.
If they can find the timing, they can actually retrieve the spike without being seen from any of the 3 players. They just have to grab it long arm. Or they could take the first fight and then fully disengage. They take the first one. Or where the possibility there's a second and a third player here, just not seeing the second nor the third as the swing comes from the backside of default. 4 Funners win their defensive sided pistol and open up well here up against 10x, but we saw this from them prior back on Haven.
Yeah, on a stunt they were able to take that pistol, but immediately after the anti-eco, not quite going in their favor. Or at least the round after that. They seem to be able to do quite well in these pistol rounds. I think after this tournament is done, I'm going to go through the statistics and see how many of the total pistol rounds they won compared to how many of the total rounds they won. I think that will make a pretty interesting statistic. But I digress. Heading into this particular one, off the back of that, at least they are going to be able to buy up quite convincingly. You do also see a decently heavy investment coming out of 10x with 3 players actually buying those sheriffs. And if you get the spike plant down, it makes sense because you'll be able to do quite a bit of damage. But I can see why Kara invested in that particular sheriff, because already it's going to be that first blood coming in their favor towards mid here. And now that gun, unfortunately, not quite going to be in a retrievable position. But nevertheless, the numbers advantage can slowly but surely swing in 10x's favor here.
The opening kill, I think, the most pivotal part of this, and as they walk in, they will find the alarm bot. They may be able to take out the Nano Swarm accidentally, but still to their own significant help. Kara aware of the possibility to take out the alarm bot, and will back away. Nano Swarm's popped, but to absolutely no avail. And 10x playing around their man advantage to near perfection as they now initiate over towards the A side, and without any prior engagement to do so, Lucas may very well get caught out here, but they've seen Solar looking for the frag. The spray down does a little bit of damage. Fault lines go perpendicular to one another, but the aftershock just to create a little bit more space here on the A side.
It is going to be the Omen tagged up to a sliver of HP here. However, these sheriffs are still alive and kicking. We'll be forcing Lucas off the angle here, possibly looking to play in conjunction with the rest of the team up to go in for a retake. Shock Dart's not quite connecting either, as the plant is not exactly going to be in the default spot. Still though, the sheriffs are looking very powerful. Revenge able to find a huge kill there. Also opening up the possibility of the lurk right now with these 3 remaining players from Forfun. They have to charge into battle really quickly, being able to at least get these trades down, and it does work in their favor. But Donnie S with nothing but a classic will be able to clean things up. Exactly what you talked about here, Dan. You know, you said it. They win the pistol, but after that, it all goes to haywire, and that's exactly what happened in this particular round. Oof.
Free gun, by the way. Just wanted to reassociate there. And 10x winning the round off the back of it. 4 funners off the back of free weaponry, at least mostly. Lose a lot of their own economy. Spoof's gonna buy up a judge here. I wouldn't be surprised if they sold that, considering the rest of the team's not buying a single thing, but they won't, so it'll probably be an upgraded pistol for them in the first real gun round of things. Aika wanting to get aggressive, wasting absolutely no time in doing so, is caught with a fault line though. The aggression does damage. Again, the free weapon popping off, and Matt Z with the sheriff as well, now pincering this attacking push. They also don't clear out long. A double from Lucas with a shorty, and a nearly perfect thrifty round. The spike has been retrieved though. Car looking to re-clear out lobby. They have, however, lost that sewer's control, and they're aware of the possibility. They need to clear out this corner. The dark cover, however, is going to drop. So will Lomain. Do they clear out Matt? The swing from the Killjoy, and a sliver of health remaining. Back-to-back thrifty rounds, and 4 funners will retake their lead.
Yeah, never. I think we saw something similar happen on the side of Ascent as well, on the map of Ascent as well. Very, very back and forth thrifty rounds coming through for both of these teams. And of course, just the fact that Lucas was able to find not 1 but 2 with the help of that shorty, just huge work coming out of that particular player. Either way though, off the back of that round, there was a bit of a purchase coming through from the side of 10x, so their buy is going to be a bit awkward. They're going to be half investing into this. At least Carr does have the Bladestorm to work with in this particular round. On the opposite side, Lucas has the Hunter's Fury ready to go, but I don't know for... Ideally, that's not going to be an ultimate that you really see used in this particular one. Lomain, that first point of contact, connects a beautiful headshot to Solar, opening things up. Danny is still there for the refrag. Danny's still looking for more kills here, pushes past the shock dart, takes quite a bit of damage, and still gets the kill. Huge.
And the return is there. We talked about the investment. It's 2 rifles and a Bladestorm left over for 10x. Granted, 4 funners have their purchases of choice, but the B site has fallen. They've taken care of both nanoswarms, and there should now be a spike plant. Danny S on such low HP, not worried about the lobby anymore, actually allows them to clear it. And the Jet now on a flank, and not noted either. Aika sitting inside a window may very well be the decision maker inside of this round. Will fully clear out corner by corner, but they missed their shot. Revenge with the information finds a headshot, and the flank now coming through. Daniel in such low HP will still somehow win the fight. The stick of the spike comes through. Spoof gets it to half and now has an opportunity. Shoots the recon bolt, making sure that their position no longer known. A follow-up shock dart does 21 damage, and Spoof is a swift breeze from dying. A follow-up somehow misses, but every tap of the spike just leads closer and closer to his demise. 10x a round back, another thrifty, and we're tied once more.
Oh my god, if I was Aika reviewing this one later, I would kick myself for missing that. That was so unfortunate. It genuinely looked like it was on his head as well, but I think that Aika was just still a little bit in motion, and unfortunately the shot doesn't quite connect. But yeah, Danny S, we have to talk about this particular player on the Sola. Did absolutely phenomenal things on Ascent, and it seems like they still do have that in their favor, kind of going strong here, being able to get shot after shot, round after round. And of course, just one off that Hunter's Fury as well off the back of that. The operator being taken off the hands of Aika might be a big factor in this round as well. Bladestorm activated, 1-for-1 trade so far, but that's going to be tough.
1-for-1 trade. I think 10x still more than happy with that. They walk onto the site though, and they haven't cleared out Spoof. Inside of the dark cover, Spoof finds one. That could be a retrieved rifle, but it does not come through. Hunter's Fury now to buy even more time for the 4 funners retake, but with Spoof falling, that's the entirety of their site control now quickly taken care of. A spike should go down eventually, assuming they decide to go for it, but a flash around the corner, Carr taken off guard. Aika's position now more than known, but Lucas with the stinger finds one. The Bladestorm around the corner finds a follow-up. And our 4th thrifty in a row, 4 funners retake their lead. Okay.
At this point, I feel like the team that doesn't get the team that misses out on getting the thrifty is going to be the one that kind of takes the L here. But either way, I digress. Really, really nice work coming out. Spoof with an absolutely ratty power play. And of course, just the timing on Aika, being able to push with the help of the flash from Lomain and getting those 2 kills with the Bladestorm. phenomenal work coming out of ForFun, who, like you mentioned, take back the lead, get the operator back, have the From the Shadows available for the Omen, and are only 2 off the lockdown and 1 off the Rolling Thunder. A lot of ultimates that are very, very close to building up for these defenders here. But 10x, they're not doing quite too badly either. They have the same kind of utility available in their pocket, and I just noticed this is a perfect mirror matchup when it comes to agents. So especially considering that 10x, they're on attack here, they seem to be just struggling a little bit against this kind of matchup.
Here.
Can't really blame them for it, but the odd position especially is how they try and play around one another on the attacking side. Seemingly no decisive way compared to what we've seen in previous maps of taking sites directly. Spike plant looking to go down, nanostorms being baited out, and a rolling thunder now dedicated. The problem is, it throws everybody all out of whack. Mad Z's caught in the middle of it, but somehow still finds a kill. Aftershock now being dedicated, everything in the kitchen sink thrown onto just the B site. But the Spike has rotated out. They can make it over to C if they want to, but Revenge sitting inside of the C link with the lockdown now put forward. Lomain just barely able to get out, and will do so fully with their life, even doing more damage than they take. Ica finds a follow-up. Lomain in the 1 versus 2. Revenge is low, but Danny's just better. And 10x tie us up, because why not?
Yeah, I don't think that was quite a thrifty because there was a bit of a purchase coming in for 10x, but hey, it is going to be back to whack and back. If you look at the scoreboard here, it's literally just one team winning a round and the opposite team winning the other rounds. At this point, this game seems like it's going to be turning into a match of overtime by itself because whoever wins 2 rounds in a row might end up taking them up. But anyways, it's still going to be the lockdown now in the pocket of the players of 4Funners here if they really want to try and use it. 3 ultimates as well for 10x if they really want to commit anything. And finally, the economy has been broken for the side of 4Funners. So again, I'm not going to say that that's a really bad thing because the way this team has been playing, they've been doing better on their 50s and maps. Both of these teams.
Our finds the opener. I think for the first time in the history of this map, the team that is technically favored considering the opening buy has also found the opening kill. Spoof, now just patiently waiting in the bottom of mid. A lot of real estate to work with here for 4Funners, but the problem they're really going to run into is if they cannot pick up a return kill. They have no utility set up over towards the C side. The extent of their map control on this side of the map is garage, and it looks like the rotation's coming through as well, at least aware of the fact that C could be a possibility, but nobody's on this side. A smoke now put in through the C garage, rotate, and Lomain has no easy way in. That should be a spike plant, and most likely the round as well.
Yeah, they have the side control, they have the pull spot nanoswarms down, and of course there's going to be an additional kill through the smoke as well for Card. Like the first one wasn't enough here. Now this 3v5 retake, it's going to be super awkward to try and work out. Spoof is going to be on the flank here, looking to do some damage as Lucas fights the turret, perhaps baiting a kill through, and it might work out because Revenge, they're going to be able to fall. First kill found, but in the meantime, the clock, it's on a steady tick here. And with only 40 seconds left, I feel like 4Funners, they're just looking for whatever exits they can find at this juncture. The more guns they can get off the hands of 10x, the better it might be. Cargo, looking for more and more kills. Drago finds one as well, and now it's all down to the Omen. Does have a rifle in hand, and Spoof is like, you know what, guys? I have a gun. I'm just going to try to hold on to it. Have a nice day, everyone.
Problem is 4Funners lose significantly more than they gain on that one, and the aggression worked out nearly perfectly in the earlier stages. Spoof trying for a gamble shot up towards heaven is going to hit nothing but thin air. And cardboard, obviously, considering that's basically what most of these walls are made of. But 10x on the attack, again decisive. And I talked about their decision-making needing to be a little bit better. In the last couple rounds, they have been. They've been extremely good in knowing exactly where they want to go and how they want to take it. That round, maybe a little bit of a different conversation considering 4Funners, A, weren't on the C side, and B, were nowhere to be found when it was the site take itself. But, I mean, still a kind of applicable conversation.
Separate conversation indeed. Now, though, it's going to be Ica who is under war here. Caught by the recon, misses the first shot, and now still trying to hold on to his power position. However, there is finally a teammate to try and back them up, so it's unlikely that they're going to be continuing to push into Ica here. Bit of noise being made towards Garage as well with the breaking of that alarm bot. Turret still online on the site though, and Mad Z towards Long trying to kind of anchor it down. After making all of this noise in Pandemonium though, it was just a red herring because the spike itself, it's headed towards its A site. Almost nobody really contending to try and stop it. And in the meantime, Drago towards mid is able to find a pick. Huge.
Spike planted.
Again, a spike plant. 10x starting to rack him up on the attacking side. Information gain alongside the recon bolt. Shock dart towards default as well. Should do a little bit of damage. Car force out of position, but is still able to find a kill before they go down. A recon bolt turned in the opposite side. They tap the spike. Now looking for some information to work off of. The flank from behind though is shut down. Matt Z will find nothing. Revenge finds a double, and that should be it. No easy way to come back into this round, and it should at this point be a save. A 1 versus 4 again required. Solar will be caught on the top side of heaven, but Lucas at this point just looking for exits, and we'll find another across on towards Revenge, but that should be all she wrote there for the Sova. It is indeed. Drago will shut him down. 10x will make it a 2-round lead.
I gotta talk about Revenge there, because you notice how how I believe it was. Yeah, it was Danius decided to use the Hunter's Fury to try and stop the diffuse if it was being stuck from coming through. And Revenge was kind of watching their back. And Matt Z came in on the flank. In fact, 2 players came in on the flank, along Matt Z and somebody else. The fact that Revenge was able to isolate those fights, get those headshots, and in the meantime, the trust from Danius to just keep using that Hunter's Fury, I find that super commendable, because those are the kind of teammates that you pray for in your lane games that you never get. And another reason why 10x has been looking so good today, because every single one of their players, they have the potential to be able to really close things out. Yeah, like Revenge takes out both Matt Z and Lomain. Huge.
Down.
Lucas does find a couple exits, so I was talking about their disengage. I like the fact that they still go for a couple frags, because honestly, this is a round that 4 funners are not expected to win. And I brought this up in the previous map. I brought it up 3 maps ago. I'll bring it up again. Don't call a timeout before an eco. They, however, are doing so this time around compared to what we saw them do back on Ascent. Yeah, you can maybe find out what's going wrong, but it's not immediate to turn into a round victory. You just don't have the weapons to do so. Lucas walking around with a Stinger, everybody else has a Sheriff, but 10x has full rifles, other than Revenge, who has forgotten to go to their buy key for some unknown reason. Do they actually just stick with the classic? No, they will indeed retrieve, I believe. The Vandal is on the floor, so they're good to go.
They do manage to get it down indeed, and now they are looking to kind of put some mid pressure on 10x. They found some success before towards the side of the map, being able to find that entry pick time and time again towards either this garage area or towards somebody getting super aggressive towards mid. Now though, it is going to be a little bit of discipline coming out of the 4 funners, looking to in fact just get these trades. Already though, low main towards mid, getting biting off a little bit more than they could chew in that garage window area, will be shut down. And once again, first blood, it rings through for these players from 10x. Matty looking for a trade. That's a nasty shot. Gets it onto Revenge. Gets Revenge onto Revenge. How fitting.
The Revenge living up to its namesake, possibly. 4 funners, needing some of their own, unfortunately, overall, not only in kills, but in rounds and the whole map. The walk forward here, being set up, turret being seen, they need to go. They will, however, walk straight into nano swarms, and the site, however, has been fully relinquished. There's also some mid control. Taking a look over at the breach, just sitting in the back of hay bales, there's no denial of the site control itself, but the problem is, with that fully rolling Thunder going through, Solar's going to try and push off of it, deny that lockdown, and they will. Ultimate removed. Spoof will still find the opening kill to get them right back into things and retrieve a rifle into a follow-up. Everybody's dead. You blink and you miss it. 4 funners bring a round back. Talk about revengeance. Batman and I don't know, whoever gets revenge.
Thrifty.
DC.
Everybody, I think, at this point. But yeah, Revengeance, Resurgence, another Thrifty materializing. Finally, a pause being put to the 3 rounds that 10x had been able to get in a row. And of course, it's very fitting that it will be a Thrifty too. But at this point, I feel like these teams, if you look at their tournament record, they might have won more Thrifties, or at least as many Thrifties as actual rounds that they've played. Either way, though, that's not gonna do much of a throw much of a spanner in the works into the pockets of 10x. They have built up a little bit of an economy over the last couple of rounds. However, it will give Spoof and Lucas both their ults, and of course, make sure that low main is only 2 away from their own rolling thunder. So we might be seeing all of these come into play in this particular round. 10x though, off the bat, looking to get a little bit aggressive towards this A side. You do see the early TP towards short from Solar, but again, just a little bit of a waiting game, waiting to punish perhaps 4 funners for their mistakes if they decide to get a little bit too over aggressive and bite off more than they can chew.
Solar is cleared by the surprising notion of that. Wow, they actually shrouded step into the Hunter's Fury. I can't believe it. Somehow Solar would not have been hit, and then decides to Shrouded Step into it. Well, timing at its finest. Welcome to first-person shooters. Feels bad.
It also seemed like a little bit of a pre-fire Hunter's Fury, so as to speak. Like the expectation that, yeah, it's an Omen stuck, probably gonna try to TP out, let's try to get a kill instead, and it really worked out in their favor. Either way though, kind of heading into the mid-round area now. With your smoker gone, where exactly do you go? The answer seems to be the B side, but Danny is kind of caught in the open with your recon, and between pulling your gun and recon out, Spoof in the meantime as well, ready for this lurk coming through garage. It's all down to Card to try and make things work out. Only able to find one though before getting shut down. Drago, 1v4 scenario. We'll have to get all of these kills to clutch it out. We'll hear, in fact, the Killjoy pushing towards him, but not even able to get that final kill. Madsy, with 3 on the round, will be able to equalize once again. As for Funners, they say they might have lost a couple of rounds in a row, but it's not over for them yet.
We're gonna back tied up scoreline with 2 of their own, and now the economy to work with. They'll be able to buy in both of the final 2 rounds. That first shot with a Hunter's Fury, a pre-fire with a Hunter's Fury. You said it. Somehow it worked, because why not? Car, I'm surprised they don't find 2 there. I think timing really just getting the better of them. They were lining up the second, and then as soon as they do, the first one swings, and they had to re-swing. It was a whole ordeal, and one they're not too happy about. 10x has been cut away a few times, though. Fault line goes through, we'll find a couple players, but the aggression now coming through from 4 Funners up long. They're wasting no time walking through this dark cover, but as soon as they realize that the possibility of a refrag is there, they fully disengage, but neither of them are caught by that. No, finally Echo is, and they find absolutely nothing. Quick frag, and they're actually looking for more. Lucas just waiting here inside the A-long doorway to swing forward. Bladestorm finds nothing. Refrag should be there, but isn't! Lucas finds a double! Oh my gosh, Drago shooting at his demons and dies because of it, but Revenge finds just that! A 3K for the Killjoy! The A site has fallen! And 4 Funners has just Spoof to try and retake.
We've seen Spoof clutch out 1v3 scenarios before, but this might be a little bit too much for them to ask for. The dark cover as well towards Heaven to make things even worse here. The 3 players from the side of 10x going in for a bit of a crossfire. The From the Shadows is available, but again, I'm not sure if that's something that you really want to try and use in. Ooh, that's a fun play there. TP's into their own smoke. Oh my god, gets a collab to boot,
wow.
But Solar luckily is not one of the players caught in that lineup. It comes down to the wire once again, but this time around it is going to be an Omen diff coming through at the end of it. Solar getting that last kill and making sure that their team has enough to buy. In fact, both teams will have enough an economy to comfortably buy in. If this will decide whether it's going to be a 6-6 equal half or whether 10x once again will be able to have a slight lead heading into the next one.
Final round of the half, and an important one at that. I don't know how in the world Spoof finds the double spray down. Both headshots, by the way, because, you know, why not? 4 Funners. So close yet so far. In round 11 though, and they are still down at round 12. But Ica dropping down Revenge. I'm gonna say it, getting just that because name puns are funny. And 10x trying to bring one back, but they still have to clear out both the back corner of site and the CT side. Spoof finds one, Ica a follow-up, and Spoof's not done just yet. A double once more. Solar in a 1 versus 5 finds 2, finds 3 as well. But it's finally shut down. Low main will find 4 Funners 6th, and we're tied up at 6 apiece.
Switching sides.
Honestly, looking at how that first couple of rounds went, it makes perfect sense to me that 6-6 is the score that we're going to be ending on. The one thing that I am curious about is how that side switch is really going to affect the side of both of these teams, because for 10x at the very least, they have a much higher win percentage on attack compared to defense. They have like about 57% attack percentage, but only 37 on defense. For 4 Funners though, statistics is pretty much around the same, though their defense win rate is a little bit lower and higher on attack. So with that side switch coming in, I very well see the possibility of a map 3 coming into rotation, if it goes at least according to the map.
Still can't get over that double spray down. I don't care how many times we see it. I think it's similar to that spray down that we saw back on Ascent. Recon Bolt does miss its mark. No, it doesn't, actually. Danny's caught up in it. Just a narrow margin for them to be seen. So 4 Funners have some information to work off of. And they know that A is more than occupied. Seems like C is the go-to. And they'd be correct in that assumption. But a quick rotation's already coming through from the A lobby. It is being held by an alarm bot, a turret, and the Killjoy herself. But a post-plant situation and one that 10x needs to retake quickly.
Spike going down super fast here. No utility really to stop the Spike from going down on B. Spoof gonna be that first point of contact here. Off the back of that breach flash though from their opponents, it's gonna be falling back quite a bit. 3 players towards his backside. These are the kind of times when you wish you had a raise and a couple of paint shells to throw. The flash again buying quite a bit of time here. The recon and the stun though gonna be absolutely impeccable. Lucas still finding these crucial kills here. The spade through the smoke good right now. Aika getting 2 on the round, and now it's just these last remaining players. No HP left, and that's gonna be a flawless pistol materializing for the 4 funners here. They finally take a lead in this particular half here. Again, another pistol on the board. I think it's gonna be 4 out of 4 pistols if I'm not wrong.
I'm not sure what they did in the first half of Pearl, but I know it's at least 3, so I'm going to take your shot on that one because I just don't have the memory for that one. But 4 funners, especially the way they do so in that round, not only flawless because you kept all 5 players alive, but the way you play around one another, 3 players towards Gong, for instance. There's no easy way to pick that hold apart. And with the dynamic play in towards mid just the same, you hit everything you could ever want and more in that round. 10x honestly doesn't even have a buy here. This should be a save for them to try and deny the bonus, but because of that, 4 funners can just quickly take the C site, of which is entirely undefended. There's not a soul nor piece of utility, even in the general vicinity. And just like that, it is the quickest spike plant in the history of Valorant esports.
They get it done indeed, and now Revenge, just waiting for these exits, honestly, Madzi. Expecting the 4A, perhaps looking for a little bit of damage, but that's going to be a little bit more than they can chew. First kill already going in their favor. Unfortunately, no gun that's quite being able to get dropped, and it does seem like the hunt is on here. Players for 4 funners, they're looking to just go in for a couple of kills right now. Defuse attempt attempting to come through, but it might be a little bit too late here. Unfortunately, Spike. Yeah. Man advantage as well, and Aika, what a spray down with the Bulldog, able to get all 3 remaining players. Sure, it was expensive, but 4 funners, they still extend their lead in a round that they should have won, which they did, thankfully.
Aika's personal cadence was thinking to himself, screw your man advantage, you don't have shields, and I have a rifle. Quick spray down. Nice little triple kill to close it out, and 4 funners do indeed put it together. The problem is, keeping only 2 players alive does make this bonus a little bit more expensive. There's that spray down, not even intending to find the second of those 3. But now 4 funners with that 2-round lead and a little bit of a cushion. They lose here, they may not be able to reinvest. That's the main problem for them, considering how expensive that conversion round was. So this is not really a bonus, to be completely honest with you here, right, Zach?
Yeah.
It's more just a full buy. Well, kind of a full buy?
Yeah. 2 Bulldogs, 3 rifles. Pretty close to a full buy, I gotta say. So it's basically, yeah, not much of a eco really coming through here. The spam, again, from Revenge, not able to find too much damage. And in fact, it's just gonna be players jumping through that garage area here. I'm not sure if Revenge is gonna expect this kind of a push coming through. In fact, it's gonna be Drago, the first one to fall here. Multiple players pushing in all directions, but oh my god, Danny S as well going down. The kill almost immaculate here. Spoof just on the hunt with these particular frags. 3 remaining players from 10x right now. Matty finding one of them, and now it's all down to Card as well as their teammate. Make that all down to just a killjoy here on the opposite side of the map. I don't know how much more they can really do.
No, and Heaven's now occupied. Spike's gonna go down, planted for everything, and Revenge didn't even get the opportunity to fully pass the B site. 4 funners. Not really a bonus round victory, but it's a round victory. Who honestly cares? 10x now up against the ropes, and they don't even really have the cash. Better weapons is overrated. You can see exactly why. 4 funners losing 1 player in their technical, kinda, not really bonus. And now they have all the weapons they could ever want, and maybe a little bit less Stinger, but they're up against very little on the 10x side.
Very little indeed, and 9-6 right now. They should be able to get double digits without too much ado here. Kind of at risk at running away with the map, for lack of a better phrase. Revenge with the judge. This might be the best play that they have possible. In fact, a 5-stack on the C side, gambling that is going to be where the hit is coming through. But it seems like 4 funners, 4 funners, they're as undecided about where they want to go as they have been over the last couple of rounds. It's just been kind of like, you know, when you pour water down into like a vase and it takes like the shape of the vase. That's kind of what it seemed like. Just flow whatever direction they've been able to make some space. And this time around, it just seems to be B, where that priority seems to lie. Spike again going down without too much trouble. And of course, these 5 players, they're going to have to go in for a very, very awkward retake as Spoof already finds the first.
A 5-man or 4-man retake with lesser weaponry, to understate the obvious. This is what we call playing for exits, sponsored by 10x. And it's not going to be the greatest of plays either. They're going to try and retake with less pistols, mainly looking for frags here if they can find them. Ica is the first one to fall, so some damage done. The Aftershock will force back that attempted spike tap, and this should be a foregone conclusion. Barring any miracle spike holds, Paranoia goes through, and they fully send themselves off the back of the baited spike tap, but it doesn't work to the fullest extent possible. Solar finds only one consolation frag, and 4 Funners find double digits now to contend with 10x's full buy.
I think the last map was 13-6. We might very well be seeing the same score on this particular one if 4 Funners keep it up here. And the momentum seems to have swung in their favor so far. Bit of a slow game for a couple of these players, especially the breaches here. But looking at the number of assists that they're racking up, especially low main already on 12, absolutely phenomenal work coming up. And yeah. It does seem like this round is pretty much do or die for the side of 10x. If they can convert this round, well, they have a chance of still being able to wrap this up in 2 maps, but otherwise we are heading to Fracture.
Solar does have a get-out-of-jail-free card if they need it. Shrouded Steps and from the shadows. There goes the Shrouded Step to the back corner. They do get scanned out, but they find the follow-up Shrouded Step. Enough damage done by the Hunter's Fury to warrant using it, though. And a full 5 versus 5 retake now required. The only ultimate available for 10x is the aforementioned from the shadows as they try to engage. Danny is 1 ultimate point away from building up their own Hunter's Fury. The spray down is going to miss towards the Ninja side. An Aftershock will force them out of position, but Revenge, walking in through mid, may very well be able to find the timing, but blink and you miss it. 10x has been evaporated on the site. Revenge finds 1 kill to return and makes it somewhat negligible, but it's just not enough. They're caught out by the Owl Drone, the Recon Bolt forcing them back, and there's just not enough time for the 1v4. 10x is destroyed on the B site. They had everything they needed. But the collapse comes through, not only from the garage, but from the C site itself. And 4 Funners, finally the level of proactivity that they needed. They get aggressive, they find a couple kills, 4 to be exact, and they turn it into a very quick round victory. A single rifle saved over, and 10x, understandably, will call a timeout. They don't even have all that much cash to work with. This is going to be maybe a hero rifle, if they can really afford it. But the odd position for them to be in, well, 4 Funners can not drop around. We'll take a look at our replays powered by Sony InZone, and it is just dominance. Everything after the half, just straight and utter dominance from the 4 Funners.
1 enemy remaining.
Really phenomenal play here, and I think at this point it just seems like this timeout, it's late, yes, but better late than never. That's probably the best way we can call it. And at least at 11-6, 10x, they're finally going to be having another buy to contend with. They also do have that Hunter's Fury from Danny S. They can also get that Rolling Thunder online if they get a couple of kills on the breach. But all things considered, they're just struggling to deal with the onslaught coming out of 4 Funners here, especially the amount of space that they're able to create player after player, second after second. Just phenomenal work coming out.
This is basically the map deciding round. You can see the investment from 10x. It is actually not as much as I thought it was for a second. They still should be able to buy in the next round because Car, any way this round goes, unless they don't find a kill, don't die, don't find an ultimate orb, and don't defuse the spike, they will have their Blaze Storm in the next round. So it will be basically a full buy, regardless of the outcome of this round here for 10x. Do they clear out spawn, though? The aggression in through mid, seemingly coming all the way through, but they will fully disengage. Instead of playing for the flank, they'll play for the direct site retake.
Does seem to be the case here. At least for once, they have all of their players alive, and it is the A side, so this retake is still pretty much a viable strategy, as long as they can confirm a couple of kills and break these crossfires somehow. No Rolling Thunder unfortunately available, and of course Lucas on the flank here, going huge, able to find 3 kills on the board. Danny able to find 1 kill. I don't know how much more they can really do here. It's all down to just Drago, a 1v3, gets that first one, but with 12 HP left, I don't know how much more they can do. Opts to just save the gun instead, and that is going to be match point for the side of 4 Funners.
Loman's going to die to the spike. They've accepted it at this point. No real reason to disengage. They don't have to, and 4 Funners has all the cash in the world, so no real reason to do so either. Drago's low, though. Doesn't matter. Matt Z brings a knife to a gunfight and dies because of it. Map point for 4 Funners. They want to force a third map of Fracture, and they more than have the capability of doing so, but at the same time, 10x's defense is a formidable opponent for 4 Funners. The problem is they've yet to find a round in the second half.
Yeah, they've been struggling, for lack of a better phrase, just not able to deal with the momentum. And I think a major factor for that is because of how the economy has worked out. Car has been unable to get an operator for any of these defensive rounds here. We saw the effect, the oppression that it could cause towards areas like mid on ascent, or even just towards the site. But without that being a factor, it just seems like it's easy for the side of 4 Funners to run in, try to get the plants, try to do some damage here. Finally, first blood going in the favor of the side of 10x here, but immediate trade outs coming out from 4 Funners, once again taking the numerical advantage here. And I don't know how much more they have inside them.
Carr finds one. The Rolling Thunder finds both players, but Carr, with the classic only, finds a follow-up kill. And a reminder, the spike has yet to go down. Spoof has to disengage, and that will have been heard from the log's position. An extremely odd spot, and they have left the spike. Not really intentionally, but they still have from the shadows. This will be a post-plant on the A site. It's just a matter of how quickly 10x realize that.
They do get the spike down at the very least. And they do have control of long and lobby as well, because that's where the Jet is playing. No teleport available for the Omen, unfortunately. That shadowed step might have enabled Spook to get another kill if they decide to play a little bit aggressive. But now it does seem like instead of taking the fight to the enemy, and despite it being a 2v3 situation, knowing that they have the HP advantage, it does seem like the remaining players for 4 Funners, they're just happy to play for the post plan. If they can waste enough time, it's going to be a W anyway. And that is what they're going to be banking on.
Flash down, drop into hell, nobody's there, a fully disengaged hold. Fault line will hit the left side, but the swing from Ica denies the halftime defuse, and Ica finds a double. Danny, the last one to try and retake it, will be denied. Spoof will send 4 Funners to a third map of Fracture and give them a much better shot of bringing this series back and sending themselves, again, into the money.
Yeah, it does go down to map 3 in the end, and it's oddly symmetric, you know, both of these teams bringing it to 13-6 on their respective maps, and it actually goes all the way to the decider. Finally, a quarterfinal worth its salt is going to be going all the way down to the wire here. Exactly what we love. But before we head into Fracture, I do believe that we will be taking a short break, because after that game, I feel like I need it. Oof.
One enemy remaining. Flawless. One enemy remaining.
Blocking sight.
Defeated.
Last player standing.
Headshot.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Attackers win.
Out of my way.
If you've ever experienced Wild Bill's or had the opportunity to taste our old-fashioned soda pop, you've likely been served by someone who served far more than soda. Veteran-owned and operated, we are more than just a company that sells soda pop. Wild Bill's is an experience that commemorates the memories created with friends and family. Once you've tried one of our 9 refreshing flavors, you'll understand why people keep coming back year after year. You need just purchase a mug, pick any flavor, and pour all day long. Our exclusive mugs are unique for each function, with different styles, each having the event logo to celebrate that special day. And if you run into us again, just bring your mug and pay only $5 to fill up all day.
Cups are awesome.
They have sarsaparilla!
What's your favorite drink here? Nice. Good answer.
People love the experience, and kids love pouring from the tap for themselves. Made with pure cane sugar, there's no high fructose corn syrup, which makes for a delicious soda that's nostalgic of a simpler time.
I'm probably going to be refilling this all day.
Wild Bill's services nearly 400 events a year. It's truly about the experience that we deliver and the value we provide, not only to events, but the customers we serve. We truly feel that we add a unique element in something that you can taste, feel, and touch. So try Wild Bill's, taste the wild side.
it's dawned on me that you ain't coming back. I've lost my chance to see us find our way back.
Welcome back to the Windy City Valorant Invitational, hosted by Belong Arena Chicago. Time to light join alongside me here is Zach Riven for our final map of the quarterfinals. 3 matches already decided, already 2 zeros, and 3 of our semifinalists already confirmed. Our last team in the money yet to do so as we head to Fracture for our 3rd map of play. What has to change now on the other side, as it seems like 10x needs to change?
Yeah, they had a really good first map. With Shen, their pick, they were able to take it 13-6. But on map number 2, despite a decent first half, I gotta say, they did seem to struggle quite a bit. Especially in that second half, they just had no answer to the aggression coming out of 4Funners. They were just running it down, and time after time, I don't think they won a single round actually in that defensive half. They just could not. It was 7 in a row coming in for 4Funners here, and now we're gonna be heading to map number 3, which is none other than Fracture. I was going through the statistics for this particular one, and while 10x has quite a bit of experience on this particular map, in fact, I think that in one of the recent tournaments that happened, like I believe it was like a month and a half ago, they were able to in fact pull off a 13-0 on Fracture. But overall, their win percentage is so-and-so. They do win some, they lose some. A lot of games go to overtime, and I'm pretty intrigued to see what exactly they're going to be doing against a team like 4Funners, because 4Funners, they're the dark horse heading into this. There's no data about the previous times they've played Fracture. I don't even know if they've previously played Fracture, but from the data, it seems like they haven't. So I'm curious to see where exactly this is going to go.
As a team, they have not, but the outliers in the squad that come from other teams, considering this is like a single LAN team as a squad, they have played Fracture. It's an odd position because 10x, you said it, the last time they played Fracture, they 13-0'd. But it was in the round of 32 of the CCE UCX Valorant Pro Cup against Karma Kittens a month and a week ago. So it's been a little while since they've played the map, at least in an official that's been tracked by VLR. By the way, shout out VLR people for tracking literally everything. They're the main reason that I know what I'm talking about most of the time. They're super cool.
Right for them. You're welcome.
Yeah, okay. I saw it in your profile. I was like, hey, I was thinking at the beginning of this, because originally VLR was like incorrect on one of the games. I was like, wait, can you change that?
I mean, I could, but I usually have to raise a ticket. I'm the writer. I'm not a crew person to change things. I could, but I shouldn't. That's how you say it.
That's fair. Skill diff. That's all I have to say. Into Fracture, and an interesting decision, at least compared between the two teams. Breach, understandable, but Fade being brought in for the double initiator over on that opposing side, and I have to say, for 4Funners, the Breach Fade on Fracture of all maps. What do you think?
I think it's a little bit of an unconventional pick, but I mean, combined with the Raze, at least it makes sense because you can pull up a lot of nasty combos with either of their utility. I think that also Breach is one of those initiators that doesn't garner you really a lot of information. So I think that considering the entire lineup that the team is running, they are going for a very, very high information kind of play here. They have not just the Fade, but also the Cypher, whose setups are, I would have to say, much more defensive than offensive. It also makes sense because the side of 4Funners, they're starting off on defense, so they want to have as much information as possible and as much utility as possible to try and go in for these retakes. On the opposite side, it's Danny S switching over from the Sova to the Killjoy, and Revenge switching over from the Killjoy to the Jet. So I'm super interested to see how this roleplay is gonna go. Change of roles is gonna go rather.
Yeah, you'd expect Carr to just go from the Jet to the Jet, and maybe Revenge to the Raze, but comfortability may now be setting in, and that's just not the case here. Interesting, to say the very least. Taunt will go up and over. That finds 2 separate players, but there should be indications that B site is indeed the finish, and there's a quick rotation over. Watch for that flank coming in all the way around through Arcade.
Spike, the site has been taken though. Spike itself not quite having made its way onto site quite yet. 1-for-1 trade so far. However, like you mentioned, the flank coming into play here. Matt's able to get a kill. Once again though, it does seem to be Revenge finding those kills. Unfortunately, not aware of Spoof just being able to walk around here with the help of that classic, able to get that final kill. Once again, recommendation, it's a free weapon and it's a free country. And Spoof is able to get that final kill. Closing out the round, pistol going in favor of 4Funners. I believe that's 5 out of 6 pistols.
They are on a streak here through this series, and I mean, yeah, 5 out of 6, and the 6 hasn't even happened yet.
Exactly.
That's how dominant they've been thus far. And Four Funners not slowing down the earlier stages. That also shows how good 10x was in map 1 number 1 of Ascent. They lost both pistols and still won 13-6. That's scary.
Right now, I think they did get the plant down, so they have invested a little bit. Once again, you do see these sheriffs coming out, and once again, it is going to be Danny S this time able to find a huge kill there.
Hello.
Second as well from Revenge. Shorty coming into play here, picks up the Bulldog as well, and now it's going to be a 3v4 scenario. Numbers advantage in favor of 10x, able to pick up a gun as well.
Spike
And
planted.
they are playing this a little bit more cautiously. You see two players this time around trying to maintain arcade control, watching around for these flanks, not willing to really risk it out here. This retake, it's in a bit of an awkward spot here. Aika on the flank looking to get a kill, but Danny, 3 HP in a dream and still gets that final frag here. All down to Lucas. 1v4 scenario. Does have a Bulldog to work with, but I don't know how exactly they're going to go around isolating these kills here. Players stuck in the most awkward positions. First conflict. Yeah, that's just a GG there. I think this is a third or fourth anti-eco that 10x are stealing away. Holy.
10x thinking to themselves, you thought you were playing tactical first-person shooters? No, this is peekaboo. And they're really good, by the way. Just not showing themselves until they absolutely have to, and then hiding again.
Right here.
It's like Whack-A-Mole and Peekaboo had a child, and just hated Four Funners for some unknown reason. 10x is really good at that. But Four Funners, looking at their buy, losing that Bulldog, handing it over to 10x, they don't have to invest all that much. They have the 3 guns saved over from the previous round, and they still have more than enough cash left over should they lose this, which I'm not going to say is unlikely considering the beginning of Haven that we saw, but it's less than likely, we'll say that.
Get out of here.
Ooh, Spoof gets a little bit overeager here, immediately punished by Carr, gets a clean headshot, taking no damage in the process. Off the back of that, despite getting that pick though, it does seem like 10x, they're opting to rotate over towards that B side instead, and that's a really good decision because already the players on the B side have rotated over towards, through spawn, towards the A side instead. With that noise being cut, they might have perhaps a sliver of doubt that perhaps this B side is going to be where that hit is eventually coming. There is a Cypher camp towards main to watch it over, but at the end of the day, there's going to be nothing that can really stop the flood of these 10x players from getting onto site.
Problem is as well, with the better weaponry, they're in such a good position to hold it, it's so difficult for a retake to come through. There will be a spike plant, it is almost a guarantee. The one caveat is there will be a retake and a quick one at that. The rotation from Matt Z is going under. There is an alarm bot to deny that, should they try and send it. And the flank coming through arcade may very well be able to find that Killjoy before she turns tail. Lucas, however, walking in, has now been seeing the fault line landing, forcing them away. That should be the round. Carr dropping low main, information for revenge onto Aika, and the dominoes will fall in very quick succession. 10x, a flawless follow-up round, and a 2-1 lead for them here on Fracture.
There is a risk of another Thrifty possibly coming through though. I don't know. Right now though, at least for the side of 10x, they are going to be on attack. They do still have I wouldn't say exactly it's a bonus run, considering that there are 3 rifles in the mix here, as well as 2 Bulldogs. It's pretty much a full buy, honestly. For the side of 4 Funners, though, they finally have their own full buy materializing. 3 players going to be stuck on light armor, unfortunately. So that might be a factor that comes into play, especially considering that you do have those Phantoms and Bulldogs in the mix. Revenge pulling out the Blade Storm as well to boot, so another additional piece of weaponry in their arsenal that they can try to work with. Again, just look at the positioning being held by these 4 Funner players. They really don't want to mess around. They're playing as passive as possible, as harmlessly as possible, to try and capitalize and get as many kills as they can. Ooh, what a beautiful satchel.
Smart. And Revenge can just tailwind in and drop Matt Z. Drop through, and 10x, a clean pickup to it. That's the site already taken care of. You're talking about the possibility of a thrifty round. Aiko wins that fight against Danny S, even though Danny was watching it. The Aftershock does a decent bit of damage, and Lomain's follow-up shot will shut it down. From the man disadvantage, now into the man advantage. Haunt will go through, will be shot out by Carr, but do they clear the close corner? That's the real question. Solar, that cleared out of position, but will only activate for 1. Lomain and Lucas return for 2 of their own, and Lomain is not done yet, nor are 4 Funners, as they will tie us right back up.
Yeah, they managed to convert their full buy here. And remember, it was quite a heavy investment for 10x as well. I'm actually not sure if they have the economy to be able to buy into this one fully, this next particular round. I think that some of their players at least should, but For Funners, that's a round that they would be very, very happy to have confirmed, especially considering that it was such a quick spike plant here. It's unfortunate that Solar couldn't get more than one before being shut down. But in the end, just a couple of really, really nice frags coming in for the retake here. And of course, for Funners, that's exactly why you do have so much utility in your pocket. Even if your Cypher does go down, you still have your Haunt on the Fade, you have the Breach, Concussion, the Aftershock, as well as the Pain Shells. So much damage being done across the board by all these different pieces of utility, and they tie up just like that to be able to get them the round.
10x being forced to do a lot more patience this time around. I think the aggression got a little bit of the better of them, and their overextension also catching them off guard. They weren't playing for immediate trades. They did have the buddy system employed, but the odd setup that Forefunners had on the re-engagement worked out nearly perfectly for them. They walk through the sky smoke, and 10x is wasting no time trying to get through here. That patience still paying off, though. They have the flank set up over towards Dish should they need it, and they can most likely discern out where Matt Z is. Waiting on top, will they be cleared out? The tailwind into the updraft does not land, but Matt Z still playing up and over top, misses the shot! He thought he had finished off that breach, but it was not the case. A follow-up from Revenge. Ica brings one kill back, but a 4v2 in a post plant. Low HP on only one player. Easier said than done. The shots are missed, but Ica still wins the fight.
Numbers advantage still in favor of 10x though. That's gonna be both the Nightfalls committed along to try and deter the Rolling Thunder from working out. However, that's gonna be just a little bit of a waste as Lucas is shut down by Solar. All down to Ica, 1v3 scenario. Already having done so much in the round, it's gonna be even more that's asked from the Rays though. If they can at least get a couple of these weapons out of the hands of these players, it might be what they need here. Pushing forward, does manage to dodge at least the concussion, but Danny is ready for it, will hear the sound cue, and will be ready to swing off of it, as once again 10x, they take the lead back.
They retake with a vengeance as well. A good setup over towards the A side, really crossing their T's and dotting their I's. I said this about them back in map number 1, making sure they did not leave any corner unchecked. They were even worried about that top hold, and the main reason it was given away, not was because Matt Z was in the vicinity off the back of their Cypher camera. The main reason is because they popped a cyber cage and then tried to swing off the back of it. There wasn't a sound cue for them swinging outside the cyber cage because Cypher doesn't activate it, nor does their team. But the wherewithal of 10x to understand that could be a factor turns into a kill and subsequently a clean round for them.
It's going to be Revenge trying to find some pot shots, perhaps a lucky headshot through the smoke, but the way that For Fun are playing, they are just taking no chances. Happy to just hold on to these off angles, find these ratty timings on the pushes, and get a lot of value already. Matzi able to find that first kill. Rolling Thunder going to be invested by the teammate as well to try and do some damage. Tries to put the cyber cage to get out, but unfortunately Drago will hunt them down. Huge kills there. Revenge finding the second as well, and now Ica with the Guardian. Kind of last hope here. Unfortunately whiffs the shot, and that's just going to be 4 players left for 10x, booking it over to the A side instead. Lomin, the only one quite here now. Classic in hand, not much else to work with. Rolling Thunder having already been committed, and that is going to be that. All down to just the Brimstone. A 1v4 to boot, and doesn't even get the orbital strike. That's just sad.
For shame. I mean, on the bright side, if he dies, then he gets the orbital strike. If he finds a kill, he gets the orbital strike. If he sneezes the wrong way, he probably still gets it because there's so many different ways to pick up alt orbs nowadays. But it is unfortunately, I believe, going to be the former of the 3. That being dying, he'll kind of clear the corner, but actually finds a kill. I mean, if you're going to build it, might as well do so in some style. But Drago looking to reswing with Revenge. This should be a kill found, considering they have yet to swing back, and the Aftershock to force him out of position. Considering they only had 5 HP, they could not afford to sit in the corner. 10x does clean up, loses only 1 gun for it as well. Good round from them.
And now they have the lockdown on Danny S here. That's going to be a huge ult to watch out for. No real way to break it either. Oh wait, they do have the orbital strike, never mind. They just got it. Pardon me and my little memory. But yeah, the lockdown might come into play. If they can take Scoop out of the equation real quick, that's going to be a free B site, or even an A site if they can get control of drop here. Right now though, slowly but surely, at least on this attacking half, it does seem like 10x, they have the confidence to push through, power through with this double duelist comp. However, will they be able to pull out the same feat on defense? That's going to be the real question as they head forward. Once again, Daddy S on this side of the map, playing a little bit of a lurk play, looking for some aggression coming out of the 4 Funners players, which has been happening quite a few times. And on the opposite side, it's going to be 4 players pushing down towards drop. Ooh.
Launching smoke.
Attainable position for 10x. They just jump themselves in. There's the orbital strike, dedicated towards main to create even more space and limit the amount of places that Forerunners can shut this push down from. A return orbital strike, this time in the middle of the entryway to site from that dish spot. But the problem is, still a lost fight on the site directly. A return showstopper now being activated, but it misses. And Ika's position now more than known, shut down by Revenge. And Carr, in the interim, will find a 3k to boot. 10x with a 3-round lead and more than enough momentum now in their favor.
Revenge is really popping off here. I feel like the player was kind of shackled on the killjoy. 12-3. That's a 4 KDA. That's almost as much as the entire enemy team has put together on the opposite side. But either way, really good performance coming out of Revenge here. In fact, it is a team effort for sure. The trades have been immaculate so far. Once again, the economy for Forerunners in that buy round that got over in about 30 seconds flat. It is going to be kind of in shambles. They do have the neural depth to work with, but not much else. Matty once again willing to get a little bit aggressive here towards this B area with a sheriff in hand. A gap in the smoke. Unfortunately, Riven will find first blood once again.
I mean, he found the gap in the smoke, just not to his own success. Hashtag feels bad, man. Spoof now looking to get aggressive through their own sky smoke. Will do so on the close side of the Rainy Night box, but not an easy way to try and play aggressive. Fault line will land and at least interrupt the spike plant for a few extra seconds, but the spike plant is inevitable, as is this post-plant situation. Aftershock does a decent bit of damage. Drago forced out of position, but it's more than enough now set up for 10x, as they are just patiently awaiting Forerunners walking through. More than enough crossfires, 2 players in tower, 2 around towards main, but a surprising usage of the lockdown now required. Ika finds a double, one with a paint shell, one with a sheriff through a wall, and they're trying to force them away, at least create some semblance of space here on the site, and they will do so with Solar closing at Ika. No level of comfortability for Forerunners, as they, I don't think, are having all that much fun.
Yeah, that's an understatement looking at how that went so far. Finally, a timeout going to be called before their next full buy coming in. Again, I appreciate the timing of the timeouts coming out of both of these teams. Right now, though, looking at how Forerunners are playing on defense, they are just struggling. 10x, they the first couple of rounds, they tried to go in for these kind of retake scenarios, which was kind of working out for them. But now, they seem to be actively trying to fight and contest the side of 10x here, and it just seems to be working out for them. A couple of players in the fights out of their favor. And else, of course, there is an individual player who comes up with some kind of heroic play, like Lomain in that round number 3. It just seems like almost impossible for them to really pull around together at all.
A lot of difficulties in the last few rounds, and a couple of different reasons for it. Number one, obviously losing gunfights never helps when you're trying to win a few rounds. But the main reason for a lot of their round losses is not having the real estate control or the utility usage to get them back into a lot of these rounds. Sure, they've been using them, just maybe not in the best of fashion or the most efficient of fashions. Showstopper, obviously, we saw used, it found nothing. Orbital Strike created a little bit of room, but really didn't delay enough for the rest of the team to come through a couple rounds ago. They've had a lot of issues, and they've used some ultimates to try and relegate them, but, I mean, even looking back to that Nightfall against
Beacon here.
a Rolling Thunder at a 2v3, maybe not the greatest of ideas.
Down.
Now, though, they're running it down full blast here. Revenge already having pushed up almost into the defender's spawn. I don't know if they're aware of the possibility. Might be able to, in fact, catch a couple of rotations if Revenge finds the timing quite right. In the meantime, it is going to be the spike itself going down. Revenge in this power position. Might be able to get a free kill onto Spoof. Does get a clean headshot on the opposite side. Carr finds one as well. Both duelists just pumping out these kills right now. Lomain finally putting a stop to the massacre. Mats finding one of their own, and suddenly this round looks much more pullbackable from the edge. 2v3 scenario. Spike having ticked almost halfway here. And now it's all down to just a cipher. Neural Theft comes out. I know exactly where you are, says Mats, but how many of these kills can he really find? Caught by the concussion as well, forced back, buying even more time off the back of that, and it just seems like an impossible task here.
Re-swing, a bait for bait, and a masterful setup for it. 10x now with 7 and 5 in a row. This is a scary prospect for Forerunners. You'll see in the replay as well. Revenge got so much early control, and it just was not noted. The possibility, of course, was, and Drago did die in the later stages, but Forerunners, again, relying on way too much retake ability without all that much map control, and they didn't even have the utility usage to get right back in. Perfect fault line to really negate the fact that the neural theft was used, and for Funners, a perfect buy for them. One that would require a thrifty, of which they found like 45 thus far in the series.
Yeah, but again, the momentum, right? It seems to be firmly in Tenax's favor. I know maybe it's because they're on attack and they're able to just find these gaps in, but they just seem to be struggling and hitting their shots, for lack of a better phrase. Right now, the flashes keep coming in one by one. Prowler striking as well. Goes for the swing onto Revenge here, who has been caught by the Prowler, but Solar there for the cover. 4 players, in fact, towards his arcade area, looking to put a little bit of pressure. And now that they found those kills, might be happy to just fall back and go towards that A side instead, which they probably expect to be empty, and they wouldn't be wrong.
Be a correct assumption. They're also aware of the fact that sewers could be occupied, and they're correct there as well. If they weren't playing on LAN with admins actively walking around behind them, I'd say they were cheating, but I honestly don't think they are. 4 Funners in an odd position, especially in this round, where do you go for it, or do you save over whatever shields is left over, maybe your utility if you were going to use it for the attempted take? Oh, and the camera's been heard, so they know exactly that it's here. The question is, can they see it? We can. They do not, or at least don't shoot it out, but either way, it's not going to matter. Car uses the showstopper. Nobody's even in the same zip code as this ultimate, so it's going to find absolutely nothing. They're probably about as far away from the showstopper as you are from me over there in Spain.
Yeah, you're probably not wrong there. At least the showstopper does one thing, which breaks that one tripwire, that solitary wire towards main. Bit of a distraction there, and Revenge with the Blade Storm able to find a huge kill. Both of these duelists just able to absolutely pop off. It's all down to just Lucas in a 1v4 now. Only Sheriff and Han did manage to drop a gun, but I don't know if they really will be able to pick it up. Gets the second kill as well. Really, really nice shots coming out of the fade here, but unfortunately Danny has finally will shut it down. 8-2, and Tenax, they are just running away with this game.
So 10x actually just put out an advertisement on Metafy for clinics of fracture. They're putting on a few, and it's scary to see that level of consistency that we are seeing on their attacking side. Not only here, but similar to that of what we saw back on Ascent as well. Granted, Ascent was a lot closer. It ended like, what, 7-5, and then ended up going out 13-6 after the first half. So 10x's attack wasn't as notable there, but was still a convincing part of their dominance. And I don't think they're done here. The old Rush B, don't stop strat coming through again. Seems like Neptune's money crew is giving over the strat book of Rush B, hold W, do not stop. They will be hindered a small amount. Rolling Thunder again for the Nightfall, but Matt Z stunned out and forced out of position. A kill now picked up off the back of it, and a follow-up is there. Solar caught away, and Ica finds one back, but it's a 3v3 as a spike almost certainly going to go down, but on the flank, it's currently being held, and Lucas somehow finds a double from CT.
Huge kills there with the operator. All down to Car right now. No utility left in the pocket. It's going to come down to just aim goes here. Peeks into the operator. And that's going to be Lucas confirming the 3rd kill. Finally, for Funners, they come back into it. And if they can perhaps convert this last round, it might be what they need to mount to come back in the second half. They do have the operator online, but to counter it, considering the amount of money that the side of 10x has saved up, it does seem like Revenge is opting to buy one of their own. We might be seeing an operator versus operator battle coming up head on, in fact. And Lucas, of course, seeing that this is the last round, happy to buy up an additional judge. And I believe I saw a shorty as well. Kind of switching between the weapons here to see whichever one is necessary. The operator, in fact, got to be given to Danny, as Revenge having a little bit too much fun going aggressive.
Lucas back out with the op. We'll try to go over towards Dish, but finds absolutely nothing on that side. 10x is still rushing towards the A side, but mostly from main and door. A 3-man stack on this site, though, that's a problem. If they find out the operators here, they may just go a different direction. That or proactively swing past it. The problem is they still have to clear out that close corner. Orbital strike used on the site itself. Showstopper now put forward, and Ike is able to get out. With that blast pack, they disengage fully, but they aren't out of dodge just yet. Lucas, looking for a normal shot through the now closed door, does not find anything, and now has to back away in and of their own rights. But 10x needs to make up their mind. Do they go back towards B? Because as of right now, if they rush it, they're in a good spot. If they take too long, it may very well be cut off.
Spike itself still dropped all the way in spawn, so while it does seem like the jet for the side of 10x is willing to make a bit of a distraction, Revenge kind of playing the bait here. Well, the spike itself making its way that way as well. The bait does seem to be on the B side instead, where you do see quite a bit of utility being put down right now. Matt Z
seconds left.
on the Cypher with the trips and everything. Gonna be waiting out, and Danny S with the operator finds a huge kill there. Revenge as well taking down low main. It's gonna come down to this battle between Aika as well as Solar. 2v2 scenario, 15 seconds left. Pressure is gonna be on Solar though to get the spike down, and Aika has a really, really clean reposition. Beautiful headshot as well. And just like that, the possibility of another round for the side of 10x. It seems to be shrinking slower and slower. Danny S does find that kill, but at the cost of being able to get that spike down. And just like that, it is gonna be a 4-8 half.
Switching sides.
No saving over the rifle either. I feel like everybody's thinking, oh, well, at least he stayed alive at the end. No. End of the half. Unfortunate for 10x, but hey, they avoid the 9-3 curse.
Tactical throw.
Yeah, honestly, it was just strategic. A momentum kill at the end and making sure you avoid the 9-3 curse. That's really all it took. And a massive show up here in the early stages, but you still have some momentum being brought back from 4Funners. I make the joke that it's a momentum kill at the end, but in all reality, those couple rounds in the later stages for 4Funners really can set the tone for them on the attacking side, especially considering they're almost a shoe-in for the pistol round, because they're 5 for 5 thus far. I see no reason as to why there would be one out.
Oh no, you've caster cursed them. If they lose this pistol round, if 4Funners don't win this pistol round, you know who is going to be the cause for it. But either way, I digress. It's going to be a super aggressive push towards the arcade. Aika already finding that opener towards poor Danny S. However, Revenge still waiting, holding down this angle, able to find two, still staying alive. And now it's going to be a 2v3 scenario. On site, Madly kind of trying to anchor it down. Not caught by the timing, unfortunately, though. Are able to at least find these final kills. And just like that 10x, they find their first pistol in this series. All because, Dan, you jinxed them.
So what had happened was... I don't know what you're talking about. I said nothing. Delete the VOD, get it out of here. Actually, delete it after I download it. Yeah, that's on me. 4Funners fans, I'll take the blame for that one. Nice double, by the way, for Revenge to open things up and really gives 10x that early shot. Valiant effort in the later stages for the refrags there from Aika and Matt Z, I believe, but just not to come through. And 10x, clean up. Defensive pistol goes their way. 4Funners don't even get a spike plant, but they find enough kills to warrant a buy anyway. And unfortunately, they're walking straight onto a stack of the A site, at least utility plus Sentinel and Controller.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of stuff that they need to get through to be able to get a plant. You do see that they decide to go for some Sands control instead, which might be in their favor. Really nice molly, though, coming out from the Brimstone. Going to be at least putting a little bit of a stop to Aika. I say that, but Aika still manages to find a kill with the Stinger, going up huge there. The spike will finally go down. Numbers advantage in favor of the 4Funners here, who have brought up those Spectres for this particular round. Spoof as well, holding control of drop. The remaining players doing their desperate best to get in, and already Carr with the paint show is able to find that first kill. Absolutely huge impact there. 3v3 scenario.
Drago dropping Aika. They look to reswing towards Dish, but they don't fully clear it. That's a problem. Enough damage done to warrant it, but the Bulldog is finally taken care of. Matt Z with only the Sheriff, though. Not enough done. And 4Funners invest into only a spike plant and a few kills. 10x still with more than enough time. 12.5 seconds. 12 3/4 if you really want to get specific. And now a 10th round. Even after winning that pistol, they are shutting down 4Funners now on a consistent basis for this defense.
And this might be, honestly, the last nail in the coffin, even though there are like a couple of rounds left in the for 10x to be able to close it out, 3 to be precise. The economy for the side of 4Funners is absolutely gone. They did invest quite a bit in that last round, and they are going for a bit of a half buy in this particular round, but unless they pull off a miracle and win this particular one, it's basically over. Because 10x, they have the momentum, they have the rounds, and they have the weaponry as well to boot while charging up these ultimates in these rounds.
This could be that decider. 10x find this. You're looking at 11-4. Either an eco or another force buy from 4Funners, and they are playing from severely too far behind. Alarm bot and Venn diagram of nanoswarms being set up over towards this A side. And in goes the push. Fault line will land. Prowler will find nothing at all. But there goes the alarm bot and the baited out nanoswarms. Now the rotation should very much come through here for the 10x defense. They want to deny the site take. They don't even want to spike plant. They do not want to pay for the post.
Yeah, it seems like they're just kind of like chilling it down right now, just running for at least trying to find a couple of kills. Finally, a spike does manage to go down, but nevertheless, it's gonna be a little bit too much for them to deal with. Revenge just decimating them down towards the stands area. There's gonna be one player left on the side, and Revenge more than ready for it. At least Lumian is able to find one, but that is going to be, that's the defuse will come through, and 10x they will get to 11. An absolutely dominant performance coming out of them on this map number 3, and so far it's been 13-6, 13-6. But the way this map is going, I feel like it might be a 13-5 or 13-4, because there seems to be no answer to the devastation that is being single-handedly or double-handedly wrecked by the duo of Danny as well as Revenge across both these maps.
Well, that force buy a little bit better than I was originally thinking. So Forefunners still have a negligible shot into this round, but still problems on the board. 10x on the defense. They win this, now I'm going to say it's probably a done deal. The attacking side for Forefunners has been pretty good at taking the site. The problem is they haven't been able to hold it down long term. Revenge, updraft, up and over, will just fully disengage, understanding the fact they could be forced out of position, and they are done. Seize misses, paint shells do as well, and they've taken the site. The problem is they've used so much utility. Watch this, 10x is going to have all their util for a full re-engagement.
Spike will go down, being able to get it into place here. And finally, a proper post-plant setup does come through. Flank, though, is already going to be in order here. Will they check their corners? That's going to be the question. The first kill, trades coming through, 1 for 1 so far, except for Drago, able to find 2 already. All down to just a single player on site. It is going to be the Rolling Thunder invested, though. Not going to do much as Revenge just swoops in with the Blade Storm, slices and dices some low main for their own dinner. And that's going to be 10x at match and series point 1 away from locking in their spot in the semifinals.
Seems like the dominance from 10x was only hindered for a small period of time. 3 site maps maybe not being their bread and butter, but I would say it seems like a piece of cake, but maybe a piece of toast, considering how fried Forefunners seem here on Fracture. There are so many difficulties that Forefunners are running into as well that every single round, other than round 1, has been a force buy for them. They force bought conversion, bonus, and first full gun round. It's another force, this time with still rifles, but not the greatest.
Yeah. Not the greatest rifles, not the greatest armor, not much in the way of ultimates either. They are pretty close to some of them. We might see them come into play, but I don't know about this. These Forefunners do not seem like they're having fun. I gotta say that much for free. And of course, to make it worse, already starting things off, Car is able to find that first huge kill. All down to just 1 player right now. Spoof versus the world here. We've seen this controller clutch up in the past, being able to close out those 1v2s or even a 1v3 that they almost pulled off, but 1v4 with the spike dropped almost in the open here. 4 players from the side of 10x they have to contend with, though 2 of them are pretty low. If somehow Spoof pulls this off, Forefunners deserve to win this. That's all I gotta say.
Everybody get your tinfoil hats going. A miracle's now required, and some level of significant external force is also, well, I think probably useful here. Drago doing a decent bit of damage to the wall, so the position of Spoof now guaranteed. The swing from Drago is shut down. One of the 2 low players now dead. Orbital strike being set up in towards the CT spawn as well, but it only forces Revenge out into the open. They will take the frag, and they will take the map. 10x move themselves into the money. A $1,000 match goes their way as they guarantee themselves a semifinals berth.
Congratulations, and honestly, huge kudos to them, because it's been this is the 6th map that they're playing already, and they have a long way yet to go, because they have the semis as well as possibly the finals if they make it through, and that's just going to be a lot of work for them. But congratulations to them nevertheless. You know, I was doubting in the 2nd map, but yeah, at the end of the 3rd, especially after that first half, just domination coming out of them. Really, really good plays. And as for the side of their opponents, Forefunners, while at the end of it they didn't look like they were having a lot of fun, they did seem to have a great time on that 2nd map, and honestly they had a lot of really, really good individual rounds. Even though the score says 13-6 or 13-4, it often came down to a 1v1 at the end of it, and it could have gone either way a lot of these rounds.
Yeah, well, the score was not particularly close. Each and every round seemed to be a toss-up. A coin flip in and everywhere between, but 10x did not give up a single round in the 2nd half. If dominance was personified, and the dictionary gave a picture, I think it would be the 10x logo. That's how clean they look in the Winter Stadiums.
I think that can be said for both of these teams, because I think for the side of 10x on Fracture, of course, they just stomped through. And the same could be said for their opponents as well on Haven. I don't think they lost a single round on their attacking half. They just slid through into sight and got the plant for free, more or less. But either way, that is gonna be it, unfortunately, for Funners here, at least for today. We will be seeing more of the other teams though, as we do have our semifinals coming up, and I'm super excited for them. But I think it's time for me and my dear friend time to take a break. We do have some more fantastic casters coming up for you for the last 2 games of the evening, but at least from us, have a good evening, everyone, and stay safe.
Sometimes a disaster, sometimes we're free. Oh, you take the long way to stay close to me. I don't want another, I just wanna breathe. You take me higher, you stay close to me. I feel so alive, dog won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, oh, we chase the night.
If you've ever experienced Wild Bill's or had the opportunity to taste our old-fashioned soda pop, you've likely been served by someone who served far more than soda. Veteran-owned and operated, we are more than just a company that sells soda pop. Wild Bill's is an experience that commemorates the memories created with friends and family. Once you've tried one of our 9 refreshing flavors, you'll understand why people keep coming back year after year. You need just purchase a mug, pick any flavor, and pour all day long. Our exclusive mugs are unique for each function, with different styles, each having the event logo to celebrate that special day. And if you run into us again, just bring your mug and pay only $5 to fill up all day.
Cups are awesome.
They are sarsaparilla!
What's your favorite thing here? Nice. Good answer.
People love the experience, and kids love pouring from the tap for themselves. Made with pure cane sugar, there's no high fructose corn syrup, which makes for a delicious soda that's nostalgic of a simpler time.
I'm probably going to be refilling this all day.
Wild Bill's services nearly 400 events a year. It's truly about the experience that we deliver and the value we provide, not only to events, but the customers we serve. We truly feel that we add a unique element and something that you can taste, feel, and touch. So try Wild Bill's and taste the wild side.
Die. by the ocean blue. Every mile lost, my soul renewed, taken by the sunrise and the golden view. Walking slowly in the mountains underneath the constellations. Yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its meaning, like I'm living in a dream, and I've been chasing all the feelings I need. It's in these moments with words unspoken, my eyes wide open, life tastes so sweet. It's in these moments where all I know is coming into focus, and now I see. It's in these moments. It's in these moments. Oh, I got lost on a winding road in the dark of night, with the stars aglow. Heaven's up above, got me below, as I head to you like the river flows. Walking slowly in the mountains underneath the constellations. Yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its meaning, like I'm living in a dream, and I've been chasing all the feelings I need. It's in these moments with words unspoken, my eyes wide open, life tastes so sweet. It's in these moments where all I know is coming into focus, and now I see. It's in these moments. It's in these moments. It's in these moments.